Chapter 2101. When Theodore discovered that the Ito family was fully committed to helping Charlie locate Jasmine and investigate her disappearance, he broke into a cold sweat, even though he was more than 2,000 kilometers away. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect crime. When they plotted to kill Jasmine, their goal had been to leave evidence in Japan so that everyone would believe her murder happened there and had nothing to do with them. That was their plan, and at the time, it seemed foolproof. However, if it were discovered that Jasmine's death was connected to them, or worse, that they were the ones who orchestrated it, they would be finished. Not only would the old man explode in rage, but domestic law enforcement would also hunt them down relentlessly. Even though the crime was committed abroad, Jasmine was still a citizen of their country, which meant their homeland's laws would apply. Worse still, if the public learned that a father and son were behind Jasmine's death, Theodore and the entire Moore family would see their reputation completely collapse. Even if they somehow escaped legal punishment, they would become social outcasts, despised and cursed by everyone. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Theodore made a swift decision. "Reuben, if you rush back now, it'll immediately alert Charlie that something's wrong. Once Charlie contacts your grandfather, that old fox will connect the dots, and you'll be in even deeper shit." Reuben's voice trembled as he replied, "Dad, then what the hell am I supposed to do? The Ito family is too powerful. With their help, everything could be exposed in just a few days. If that happens, I'm completely screwed." Theodore said firmly, "Reuben, calm down and wait for my instructions. I'll find a way to get the medicine into your grandfather once I return." With a cold sneer, he added, "We'll turn the old bastard into an Alzheimer's patient. I'll use his sudden illness as an excuse to urgently call you back from Japan. That way, Charlie won't suspect you at all. After that, we'll immediately liquidate all the Moore family assets in China, convert everything into US dollars, and take our billions to either the States or Canada." Reuben quickly asked, "Dad, how long will it take for the medicine to work after he takes it?" Theodore replied, "If I slightly increase the dosage, just a few hours. By tonight, he should already be showing obvious symptoms of Alzheimer's." Relieved, Reuben asked again, "Then I can fly back tomorrow morning, right?" Theodore thought for a moment before replying, "If everything goes smoothly, by tomorrow morning everyone will know that your grandfather has suddenly developed Alzheimer's. I'll immediately notify you to return, take control of the Moore family, and we'll start liquidating assets as fast as possible." Reuben frowned. "What about my uncles? They've all been eyeing the inheritance for years. They won't just let us sell everything." Theodore sneered. "Don't worry about those vultures. They've wanted to split the family assets for a long time. The old man kept them in check. Now that Jasmine has been running things, they're even more dissatisfied, though none of them dare to say it out loud." Chapter 2102. After a brief pause, Theodore continued, "You know how Jasmine does business. She doesn't give a damn about enjoying life. All she cares about is expanding the Moore group and squeezing out more profits. She reinvests everything and keeps pushing growth, dragging everyone along with her. Of course they're frustrated, they don't get to enjoy any of the money." With a mocking smile, he went on, "If I take over as the head of the Moore family, I'm certain your uncles won't object if I propose dividing the family assets. I'll take a big chunk for myself and throw the rest to them. None of them will dare complain." Reuben hesitated. "But what if they do cause trouble? If they demand equal shares, wouldn't we be working our asses off just to line their pockets?" Theodore laughed coldly. "Relax. I've already planned for that. Once everything is settled, I'll give them two choices. First option, I stay in control of the family and follow Jasmine's strategy, keep expanding the business aggressively. That means they won't see a single cent from the Moore group for a long time, and their extravagant lifestyles will bleed them dry. Second option, they voluntarily give up part of their shares to me. In exchange, I'll agree to liquidate the entire family estate so they can get their cash immediately and live however the hell they want. Right now, the Moore family's total assets are worth around $20 billion. Selling everything in one go won't be hard. My terms are generous. No matter the final price, our branch keeps half, and the rest gets split evenly among them." There's no way they'll refuse. Reuben thought it over and nodded. You're right. To them, whether it's 3 billion or 5 billion each makes no real difference. They couldn't spend that kind of money even if they lived 100 years. Theodore nodded. Exactly. Knowing those idiots, they'd much rather give up some shares for fast cash, move out, and stop living under anyone else's thumb. Finally at ease, Reuben smiled. Dad, since everything's already planned, I'll wait for your good news from Japan. Once you're done handling things there, I'll be back tomorrow. We need to move fast before the Ito family uncovers anything about Jasmine's murder. After that, our families will emigrate to the United States. At that point, even if they find out the truth, they won't be able to touch us. Theodore smiled confidently. Exactly. Investigations like this take months. We don't even need that long, 1 week will be enough. Then his tone turned serious. Reuben, remember this, the biggest threat isn't the Ito family, it's Charlie. That guy is dangerous and unpredictable. You must make sure he doesn't sense anything. If you're alone in Japan and he decides to act, I won't be able to save you from here. Reuben immediately replied, Don't worry, Dad. I've been extremely careful. I'm acting completely normal around Charlie, and I've got trusted people guarding my room. I've also checked thoroughly for any listening devices. There's no way he'll find out. Theodore laughed. Good. Just stay put at the hotel and wait for my instructions. Chapter 2103. Knowing that his father already had a complete plan in place, Reuben finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. What he and his father truly wanted was not the title of head of the Moore family, but control over the vast majority of the family's assets. Ideally, after dealing with Jasmine, fully taking over the Moore family would be the best possible outcome. But if that proved impossible, securing most of the assets alone would still be enough to satisfy both father and son. That was precisely why Theodore was not overly worried about Jasmine's murder being exposed. What truly concerned him was when it might be exposed. He needed enough time, enough of a window, to eliminate Master Moore, liquidate the Moore family's assets, and escape to the United States. The length of that window was the key issue. At the same time, the company was also making internal arrangements to maximize the value of its products and services. Only after settling matters with Master Moore could Theodore safely return home. Leaving Reuben behind in Japan for too long was no different from leaving a hostage in enemy territory. In ancient times, hostile nations often exchanged hostages to maintain fragile peace agreements. Such hostages were usually princes sent to rival states as guarantees of good faith. If war broke out, those hostages could be executed at any moment. Theodore feared exactly this. If Reuben stayed in Tokyo too long and Charlie uncovered the truth, whether he chose to take Reuben hostage or simply kill him to avenge Jasmine, it would be catastrophic. What neither Theodore nor Reuben realized was that their entire conversation had already been closely monitored by the Ito family's ninjas. Once the call ended, the full recording was immediately sent to Nanako's phone. Nanako played it for Charlie at once. As he listened, his expression darkened and a deep frown formed between his brows. Standing beside him, Nanako said firmly, Charlie, it's obvious now. Reuben is the one behind all of this. Charlie smiled faintly and replied calmly, it's not about guessing. There's a simple rule, when the real culprit is hidden, the person who benefits the most is usually the murderer. He continued, Reuben is the eldest son and eldest grandson of the Moore family. Under normal circumstances, his father would inherit the family leadership and eventually pass it down to him. But Master Moore chose to hand everything over to Jasmine instead. That decision would naturally breed enormous resentment in both Reuben and his father. So if Jasmine dies, the people who benefit the most are precisely Reuben and Theodore. That alone makes them the prime suspects. Nanako thought for a moment before nodding. You're right. Profit is often the strongest motive behind any crime. Charlie's eyes turned cold as he said, they wanted that property, but they probably never imagined they'd end up murdering Jasmine and plotting against their own father and grandfather at the same time. It's utterly disgusting. Nanako asked quickly, so what do you plan to do next, Charlie? should I detain Reuben and force his father to confess? Charlie smirked. That method has its advantages, but it also carries serious risks. Nanako asked, puzzled, what risks? Charlie replied gravely, if Theodore is truly heartless enough to sacrifice his own son, then even killing Reuben won't stop him. Chapter 2104. Nanako asked again, Charlie, then what exactly are you planning to do? Charlie chuckled softly. I plan to give them a will-o'-the-wisp. A will-o'-the-wisp? Nanako exclaimed in surprise. Charlie, what kind of will-o'-the-wisp are you talking about? Smiling faintly, Charlie explained, didn't Reuben and his father already assume that Jasmine was as good as dead? And didn't they believe they could easily turn Master Moore into an Alzheimer's patient? If I let them believe that the search in Tokyo has turned up nothing, don't you think they'll finally relax? Nanako nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. Those two bastards would probably pop champagne to celebrate. Charlie grinned. Now imagine this, just as they're celebrating, they suddenly learn that Master Moore never developed dementia and that Jasmine is still alive. Nanako pressed her lips together, smiling slightly. That kind of emotional whiplash would destroy them. Charlie nodded. Exactly. I want them to taste both joy and despair. With that, he pulled out his phone and called Master Moore. As soon as the call connected, Master Moore asked anxiously, Charlie, have you found any clues about Jasmine? Old Master, Charlie said calmly, I'm calling to discuss something extremely important with you. Master Moore replied urgently, what is it? Tell me. Charlie asked, is now a good time to talk? Yes. Master Moore said at once. I'm in my room. It's soundproofed and completely secure. Charlie said seriously, what I'm about to tell you may sound shocking, maybe even unbelievable. But you must trust me and follow my instructions exactly. If you do, not only will Jasmine survive, but the entire Moore family will be safe. Hearing this, Master Moore replied excitedly, Master Wade, I will obey every word you say. Charlie continued without pause, I need you to retrieve the rejuvenation pill I gave Jasmine. Use a razor blade to scrape off 1/5 of it, dissolve it in water, and drink it. Master Moore was stunned. Master Wade, why should I take the rejuvenation pill? And why only 1/5? What's your intention? Charlie answered directly, that 1/5 dose will make you immune to most poisons for the next 48 hours. Master Moore was shocked. Master Wade, are you saying someone is trying to poison me? Charlie said bluntly, Old Master, you need to watch your eldest son very carefully. Based on what I've learned, he's likely planning to use a nerve-destroying drug to damage your brain. So take the pill in advance. When you meet him, eat or drink whatever he gives you. At the same time, act confused, pretend you don't remember things when necessary. Charlie added plainly, in short, you'll be pretending to be an Alzheimer's patient in front of Theodore. Master Moore was horrified. Charlie, are you saying Theodore wants to kill me? Charlie did not mince words. Based on everything I know, yes. You must stay alert and see exactly what kind of dirty tricks they plan to use. Chapter 2105. Oris Hill, Moore family residence. The moment Theodore returned, a powerful sense of unease surged through him. He found Master Moore deep in thought, his face filled with worry over Jasmine's fate. Master Moore looked at his eldest son, confusion churning in his heart. He found it hard, almost impossible, to accept the terrifying possibility that the son he had raised for more than 50 years might be plotting his own death. If such an accusation had come from anyone else, Master Moore would have dismissed it without hesitation. But when Charlie raised the issue, Master Moore could not ignore it, no matter how unbelievable it sounded. He knew very well that Master Wade was no ordinary man. With Charlie's capabilities and integrity, he would never make such claims lightly. Since Charlie had spoken, there had to be solid evidence behind it. With that realization, Master Moore carefully examined Theodore and silently warned himself, I must be cautious from now on. I can't afford even the slightest carelessness. With that thought, he stood up and said to Theodore, Theodore, Jasmine's situation has completely worn me out. I'm not feeling well at all. Now that you're back, help me handle the major matters for the time being. I need to rest, my body can't take much more. Theodore immediately responded, Dad, I'll help you back to your room. Master Moore waved his hand dismissively. No need. You should contact Ruben and ask about the situation in Japan. Have there been any updates on Jasmine? Inform me the moment you hear anything. After saying that, he turned to the housekeeper and said, Oscar, help me back to my room. Oscar nodded quickly and stepped forward respectfully. Yes, Master. As Master Moore stood up, he looked at Theodore and said in a heavy tone, Theodore, once your brother is gone, Jasmine will be the only bloodline he leaves behind. No matter what, you must bring her back safely. Otherwise, I won't be able to face your late brother, or her. Do you understand? For a brief instant, embarrassment flashed across Theodore's eyes, but he quickly regained control and replied solemnly, Don't worry, Dad. I'll do everything I can. Master Moore nodded faintly, though sorrow weighed heavily on his heart. This was a test. If Theodore truly had a conscience left, then even if he was involved, he would not harm his niece and would at least honor his dead brother. But if Theodore remained cold and continued plotting, Master Moore was fully prepared to cut him off completely. Over the past few years, the company had been quietly developing a new product. The moment Master Moore entered his room, his entire demeanor changed. The weakness vanished from his face, replaced by sharp clarity. In a cold voice, he said to Oscar, Oscar, close the door and come with me to the study. I have something important to discuss. Master Moore's room was enormous, consisting of a private suite with a sitting area, bedroom, living room, and study, ensuring absolute privacy. The first step was to inspect everything thoroughly. He needed to grasp what was truly happening within his own home. Chapter 2106. In his prime, Master Moore had always been decisive and ruthless when it came to action. For the past 2 years, the company had been steadily developing a new product. Whenever Master Moore was about to make a major move, he displayed the same calm intensity and iron resolve that he showed now. Oscar hurried after him into the study. Once the door was closed, Master Moore's first words shocked him. Oscar, activate the internal surveillance system. From this moment on, I want to monitor Theodore's every move. Oscar's entire body stiffened. Before moving into this villa, Master Moore had personally instructed Oscar to hire the most elite security firm available to secretly install a comprehensive surveillance system inside the house. A total of 4 systems had been installed. The first was a standard family security system, designed to prevent theft and external intrusions. The second was an outdoor surveillance system that monitored every inch of the villa, inside and out, around the clock, without a single blind spot. The third was an emergency escape system, designed to ensure the owner could flee quickly in the event of sudden danger or natural disasters. These 3 systems were known to the Moore family. But the 4th system was a secret known only to Master Moore and Oscar. It was the internal surveillance system. This system covered every corner of the villa with concealed cameras, providing 360-degree monitoring at all times. The devices were so well hidden that even after 10 years, they were nearly impossible to detect. Each camera was also equipped with high-precision directional microphones, capable of capturing even faint sounds with crystal clarity. Master Moore had never installed this system to spy on his family. He had done it after witnessing countless powerful families torn apart by greed, siblings betraying one another, children turning on parents, and blood relations destroying each other over money and power. Ironically, despite being active for years, the system had never once been used. Master Moore was a principled man. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never invade the privacy of his children and grandchildren. But now, things were different. Charlie had clearly warned him that Theodore was not only connected to Jasmine's murder but was also planning to poison him. That alone was enough to force his hand. Oscar swallowed hard and asked nervously, Master, why activate the internal monitoring system all of a sudden? Is something seriously wrong within the family? Master Moore nodded slowly. Oscar, we've known each other for many years. When trouble arises within the family, you are the one I trust most. I'm going to pretend I have Alzheimer's. What? Oscar exclaimed in shock. This. Master, you can't be serious, can you? Master Moore said gravely, how could I joke about something like this? If Master Wade hadn't warned me, I would never have believed it myself. Oscar thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. Master Wade is not an ordinary person. If he said it, there must be a reason. You must take this extremely seriously. Master Moore sighed. Exactly. Since this came from Master Wade, I won't treat it lightly. That's why I must activate the internal surveillance system, to see exactly what Theodore is doing and saying when I'm not around. Chapter 2107. Managing a large family is much like ruling a nation. When observing the conflicts within major families, it closely resembles the ancient struggles among princes recorded in history books. In those times, princes were often willing to kill their own brothers, or even their fathers, in order to seize the throne. Such cruelty is far from rare in modern society, especially among wealthy families whose assets exceed hundreds of millions. Although the Moore family had always appeared united and harmonious on the surface, Master Moore had long harbored a deep sense of caution. Now, the internal surveillance system he had painstakingly prepared was proving its true worth. Oscar quickly walked to the bookshelf and located a hidden switch. When he pressed it, the bookshelf slowly slid to the left, revealing a massive wall-mounted screen concealed behind it. Oscar immediately powered on the display and turned to Master Moore. Master, please authenticate. Master Moore nodded and took out his phone, opening an inconspicuous application. This application was the control hub for the internal monitoring system. Access required a triple-layer authentication process comparable to that of top-tier banking software, facial recognition, a password, and a real-time verification code sent to a mobile phone. A single mistake would result in immediate failure. Once authentication was complete, the wall screen lit up, displaying a grid of 210 separate video feeds. Each feed corresponded to a camera installed at a different location within the villa. Master Moore selected 4 of them. Instantly, the remaining screens disappeared, and the chosen 4 expanded for detailed viewing. They showed Theodore's bedroom, study, living room, and private gym. At that moment, Theodore had just entered his room. He walked through the living area and flopped lazily onto his bed, his posture relaxed and carefree. Seeing this, Master Moore's last shred of hope was crushed. Earlier, he had still clung to the possibility that Charlie might be mistaken. But now, watching Theodore stretch out comfortably with his legs crossed, he knew something was terribly wrong. If his niece's life was truly hanging by a thread in a foreign country, there was no way Theodore should look this relaxed. Master Moore pointed at the screen and said coldly to Oscar, "Look at this bastard." In front of me, he acted worried and grief-stricken. It was all a fucking performance. This smug face is his real reaction. He's happy. Extremely happy. Oscar nodded gravely. It seems Master Wade was absolutely right. The eldest young master is definitely plotting something sinister. He added, "Master, this internal surveillance system won't just expose their schemes, it can also record ironclad evidence of their crimes. Your foresight was extraordinary." Master Moore let out a long sigh. Our ancestors said that only those who are constantly wary can survive. A man who ignores danger is no different from livestock waiting to be slaughtered. In this cruel world, vigilance is the only way to stay alive. Then he added bitterly, "I just never imagined that my fears would come true like this." At that moment, a ringtone echoed from the speakers. It was Theodore's phone ringing. Chapter 2108. Lying comfortably on his bed, Theodore answered the call with a grin. "Reuben, I'm back home." "Relax." The old man didn't notice a damn thing. He's probably just exhausted from staying up late and went back to his room to rest. Through the high-fidelity directional microphone, Reuben's voice was clearly captured. "Dad, when are you planning to drug the old man?" Smiling coldly, Theodore replied, "No rush. I already had the kitchen prepare a bowl of bird's nest stew for your grandfather. I'll mix the medicine into it before bringing it to him, and I'll personally watch him drink every last drop." Reuben quickly asked, "How fast will the drug take effect?" Theodore answered, "Time is tight. I'll increase the dosage. It should kick in within 1 or 2 hours after he drinks it. Reuben burst out excitedly, that's perfect. Once the old man turns into an Alzheimer's patient, he won't be able to control the Moore family anymore. Theodore nodded. Get a good rest tonight. If that Charlie asks you to do anything, just go along with it, don't hesitate and don't raise suspicion. Once I successfully turn the old man into a brain-dead wreck, I'll call you back, and you can fly straight to Oris Hill. Alright, Dad. I'll wait for your good news. Reuben said eagerly. Hearing every word, Master Moore felt his blood boil. Unbelievable. This fucking animal is actually trying to poison me. I'm his biological father. And he wants to drug me just to steal the family fortune. Master Moore trembled violently with rage. He stood up, pointed at Theodore on the screen, and roared. I, Moore Tianhao, have lived an upright life, but I never imagined I would give birth to such a monstrous bastard. If I had known he would grow into this, I would have strangled him in his fucking cradle. And that little piece of shit, Reuben. I've loved him since the day he was born, yet he's willing to commit patricide for money. Oscar was equally shocked and furious, but he quickly stepped forward to support the old man. Master, now isn't the time to lose control. We need a plan. After a brief pause, he added urgently, you must not touch that bird's nest stew under any circumstances. Not only that, everything you eat or drink from now on must be strictly monitored. We cannot give him even the slightest chance. Master Moore shook his head slowly. Oscar, if I act overly cautious, he'll realize he's been exposed and become even more ruthless. If I stall too long, he won't just want to drug me, he'll want me dead. Oscar asked anxiously, Master, are you saying we should let them do whatever they want? Master Moore nodded heavily. I have the rejuvenation pill Master Wade gave me. He told me it would neutralize poison. I trust him completely. I'll pretend to be the fool. Hearing this, Oscar finally relaxed. Thank heavens for Master Wade. Master Moore gave a bitter smile. Indeed. If not for him, I'd probably be nothing but a pile of bones by now, dead who knows how many times over. Oscar nodded respectfully. Old Master, you've done good all your life. Perhaps Master Wade is the protector heaven sent to guard you. Master Moore gave a cold smile and said, if I'm going to play this role, I must act it convincingly. When the time comes, you must not slip up even once. Those two bastards know you're my most trusted man. If they question you, use your head and deal with them carefully. Say what you can say. Say what you must say. But never say what you shouldn't. Especially the existence of this internal surveillance system, it must remain absolutely secret. Do you understand? Chapter 2109. After listening to Master Moore's explanation, Oscar nodded earnestly. Master, don't worry. I'll remember everything you've said. With that reassurance, Master Moore felt somewhat relieved. He waved his hand faintly and said, Oscar, I'm a bit tired now. You should go and take care of your duties while I rest for a bit. Oscar, looking a little anxious, replied, Master, why don't you go to your bedroom to rest? I'll keep watch out here in the living room. I just don't feel comfortable otherwise. Master Moore gave a bittersweet smile and asked, are you worried you might not be here when they try to drug me? Yes, Oscar's eyes glistened with emotion as he spoke seriously. Master Wade is undoubtedly powerful, but I can't help fearing unforeseen changes. Old Master Moore smiled calmly. You needn't worry. Some things are beyond your control, so it's best to leave them to someone more capable and trust that person completely. He continued, think of it like your initial skydiving lessons. When you first begin, you must rely on your instructor until you've accumulated enough jumps. Each time you leap from the plane, your safety is in their hands. At that moment, all you can do is trust them completely and let the professionals handle their expertise. Oscar understood that the professional Master Moore referred to was Master Wade. He nodded gently and said, Master, I'll follow your advice. Master Moore acknowledged him with a slight nod and instructed, when you step outside, focus on what you need to do. Don't come to me unless I call for you or if it's something truly important. Okay, Master, Oscar responded quickly. You rest for a while, and I'll head out. With a soft sigh, Master Moore waved him off. Alright, go. Once Oscar left, Master Moore turned his attention to the monitor, watching his son, whom he had raised for 50 years. The more he observed, the more he felt that the man on the screen was becoming an increasingly unfamiliar figure. In the video, Theodore was restlessly toying with a drug. His expression showed no hesitation, only excitement that he struggled to suppress. Master Moore's heart sank. He became increasingly certain that his son harbored little affection or kindness toward him. An hour later, Theodore, unable to restrain himself any longer, stood up and headed toward the back kitchen. The chef had followed his orders and was gently simmering an iced sugar bird's nest. As soon as Theodore arrived, he asked, "Is the bird's nest for the master ready?" The chef replied nervously, "Back to the eldest young master, it still needs about 10 more minutes." Theodore waved his hand impatiently. "No more waiting. The old master is hungry and needs to regain his strength. Serve me a bowl, I'll take it to him myself." The chef dared not argue. He quickly prepared a bowl and carefully placed it on a tray. "Young master, the bowl is very hot. Please be careful." Theodore nodded, took the tray, and returned to his room first. Once inside, he retrieved the medicine he had prepared earlier and poured all of the medicinal liquid into the bird's nest. Master Moore, witnessing this scene, could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Alone in the study, he murmured to himself, "Theodore, we have been father and son for 50 years, but from this day forward, our bond is severed. Everything from the past is like fleeting clouds, once blown away, it is entirely gone." He stood up, turned off the monitoring system, and restored the study to its original state. He also completely deleted the software on his phone that authorized the internal monitoring system. From now on, he resolved to follow Master Wade's guidance to the letter. Chapter 21:10. After Theodore had taken the drugs and before Charlie returned, he was officially identified as an Alzheimer's patient. An individual with Alzheimer's cannot operate a cell phone, which meant it was best not to touch one at all during this period. To be safe, it was wiser to remove the software entirely. Master Moore then took the rejuvenation pill, scraped off a thin layer from its surface, soaked it in water, and swallowed it. Immediately afterward, he returned to his bed and lay down. At that moment, the visual screen beside the bed flickered to life, revealing Theodore's image, accompanied by the cheerful melody of Turkish march. This was the doorbell ringing in Master Moore's room. Because his suite was quite expansive, it was often difficult to hear someone knocking while in the bedroom or study. That was why he had installed a visual doorbell system. Seeing that his eldest son was standing outside his room with a bowl of drugged bird's nest, Master Moore let out a soft sigh and pressed the answer button. "Theodore, is something wrong?" Theodore quickly replied to the camera, "Dad, are you still asleep?" Master Moore feigned exhaustion and said, "I just fell asleep, and you woke me up. What's so urgent?" In a hurry, Theodore explained, "Dad, I noticed you looked tired, so I asked the kitchen to prepare a bowl of iced sugar bird's nest for you. I want you to drink it while it's warm so you can regain your strength." Master Moore responded with a soft then said, "You're very thoughtful. Come in." He pressed the button to unlock the door. As soon as Theodore heard the click, he pushed the door open, passed through the living room, and entered the bedroom. Approaching the bed, concern filled his face. "Dad, how are you feeling?" Master Moore replied absent-mindedly, "It's fine. I was just resting my eyes." Then he asked eagerly, "How is Jasmine? Any news from Japan?" Theodore shook his head, his expression turning strained. "Dad, there's still no significant news from Japan. I'm in constant contact with Ruben, and I've asked him to apply pressure on the Japanese police department. The moment I get any solid leads, I'll inform you immediately." Master Moore nodded, feeling relieved. "I'm glad you're back." Theodore smiled faintly and said, "Dad, iced sugar bird's nest is great for nourishing the blood. Please drink it while it's hot." A trace of sadness flickered through Master Moore's eyes. In the end, his son was still willing to make sacrifices for him. Without hesitation, he sat up and said, "Help me sit for a while. I'll drink it in the living room." Delighted, Theodore replied, "All right, Dad. I'll help you." He supported the old man into the living room and helped him sit down on the sofa. Theodore eagerly handed over the bowl and said respectfully, "Dad, please drink it while it's hot." Master Moore took the bowl without hesitation, sipped from it, and exclaimed, "This tastes wonderful. You really put a lot of thought into it." Theodore was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything was going. He smiled and said, "Dad, why are you being so polite with me? This is what I should be doing. What you should do." Old Master Moore chuckled and nodded seriously. Suppressing the sorrow in his heart, he laughed loudly and said, "That's right. It is exactly what you should do. I, Lord Moore, have raised an excellent son. Ha ha ha." Chapter 21:11. Master Moore's sudden display of emotion made Theodore feel somewhat guilty. However, after observing the old man more closely, he noticed that nothing seemed out of place, which eased his concerns. Theodore recalled that he had rarely ever disobeyed Master Moore. Even though he harbored thoughts of handing the leadership of the Moore family to Jasmine, he had never openly opposed the old master. This led him to believe that Master Moore shouldn't harbor any suspicions toward him. With a slight smile and a respectful expression, he said, "Dad, make sure you drink it while it's still hot. I'll have the kitchen prepare a bowl of Buddha's jumping wall for you this evening to help restore your strength." Master Moore nodded faintly and remained silent as he gulped down the entire bowl of bird's nest. Watching the old man finish everything, Theodore finally felt relieved. He thought to himself, "Jasmine's fate is hanging by a thread, and the old man is clearly losing his grip on reality. The Moore family is no longer a threat to me. By tradition, the eldest son inherits everything. Since you insist on pushing this troublesome mess onto me, don't blame me for being ruthless." With a smile, he added aloud, "Dad, take your time resting. I'll step outside to call Reuben and check on his progress." The old master nodded slightly, allowing Theodore to leave. Once outside, Theodore didn't immediately contact Reuben. Instead, he summoned one of his subordinates and instructed him sternly, "From now on, keep a close watch on the old master. I want to know everything he does and says. Do you understand?" The subordinate nodded quickly. "Understood, milord." Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Master Moore suddenly felt a sharp, splitting headache, as if his entire brain were being torn apart. However, moments later, a warm current spread through his body, swiftly driving the pain away. He immediately understood that the headache was caused by the neurotoxin Theodore had given him. The warmth, on the other hand, came from the rejuvenation pill he had taken earlier. The old man reflected silently. It seems Charlie was right. The rejuvenation pill truly neutralizes toxins. Since I've resisted the neurotoxin, I must pretend to be confused for the next 24 hours. I can't let anyone detect anything abnormal before Charlie returns. Taking advantage of his brief clarity, he pulled out his phone and researched Alzheimer's disease. He learned that Alzheimer's causes memory loss, cognitive decline, and difficulties with speech and vision. In its advanced stages, it can lead to severe symptoms such as incontinence, body rigidity, and a vacant, lifeless stare. After reading this, Master Moore thought grimly, "To convince that bastard I've truly developed Alzheimer's, I must show severe dementia symptoms. Only then will he completely lower his guard." An hour later, Theodore had been carefully watching the time. When nearly an hour and a half had passed since the old man took the drug, he felt it was time to check on him. He arrived at Master Moore's door and pressed the doorbell, but there was no response. Thrilled inside, he kept his expression steady and pressed it again. Still, there was silence. Pretending to panic, he shouted loudly, "Someone! Get over here!" Chapter 21:12. Immediately, several servants rushed over and asked anxiously, "Young master, what's wrong?" Theodore replied urgently, "I rang my father's doorbell several times, but there was no response. I'm worried something may have happened. Hurry, help me break down the door. Hearing this, the servants grew tense. One of them quickly stepped forward. I'll do it. Another followed. I'll help too. At that moment, Oscar overheard the commotion and rushed over, his voice shaking with worry. Young master, what happened to the master? Theodore turned to him and said urgently. Oscar, you're just in time. My father hasn't responded at all. I'm afraid he's had an accident. Oscar's heart pounded. He knew Theodore must have already drugged the old master. Anger, sorrow, and anxiety surged through him all at once. Unsure whether Charlie's method would truly save Master Moore, he hid his emotions and urged firmly. Then hurry up and break the door down. The servants charged together, slamming into the door again and again. After several heavy impacts, the door finally burst open with a loud crash. Without hesitation, Theodore pushed past everyone and rushed into the bedroom, shouting. Dad! Dad! Are you okay? When he flung the bedroom door open, the scene before him caused him to freeze. Oscar and the servants rushed in behind him, their faces filled with shock. Master Moore stood by the edge of the bed, his expression utterly confused. Seeing so many people rush in, Master Moore panicked and staggered toward the balcony, shouting. Who are you? What are you doing? Theodore felt a surge of joy and relief. The old man really has Alzheimer's. He can't even control his bowels anymore. This is perfect. He stepped forward and said. Dad, don't you recognize me? I'm Theodore. Master Moore felt a wave of fury surge through him, yet he couldn't help admiring his son's shamelessness. This beast is truly something. Even now, he can approach me so naturally in front of everyone. What an act! Mocking himself inwardly, he thought. What's the difference between me and anyone else? To completely fool this beast, I've even had to pretend to be incontinent. I must be far more open-minded than him. Despite the turmoil raging inside him, the performance had to continue. He struggled desperately against Theodore's grip and screamed hoarsely. Help! Someone, kill me! Theodore shouted urgently. Oscar! Get the car! Take my father to the hospital immediately! Hurry! Chapter 21:13. Theodore rushed back to his room to change into fresh clothes while Oscar escorted Lord Moore to the hospital. While changing, Theodore called Reuben to officially inform him of the situation and requested that he return to Oris Hill immediately. Reuben had been anxiously waiting for news, so he promptly arranged for a private jet and prepared for takeoff, planning to depart from Tokyo early the next morning. To avoid arousing Charlie's suspicion, Reuben also made a respectful phone call to him. On the line, he said, Master Wade, my father just informed me that there seems to be a minor issue with my grandfather's health. I need to rush back as soon as possible, so I may leave Tokyo early tomorrow morning. Feigning surprise, Charlie asked. Reuben, what exactly happened to your grandfather? Is it serious? Reuben quickly replied. Master Wade, please don't worry. My dad said it's not too serious, but my grandfather seems a little confused, so I'm hurrying back to check on him. He then added sincerely. Master Wade, I'll have to leave Tokyo temporarily. I'd like to trouble you to continue searching for Wanting and bring Jasmine back to Oris Hill on my behalf. Thank you very much. Charlie responded reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can. Hopefully, I can bring Jasmine back to Oris Hill within a few days. On the other end of the call, Reuben sneered inwardly, thinking. Wade, have you lost your mind? Jasmine has been missing for over 24 hours. Even if she survived the car crash, being stranded in those mountains for that long drastically reduces her chances of survival. He continued mocking silently. Those remote mountains in Nishitama County are full of wild animals. Her body has probably already been torn apart, leaving nothing but bones. You still think you can bring her back to Oris Hill? Keep dreaming. Despite his thoughts, Reuben maintained a respectful tone and said, Master Wade, I truly appreciate your help. Charlie replied casually. No need to be so polite. It's getting late, make sure you rest well tonight and escort Lord Moore back safely. After hanging up, Charlie wiped the smirk from his face, amused by how satisfied Theodore and Reuben must feel at that moment. They likely believed Jasmine was already dead and that Lord Moore's condition had rendered the Moore family powerless and easy prey. Let them enjoy their arrogance. Once Reuben left, Charlie would secretly take Jasmine and slip out of Tokyo, returning to Oris Hill and catching them completely off guard. They would never imagine that the seemingly confused Lord Moore would suddenly turn the tables and crush them in a shocking reversal. At that moment, Nanako Ito ran over and knocked on Charlie's half-open sliding door. She peeked inside and smiled brightly. Charlie, Miss Moore has woken up. Charlie smiled and replied. She finally woke up after sleeping the entire day. Nanako nodded. She must have been terrified last night and completely exhausted from wandering through the mountains, so it's understandable that she needed extra rest. She then added. Oh, Charlie, I've arranged for Miss Moore to visit the hot springs to help her recover. My father also sent over a freshly caught bluefin tuna, and our family prepared 2 bottles of Yamazaki 50. This evening, I'd love for you and Miss Moore to enjoy some sashimi and sushi together. Bluefin tuna is renowned as one of the most expensive fish in the world. Top-grade specimens can fetch around 10 million yen, with prices exceeding $10,000 per kilogram. These figures represent auction prices for the entire fish, not retail cuts. Chapter 21:14. In the past 2 years, a famous Japanese businessman once made headlines by purchasing a massive bluefin tuna weighing 278 kilograms for an astonishing $3.1 million, averaging more than $11,000 per kilogram. When premium bluefin tuna is served in top-tier restaurants, its price can soar even higher. Eating the finest bluefin tuna in luxury establishments is quite literally more expensive than gold. In addition to this delicacy, Yamazaki 50-years-old whiskey is regarded as a national treasure of Japan, with a single bottle selling for more than $3 million. By hosting a banquet featuring such extravagant food and drink, Ito Yuhiko clearly demonstrated how highly he regarded Charlie. By the time Charlie arrived at the restaurant, Ito Yuhiko had already been waiting for quite some time. A massive bluefin tuna lay at the center of a large wooden dining table, its body neatly covered with ice made from pure frozen water. A chef stood beside it, holding a long sashimi knife, prepared to carve the tuna into perfect cuts for the guests. As soon as Charlie entered, Ito Yuhiko greeted him enthusiastically. Mr. Wade, please take a seat. Today you're in for a real treat. This bluefin tuna was caught just an hour ago and is the finest quality in Tokyo this year. Charlie smiled politely and replied. Mr. Ito, you're far too generous. I'm not particularly picky about food, there's no need to go to such trouble. Ito Yuhiko answered solemnly. Mr. Wade, as an honored guest of our family, it's only right that we serve you the very best ingredients and drinks. He then turned to Nanako Ito and asked. Nanako, has Miss Moore finished her hot spring yet? Nanako smiled and replied. Ms. Moore is still soaking. I've already asked someone to bring her over as soon as she's finished. Very well, Ito Yuhiko nodded. Then we'll wait for Miss Moore. At that moment, Charlie remembered something and asked. Mr. Ito, I have a question for you. Without hesitation, Ito Yuhiko said. Mr. Wade, please ask. I'll do my best to help. Charlie continued. If I wanted to leave Japan quietly, without drawing attention from customs, do you have any suggestions? Ito Yuhiko thought for a moment before replying. If you want to avoid attention entirely, smuggling routes would be your best option. Charlie pressed on. What's the most convenient way? Is it actually feasible? Ito Yuhiko explained. There's really only one way, by sea. Japan is an island nation with no land borders. If you want to leave unnoticed, your options are limited to air or sea. Air travel is strictly monitored, so the sea is the only realistic choice. He added. Japan has an extensive coastline and a highly developed shipping industry. Ships come and go constantly, so smuggling by sea isn't particularly difficult. Charlie nodded and said. Mr. Ito, I'd like your help arranging a boat. I plan to take Jasmine back to China. Startled, Ito Yuhiko asked. Smuggle her back? Mr. Wade, that means evading not only Japanese customs but also your own country's inspections. That's no simple matter. Charlie replied calmly. It's manageable. Oris Hill can handle the rest. I'll make all the necessary arrangements. I have very few connections in Japan, you're my only friend here. Can you help me secure a boat so Jasmine and I can leave quietly? Chapter 21:15. Upon hearing Charlie's request, Ito responded without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Wade, arranging a boat is a trivial matter. I can prepare a luxury yacht for you at any time and ensure that you can leave Tokyo by sea without any obstacles. I just need to know when you plan to depart. Charlie asked, how long will the sea journey take to get home? Ito Takehiko explained, luxury yachts are generally quite large. While they offer excellent stability and can withstand rough seas, their speed is somewhat limited. On average, they travel at about 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. From here, you would first need to reach the Yangtze River estuary in Highland Falls City, which is roughly 2,000 kilometers away. That alone will require at least 30 hours of sailing. He continued, however, since this involves smuggling, we'll need additional time to deal with the Coast Guard, and our speed will slow significantly as we approach shore. Therefore, I estimate it will take at least 35 hours to sail from Tokyo to Highland Falls. Charlie frowned slightly. 35 hours, that really is quite long. Ito nodded in agreement. Smuggling is already the fastest option available. You should understand that smuggling is primarily done via sea routes. For example, smuggling goods from Asia to North America can take more than a month at sea. Charlie then asked, that's just the trip to Highland Falls. What about traveling from Highland Falls to Oris Hill? That will take more time, won't it? Ito Yuhiko replied, if you take a boat from Highland Falls to Oris Hill, it will take another 7 to 8 hours. However, if time is critical, I suggest taking a helicopter. That would take just over an hour. Charlie said immediately, in that case, Mr. Ito, please arrange the ship as soon as possible. I want to leave tonight. Both Ito Yuhiko and Nanako Ito were stunned. You want to leave tonight, they exclaimed in unison. Charlie nodded. Ruben has already flown back and reached Oris Hill in just over 2 hours. I can't allow Jasmine to fly directly. Right now, the entire Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department believes Jasmine is missing and possibly dead. They're actively searching for her, and Customs is coordinating with them. If Jasmine suddenly appears at Customs, the police will be alerted immediately, and she could be detained and searched. He continued, moreover, Theodore, Ruben, and Ruben's son are all closely monitoring Jasmine's movements. If she appears at Customs, everything will be exposed. So she must remain missing to the outside world while we quietly leave Japan and return to Oris Hill. Nanako Ito looked somewhat bewildered as her father spoke up. Mr. Wade, since you've already come all this way, why not stay for a couple of days and enjoy yourself as our honored guest? Charlie smiled faintly. I appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Ito, but this matter is extremely urgent. Any delay could cause serious complications in Oris Hill, especially since Jasmine's grandfather is still there. Realizing the severity of the situation, Ito Yuhiko immediately said, I understand. This is indeed urgent. I'll have someone prepare the ship right away and coordinate with the Coast Guard so you can depart around 1 or 2 o'clock tonight. Charlie nodded gratefully. Thank you very much, Mr. Ito. Ito Yuhiko waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for thanks, Mr. Wade. You are a great benefactor to the Ito family. Helping you is only right. As he spoke, he took out his phone to make arrangements. Mr. Wade, I'll handle the calls and make sure everything is ready for your departure. Charlie replied, I also need to make a call to handle some matters back home. He then took out his phone, created a WeChat group chat, added Isaac Cameron and Don Albert, and sent a message. Are you both available? If so, let's have a conference call. Both replied almost instantly. Yes. Charlie initiated the group voice call, and Isaac Cameron and Don Albert joined one after the other. Isaac Cameron spoke first. "Master, what do you need from me?" Chapter 21:16. Don Albert then joined the call and asked, "Master Wade, what are your instructions?" Charlie said calmly, "You're both people I trust. What I'm about to say must remain absolutely confidential. Do you understand?" They answered in unison. "Don't worry. We'll keep it confidential." "Absolutely." Charlie continued. "Theodore and Reuben are about to seize control of the Moore family. You both must contact Theodore and tell him that Lord Moore is unwell and that I intend to visit him. Above all else, keep a close watch on Lord Moore's health and safety." Isaac Cameron exclaimed. "So the Moore family father and son are making a move? Did they also arrange Miss Jasmine's accident in Tokyo?" Charlie replied coldly. "Yes. They planned it themselves." Don Albert clenched his teeth. "Bastards. Those two are completely heartless, even willing to harm their own family. I'll have my men deal with them." Charlie stopped him immediately. "Don't act rashly. I'll handle the father and son myself. Your top priority is to protect Lord Moore." Don Albert suppressed his anger. "Understood, Master Wade. I'll follow your orders." Charlie added, "One more thing. I'll be bringing Jasmine back by sea. The ship will dock at Highland Falls. Isaac, I need you to arrange a helicopter in advance so we can transfer immediately and head to Oris Hill." Isaac responded without hesitation. "No problem, Master. I'll make the arrangements tonight and have the helicopter waiting at Highland Falls." Charlie nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Both of you must closely monitor every move Theodore and Reuben make and report anything unusual to me immediately." After ending the call, Jasmine, who had just finished soaking in the hot spring, hurried over, escorted by a member of the Ito family. She apologized softly. "I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting." Nanako Ito smiled warmly. "Miss Moore, please don't be so polite. We only just sat down." She then stood up and said, "Miss Moore, would you like to sit with me?" Jasmine nodded. "Thank you, Miss Ito." She took a seat beside Nanako. Noticing Jasmine's slightly damp hair, Nanako smiled and remarked, "Miss Moore, your hair is beautiful, so black, shiny, and thick. What do you use to take care of it?" Jasmine smiled faintly. "I usually use a ginger-based shampoo that promotes hair growth. Paired with a nourishing hair mask, it keeps my hair healthy. The brand I use might not be available in Japan, but I can send you some once I return." Nanako's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you so much." Jasmine replied gently. "There's no need to be so formal. You can just call me Jasmine." Nanako shook her head seriously. "But you're older than me. I should call you Sister Jasmine." Chapter 21:17. Nanako Ito was currently in her senior year and was 22 years old, which was roughly the same age as Aurora. Meanwhile, Jasmine was about the same age as Charlie. That meant Jasmine was actually 4 years older than Nanako Ito. Given this, it was perfectly reasonable for Nanako Ito to address Jasmine as her elder sister. Jasmine felt deeply flattered by Nanako Ito's warm and sincere demeanor. As the head of the Ito family, the largest family in Japan, Nanako Ito presided over a household whose strength was at least 10 times greater than that of the Moore family. With such overwhelming influence, Nanako Ito's politeness toward Jasmine and her eagerness to call her sister were genuinely touching, naturally fostering a sense of closeness between them. The two women quickly became engaged in animated conversation, discovering that they shared common ground on many topics. At that moment, Ito Yuihiko returned home. After greeting Jasmine courteously, he said, "Mr. Wade, the arrangements for the ship have been completed. You can board tonight at the Tokyo container port. You're quite lucky, internal sources indicate that the Coast Guard is undergoing equipment overhauls this evening, which will loosen maritime inspections. Tonight is the easiest time to set sail." He continued, I've also coordinated with the Coast Guard. If anything changes, they will not inspect your vessel. Alright, Charlie replied with satisfaction. Mr. Ito has been extremely helpful. Ito Yuihiko waved his hand and said respectfully, Mr. Wade, there's no need to be so polite between us. Jasmine, who had been chatting quietly with Nanako, suddenly looked up and asked Charlie, are we leaving tonight? Charlie nodded. Yes, we'll be departing by boat tonight. A trace of anxiety flashed across Jasmine's face as she asked, Master Wade, did something happen in Oris Hill? Charlie chose not to reveal Theodore and Ruben's plot regarding Lord Moore's medicine. Instead, he smiled reassuringly and said, nothing's wrong. I just want to leave quietly and avoid unnecessary attention. You should go home. Jasmine nodded gratefully. Thank you, Master Wade. She then turned toward Ito Yuihiko and Nanako Ito and bowed slightly. Mr. Ito, Miss Nanako, thank you both for your care and support. Nanako Ito immediately said, Sister Jasmine, there's no need to be so formal with me. You're my elder sister, and we're good friends. This will always be your home. Whenever you come to Japan, please stay with us. She then looked at Charlie and said sincerely, Charlie, this will always be your home in Japan as well. Charlie smiled and nodded. I'll remember that. Ito Yuihiko then added, by the way, Ms. Moore has expressed interest in cooperating with Nippon Steel. Would you like me to invite Watanabe Shinka over tonight to sign the agreement? Jasmine froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Charlie asked calmly, is he trustworthy? Can he keep Jasmine's situation confidential? Ito Yuihiko replied without hesitation, Mr. Wade, you can rest assured. Watanabe Shinka is absolutely reliable. I'll personally make sure he keeps everything confidential. Charlie nodded. In that case, please invite him over and arrange for the contract to be signed tonight. Jasmine quickly said, Master Charlie, is this really appropriate? Although she desperately wanted the cooperation with Nippon Steel, she knew this was not a standard business negotiation, it was a favor from Ito. She worried that Charlie would feel indebted on her behalf. Her emotions surged uncontrollably. Charlie smiled calmly. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. Jasmine wanted to say more, but in the end, she swallowed her words. She knew she already owed Charlie far too much. Her life and her heart belonged to him. With his consent, even her entire existence, and the Moore family, could be his. At that point, counting favors felt meaningless. Chapter 21:18. Charlie suddenly remembered something and turned to Ito Yuihiko. Mr. Ito, I need your help with one more thing. Without hesitation, Ito Yuihiko replied, of course. What do you need? Charlie asked, do you remember the vice president of Nippon Steel who was involved with wanting? His surname is Hashimoto, correct? That's right, Ito Yuihiko nodded. His name is Hashimoto Kinsey. Charlie sneered faintly and said, send a few ninjas to capture him. Don't bring him here, take him straight to the dock, lock him in a cabin, and ship him to Oris Hill. Understood, Mr. Wade, Ito Yuihiko replied immediately. I'll make the arrangements. Although Hashimoto Kinsey was a vice president of Nippon Steel and considered reasonably good-looking, he was nothing compared to the Ito family. He usually traveled with only a driver and 2 bodyguards, so capturing him with a few ninjas posed no difficulty at all. Ito Yuihiko moved swiftly. He dispatched the family's ninjas to seize Hashimoto Kinsey and simultaneously contacted Nippon Steel's chairman, Shinwa Watanabe, inviting him over for a discussion. Despite being the chairman, Shinwa Watanabe held Ito Yuihiko in extremely high regard. He drove over immediately after receiving the call. Since they lived close to each other, he arrived at the Ito residence within 10 minutes. The moment Watanabe stepped inside and saw Ito Yuihiko, he hurried forward and said politely, Brother Ito, I wasn't expecting to be summoned so late. How may I assist you? Ito Yuihiko smiled faintly and joked, I hope I didn't interrupt anything important with your wife? Watanabe forced an awkward smile, a trace of loneliness flashing across his face. Although he was about the same age as Ito Yuihiko and still physically strong, he was burdened by an unspeakable personal problem. Everything in his life appeared perfect, yet his performance in intimate matters had steadily declined. In the past, he and his wife were intimate at least 3 times a week, and their relationship was harmonious. Over the last 2 years, however, that number dropped from 3 times a week to once a week, then once every 2 weeks. Now, there were months when nothing happened at all. He had consulted countless hospitals and specialists, only to be told that such issues were not necessarily linked to overall health. Some men in peak physical conditions still struggled, while others who appeared frail performed exceptionally well. Physical fitness did not guarantee strength in this area. The causes could be physiological, neurological, or psychological, making treatment extremely difficult. In the end, even vast wealth could not necessarily solve such a problem. Ashamed and deeply troubled, Watanabe never told anyone, not even Ito, about his predicament. However, Charlie noticed the sadness flickering in Watanabe's expression. After a brief observation, he immediately understood the root of the man's suffering. Chapter 21:19. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Ito Yuhiko and Watanabe Shinka, Ito Yuhiko steered the conversation toward the real purpose of the meeting. "Shinwa, I invited you here today for 2 reasons," Ito Yuhiko said. "First, I'd like you to try some premium bluefin tuna and sample a bottle of 50-year-old Yamazaki whiskey." Watanabe Shinka smiled and asked curiously, "And the second reason?" Ito Yuhiko grinned. "Aren't you interested in establishing a joint venture in China? I can introduce you to an excellent partner, Miss Jasmine from the Moore Group." As he spoke, Ito gestured toward Jasmine, who was seated at the dining table. Only then did Watanabe Shinka truly notice her. His eyes widened in shock. "Moore. Miss Moore," he blurted out. "Wasn't it reported on the news that she went missing after that accident? How could she possibly be here?" Ito Yuhiko immediately clarified, "Miss Moore is a distinguished guest of my family. She encountered an emergency situation that required her whereabouts to remain confidential due to its sensitive nature. Shinwa, you must keep this strictly confidential. Do you understand?" Watanabe Shinka nodded repeatedly, his expression solemn. "Brother Ito, don't worry. I won't say a single word." Satisfied, Ito Yuhiko smiled. "Good. In that case, you'll represent Nippon Steel and sign the cooperation agreement with Miss Moore." He then added in a serious tone, "Shinwa, I'm counting on you to make appropriate concessions in the cooperation terms." Without the slightest hesitation, Watanabe Shinka replied, "Brother Ito, since you've spoken, I'll definitely offer the best terms possible." At that moment, Jasmine stood up and addressed him politely. "Mr. Watanabe, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Jasmine. I look forward to working with you in the future." Watanabe Shinka nodded with a smile. "Miss Moore, since you're Brother Ito's honored guest, you're also my honored guest. In our overseas collaborations, Nippon Steel usually insists on majority control. However, since Brother Ito has spoken, we'll make things simple. You'll hold 51% of the shares, and we'll take 49%. How does that sound?" Jasmine's original goal in coming to Japan was precisely to secure a controlling stake in cooperation with Nippon Steel. Hearing that the Moore Group would hold 51% instantly thrilled her. Previously, she had spent a long time negotiating with Hashimoto, hoping to achieve a 50-50 partnership, but he had never agreed. Now, Watanabe Shinka had granted her the controlling share without hesitation. Overjoyed, Jasmine bowed deeply. "Mr. Watanabe, thank you very much. The Moore Group will definitely not disappoint you." Watanabe Shinka smiled knowingly and pointed toward Ito Yuhiko beside him. "Miss Moore, you should really thank Brother Ito. Since he has given his word, I naturally had no objections." To Watanabe Shinka, whether Jasmine owed him a favor was irrelevant. What truly mattered was ensuring that Ito Yuhiko remembered this goodwill. It would pay off sooner or later. Hearing this, Jasmine turned toward Ito Yuhiko with genuine gratitude. "Mr. Ito, thank you so much for your help." Ito Yuhiko immediately waved his hand and said, "Miss Moore, if we're being honest, the real person you should thank is Mr. Wade." Charlie watched the exchange with a faint smile. He understood their unspoken calculations perfectly. Watanabe Shinka was honoring Ito Yuhiko's influence, while Ito Yuhiko was leveraging his authority for mutual benefit. Chapter 21:20. If that was the case, then Charlie would simply take both favors upon himself. Since the burden rested on him anyway, there was no need for Jasmine to feel indebted all the time. To avoid sleepless nights and troubled dreams, it was best to settle everything before leaving Japan. With that in mind, Charlie turned to Jasmine and Nanako Ito. "Jasmine, Nanako, could you excuse me for a moment? I need to discuss something privately with the gentleman." Nanako Ito stood up immediately and smiled. "Sister Jasmine, do you like puppies?" Jasmine nodded enthusiastically. "I love them." Nanako Ito beamed. "I have several purebred Akita dogs at home, including 6 adorable puppies that are just 2 months old. They're in the East Courtyard. Would you like to see them?" Jasmine's eyes lit up. "That sounds wonderful. Let's go right now." "All right." Hand in hand, Nanako Ito and Jasmine walked away together. Charlie then turned his attention back to Watanabe Shinka and said with a smile, "Mr. Watanabe, Jasmine is a close friend of mine. I'd appreciate it if you could be even more accommodating in this cooperation, especially considering her 51% controlling stake." Watanabe immediately responded ingratiatingly, "Oh, this is all thanks to Brother Ito's influence." Charlie raised his hand to stop him and said calmly, "Mr. Watanabe, this has nothing to do with Mr. Ito. What matters is your own interest. I'm suggesting that you make a greater concession. What do you think?" Watanabe Shinka froze, his mind racing. "Consider my own interests? Make a greater concession? What exactly does he mean?" Confused, he asked, "Mr. Wade, could you be more specific?" Charlie smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Watanabe, you've been quite concerned about your health lately, haven't you?" Watanabe Shinka reacted instantly. "No. I'm in excellent health. I work out regularly, unlike many middle-aged men who let themselves go." Charlie nodded. "Exercise is certainly beneficial. But since we're all men here and there are no women present, I'll speak plainly. Your marital life over the past 2 years hasn't been very coordinated, has it?" The color drained from Watanabe Shinka's face. Shock, panic, and deep embarrassment flooded his expression. "This is my most private issue, only my wife and my doctor know about it." "How the hell does Charlie know?" Ito Yuhiko looked stunned and asked, "Shinwa, you're still young. Is there really something wrong?" Red-faced, Watanabe Shinka scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "Mr. Wade, you're truly terrifying. How could you possibly see something like this at a glance?" Charlie smiled calmly and said, "In ancient Chinese medicine, there's a theory that humans possess 3 fundamental energies: blood qi, vitality, and essence. Blood qi governs the exterior, vitality governs the interior, and essence is directly tied to intimacy. Strong blood qi and abundant vitality are good things, but they don't necessarily mean your essence is strong. Even if you appear full of vitality, your essence may already be depleted. And without essence, no matter how strong the body looks, it will still fail when it truly matters." At that moment, Watanabe Shinka swallowed his embarrassment and blurted out, "Mr. Wade, since you can see through my problems so clearly, do you think you could help me?" Chapter 21:21. Charlie gazed at Watanabe Shinka, his face lighting up with excitement and anticipation. He tapped his finger on the table twice and smiled. "Mr. Watanabe, Charlie, never make claims without certainty. If I say I can cure it, then of course you know I can." Immediately, Watanabe Shinka's eyes lit up with hope. "Mr. Wade, if you can truly cure me, I will agree to any conditions you set." Though Watanabe Shinka may not possess the immense wealth of Ito Takehiko, he was still among Japan's elite in terms of riches. At this stage of his life, accumulating more wealth was no longer his primary goal. His main desire was simply to enjoy life. Ironically, in the pursuit of enjoyment, he found himself losing the very health needed to truly savor it. This burden had become an unbearable weight. Yet hidden ailments often elude even the wealthiest. No matter how rich, some conditions cannot be remedied by money alone. Charlie regarded Watanabe Shinka calmly and gestured toward Ito Yuhiko. Mr. Watanabe, considering your cooperation with Miss Moore and for Mr. Ito's sake, I can cure your hidden illness. However, I do have one request. Eagerly, Watanabe Shinka replied, I'm open to any request you have. Charlie paused briefly, then said, it pertains to the cooperation terms between you and Miss Moore. I need you to make a slight concession. Watanabe Shinka nodded vigorously. Whatever you need for concessions, just tell me. Charlie smiled. Here's my proposal, both of you will invest equally, but the equity distribution will be skewed. Miss Moore's Moore Group will hold 60% of the joint venture. Are you agreeable to this? Hearing this, Ito Yuhiko felt momentarily blindsided. Charlie is being clever, he thought. Suggesting a 50-50 investment but demanding a 60-40 share? He's effectively taking an extra 10%. Moreover, this isn't a trivial project. We're talking about a steel company requiring an investment of 20 to 30 billion yuan. Losing 10% means giving up 2 to 3 billion yuan. Despite this, Watanabe Shinka nodded without hesitation. Mr. Wade, as long as you can heal me, I have no objections to your terms. In recent years, Watanabe Shinka had exhausted all hope in seeking medical solutions. Before meeting Charlie, he had already concluded that he would willingly part with 10% or even 20% of his fortune just to regain the joy and meaning of life. Wealth at that level was merely numbers, only reclaiming vitality could restore true enjoyment. Giving up 10% of the shares to regain even half of his vitality was a deal he considered more than worthwhile. Charlie nodded. I have a medicine here. You can take it, and it will work. Then he turned to Ito Takehiko. Mr. Ito has also been a significant help to me and Ms. Moore during this process. As I mentioned, I will help you regain your health before I leave. You will also receive treatment. Hearing this, Ito Yuhiko's excitement surged. The transformation in my daughter, Nanako, speaks volumes about Charlie's abilities. He thought. The injury my daughter suffered was deemed untreatable by top doctors, yet Charlie healed her. If he could do that, surely restoring my weakened condition will be easy. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Mr. Wade, I truly appreciate your help. Charlie smiled casually. Please wait a moment, I will prepare the medicine. Chapter 21-22. Charlie stood up and made his way to the room prepared by the Ito family. Once there, he picked up 2 clean glasses from the coffee table and filled each halfway with water. After pouring the water, he retrieved a rejuvenation pill from his pocket. Carefully, he scraped off a portion of the powder, which dissolved completely the instant it touched the water. In total, he added 1/10 of the pill to the 2 glasses of water. Charlie was not being stingy. The reason for the small dose was simple: the 2 men had different conditions, requiring different amounts. First, there was Ito Takehiko, fragile from injuries, trauma from the accident, and the vitality lost following his amputation surgery. A small amount of the rejuvenation pill would be enough to replenish his blood. Watanabe Shinka, on the other hand, faced sluggish energy. While the pill could restore his vitality, it was akin to refueling a car that had run out of gas. If depleted again, he would find himself in the same predicament. Thus, Charlie applied a dual approach. First, he used the water mixed with the rejuvenation pill to restore Watanabe's essence, then applied a bit of aura to repair the loss of essence in his body. This would allow Watanabe to regenerate his own essence in the future, effectively restoring his capabilities. To Charlie, Reiki was the perfect tool. He could use it to repair lesions in a person's body, rejuvenate their blood, vitality, and essence, and mend damaged meridians. Conversely, Reiki could also diminish a person's blood, vitality, essence, and even meridians. For instance, Kenneth Wilson, chairman of the Eastcliff Wilson Group, had feigned strength in front of Charlie, only to lose his manhood after Charlie sealed his spirit with Reiki. Similarly, the Japanese Sonda expert Yamamoto Kazuki had his entire meridian system destroyed by Charlie during a confrontation. This meant Charlie was fully capable of repairing Watanabe Shinka's damaged essence. Carrying the 2 glasses of water, Charlie approached Ito Yuhiko and Watanabe Shinka. Both men stared in surprise. "Here you go. Drink this medicine," Charlie said, offering the glasses. The two men exchanged glances. They were taken aback. This medicine was nothing more than plain water. Noticing their astonishment, Charlie smiled gently. "Just drink it. You'll soon discover its effects." Ito Yuhiko nodded and earnestly downed the glass. "All right, Mr. Wade, I'll drink it now." Watanabe Shinka hesitated, glancing between Ito Yuhiko and the glass. After a moment, he steeled himself and drank. Within seconds, warmth flooded both men's bodies, followed by a soothing current that spread from their abdomens throughout their entire being. In that instant, both were left speechless, exchanging wide-eyed glances of profound shock. Chapter 21-23. This was truly a surprising moment. Charlie, smiling, looked at Watanabe and said softly, "Mr. Watanabe, extend your hand, I can assist you." As Watanabe felt the warmth radiating from Charlie, it enveloped him completely. He quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, Mr. Wade." Eagerly, he reached out his hand. Charlie placed his fingers on Watanabe's Shinha meridian, allowing a subtle flow of Reiki to penetrate his meridian. Even this small amount of energy was enough to enable Watanabe to continue generating essence, helping him regain his youthful vitality. At that moment, thoughts of his beloved wife flooded Watanabe's mind. Reflecting on their tender moments together, he felt a profound shift in his body. This slight change quickly transformed into a powerful urge, filling him with joy. "Is it possible to feel effects this quickly?" Watanabe exclaimed, trembling with excitement. To confirm the sensation was not fleeting, he remained still for a few minutes, focused and silent, channeling all his attention into this impulse. During those minutes, instead of fading, his urge intensified. Overwhelmed with emotion, Watanabe broke down in tears. From the depths of his heart, he cried, "For so many years, I have longed for this day, and it has finally come true." He looked at Charlie. "Mr. Wade, you are a living god." Charlie smiled calmly. "Mr. Watanabe, considering this remarkable healing, do you think asking for an additional 10% of shares is too much?" Watanabe paused, then stood and said without hesitation, "Not at all. This is more than fair. You are like a second parent to me." Nearby, Ito Yuhiko noticed Watanabe adjusting his pants and quickly urged, "Oh, Shinwa, please sit down. Everything is all right." Watanabe looked down, both embarrassed and elated. "Brother Ito, this is a symbol of male vitality. You don't understand how long I have yearned for this strength again." Ito Yuhiko was taken aback. In that moment, he grasped the depth of Watanabe's excitement. He thought of his own situation, having lost his legs not long ago, and realized his longing to stand and walk again overshadowed everything else. "If I ever regain my legs and return to full health, my joy will likely surpass even Watanabe's current happiness," he thought. Reflecting on this, he sighed internally. "In my life, I may never walk again. I face decades of living with this limitation. At this instant, I can't help but envy Watanabe. He also endured years of hardship, yet Mr. Wade has restored him. What about me? I've never heard of limbs regrowing." After a while, he understood that Charlie was not being unfair. He had restored Watanabe's life while receiving only a fraction of shares in return, amounting to 2 or 3 billion yuan. Chapter 21-24. For most people, a price tag of 2 or 3 billion yuan is astronomical. But for Watanabe Shinka, it represented just 1 or 2% of his total wealth. Imagine a man who has lost his masculinity, spending merely 1% or 2% of his fortune to reclaim that lost ability is a proposition no man could reasonably refuse. In a moment of excitement, Watanabe Shinka asked eagerly, "Mr. Wade, how long can my restored ability last?" Charlie smiled gently. "It should last for 20 years. By then, you'll be youthful again, nearly 70, and feeling stronger. If you take care of yourself, maintaining it into your 70s is not out of the question." Watanabe Shinka's face flushed with exhilaration. His fists clenched, and his voice trembled. 20 years? This is truly a dream come true, something I never even dared to hope for. It's fantastic, simply fantastic. Ito Yuhiko then interjected, Shinha, since Mr. Wade has helped you address your concerns, you should have Nanako bring Miss Moore back. Let's get the contract signed first. Absolutely. Watanabe Shinka responded without hesitation. Let's sign. We must sign. Ito nodded and called Nanako. Nanako, please come back with Miss Moore. We're having dinner. Okay, father. After a while, Nanako Ito returned with Jasmine in tow. At that moment, Jasmine was cradling a small khaki-colored puppy in her arms, which was playfully moving around, clearly attached to her. Nanako Ito smiled. She really loves Sister Jasmine and has been inseparable. It seems Sister Jasmine wants to take her back to Oris Hill. Jasmine lovingly petted the little dog. Master Wade, this little girl seems to like me a lot, and I feel the same. I'd love to take her back to China. Is that all right? Charlie chuckled. Of course, it's not an issue at all. We can easily bring back 2 lively companions, especially a delightful little puppy like this. There's ample space on board, no worries there. Ito Takehiko added with a laugh, the boat I've arranged for you is indeed spacious, it can comfortably accommodate dozens of people. Jasmine beamed softly. Then I'll definitely take her home. Nanako quickly chimed in, Sister Jasmine, I'll have someone prepare some dog food for you. You and Charlie can take it with you tonight. Jasmine nodded appreciatively. Thank you so much, Nanako. Nanako smiled. Sister Jasmine, there's no need to be so formal with me. Jasmine added, I think I'll name her Bella. Since she's coming with me, will you miss her? Nanako glanced at Charlie and smiled. If I want to see her, I can always visit Oris Hill. That way, I can see my sister and Charlie too. In truth, it was Charlie that Nanako Ito was most eager to see. But she was fully aware that he was a married man. Traveling to see him without proper context felt inappropriate, so having the excuse of visiting the puppy provided a suitable reason to be in Oris Hill. Although this reasoning seemed trivial, it at least gave her the opportunity to connect with him. Jasmine, realizing this, couldn't help but think, Nanako Ito, such a sweet girl, has completely fallen for Master Wade. I really wonder how he will manage these romantic entanglements in the future. At that moment, she felt a twinge of sympathy, for both Nanako Ito and herself. Though they were just getting to know each other, a deep understanding of shared feelings already existed between them. Chapter 21-25. At this moment, Watanabe Shinka turned to Jasmine with an eager expression. Miss Moore, I just had an in-depth conversation with Mr. Wade. After speaking with him, I've decided to revise our contract terms. Jasmine was taken aback. Mr. Watanabe, how do you plan to make these adjustments? She asked quickly. Watanabe Shinka smiled. We will both invest equally, at a 50-50 ratio. However, in terms of equity distribution, your company will hold 60% of the shares while Nippon Steel will retain 40%. Jasmine was left speechless. She thought to herself, what is Watanabe Shinka doing? Why is he suddenly giving up 10% of the shares? In an instant, she glanced at Charlie and realized that whatever had transpired during her time away with him had led to this significant concession from Watanabe Shinka. Her mind raced. What did Master Wade do to convince Watanabe Shinka to make such a substantial compromise? Does this mean Master Wade now owes Watanabe Shinka a favor on my behalf? With this thought, Jasmine felt a wave of anxiety. She never intended to exploit Nippon Steel. Her goal was simply to obtain a 51% controlling stake. Of course, those controlling rights came with responsibilities. Not only was she prepared to invest a 51% share, but she was also willing to offer land and local connections to facilitate the swift execution of collaborative projects. Yet at this moment, it was clear that Nippon Steel was giving her an incredible deal. Just when she felt uncertain about how to proceed, Charlie interjected, Jasmine, since Mr. Watanabe is so sincere, let's go ahead and sign the contract right now. Once we return to China, we can handle domestic matters, and then you can move forward with Mr. Watanabe. Jasmine hesitated. Master Wade, is that really appropriate? Charlie smiled reassuringly. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Mr. Watanabe is very earnest. Don't you want to move forward with this cooperation? Jasmine waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant. Charlie chuckled. Then you should confidently sign the contract. Watanabe Shinka eagerly chimed in, yes, Ms. Moore. I am excited about the possibility of working with the Moore Group. Signing the contract sooner rather than later will help avoid any uncertainties. I truly hope that great partners like you and the Moore Group won't choose to collaborate with someone else. Jasmine was so astonished she could hardly respond. Watanabe Shinka's words were overwhelming, especially considering the Moore Group's desire to partner with Nippon Steel, the top global steel conglomerate, renowned both in Japan and worldwide. How could the Moore Group possibly consider collaborating with anyone else? However, Watanabe Shinka's remark seemed to undermine his own position while excessively praising Jasmine, showing remarkable humility. Charlie added, Jasmine, let's not delay any further. Everyone is waiting for dinner. Sign the contract quickly, and after we eat, we can head to the dock for our boat. Upon hearing this, Jasmine didn't hesitate any longer. She cast a grateful glance at Charlie and said to Watanabe Shinka, Mr. Watanabe, let's sign the contract now. Watanabe Shinka readily agreed. Let's get to it. Ito Uehiko instructed his staff to bring in a portable printer. They updated the necessary details on the prepared contract, printed it out, and both parties signed, completing the exchange. Jasmine felt a surge of excitement. With this contract, the Moore Group was poised for significant advancement. If managed well, they could potentially rise to become the leading family in Eastcliff. Chapter 21-26. Watanabe Shinkazu was filled with excitement. For him, regaining his sense of completeness was paramount. Additionally, forming a connection with someone as powerful as Charlie promised unimaginable benefits for the future, making this opportunity even more valuable. Takehiko Ito shared this sense of enthusiasm. After consuming a glass of water from Charlie, he felt an immediate surge of strength throughout his body. Previously, he had felt weak and vulnerable, as if a single blow could knock him down. Now, however, he felt robust and energized, far better than before. Aside from the irreversible loss of his legs, he found that the rest of his bodily sensations resembled those from before his injury, and he even felt a hint of increased vitality. This improvement was significant, as it meant he could begin preparing for rehabilitation training. For individuals with disabilities or amputations, rehabilitation can be physically demanding and challenging when the body is weak. For Takehiko, wearing a prosthetic would require a series of adaptive training exercises that necessitate considerable physical strength. Initially, he had expected he would need to train for at least another 6 months before starting rehabilitation and adapting to prosthetics. Thanks to Charlie, he had saved himself at least half a year. Once Jasmine and Shinkazu Watanabe signed the contract, Yuhiko Ito immediately began preparing fish and opened a special bottle of whiskey aged 50 years. The host and guests thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Yuhiko Ito was in high spirits, Watanabe Shinkazu was equally joyful, and Jasmine was, of course, delighted as well. Charlie also felt upbeat. After all, his connection with Jasmine could help her secure more advantages, ultimately strengthening her grip on the Moore family in the future. In contrast, Nanako Ito felt a twinge of sadness. With Charlie leaving that very night, she regretted the limited time she had to get closer to him during his visit to Tokyo. Throughout the dinner, Nanako couldn't help but steal glances at Charlie, her eyes reflecting a deep reluctance to part ways. After the meal, in accordance with traditional Japanese hospitality, all the dishes and wine were cleared away, making way for the tea ceremony. However, Watanabe Shinkazu was clearly restless. His lively nature made it difficult for him to sit still. He was eager to return home, surprise his wife, and chase after a blissful feeling reminiscent of a fairy tale. So, after the meal, he stood up, visibly anxious, and bowed to everyone. Brother Ito, Mr. Wade, Miss Moore, I have some matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Thank you, Brother Ito, for your generous hospitality. And thank you, Mr. Wade, for your invaluable assistance. I am deeply grateful. Understanding Watanabe's urgency, Ito nodded with a smile. Of course. Please head back quickly. Charlie also smiled. It's getting late, Mr. Watanabe. You should get some rest. Watanabe Shinkazu quickly and respectfully inquired, Mr. Wade, may I have the honor of exchanging contact information with you? Charlie smiled and nodded. I'll have Mr. Ito send you my mobile number when the time comes. Watanabe Shinkazu felt a surge of joy. As long as Charlie was willing to share his contact information, he could reach out for help whenever he faced challenges in the future. Chapter 21-27. At this moment, we find ourselves at Tokyo Airport, where a military transport plane from the Japanese Self-Defense Force has just landed. This C-2 military transport aircraft, developed and manufactured by Kawasaki Heavy Industries, boasts a full load capacity exceeding 30 tons. Inside the aircraft, nearly 100 soldiers from the Japanese Self-Defense Force, equipped with live ammunition, were escorting over 50 prominent members of the Banks family, including Zian. Their mission was to ensure the safe transport of these individuals, including Zian, to Tokyo, where they would be handed over to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. The trial related to the Matsumoto family's recent crimes was about to commence in Tokyo, and all involved, Zian included, would face the court as defendants. The Japanese judicial system was gearing up for a public trial of Zian and the others, with plans to broadcast it live across the nation and internationally via television and online platforms. This significant effort stemmed from the Matsumoto family's heinous actions, which had cast a negative light on Japan both domestically and globally, severely impacting the reputation of the Japanese judicial department. In response, the judiciary resolved to restore its credibility by imposing strict punishments on those responsible for the murders. Following the landing, the plane taxied to an open apron where hundreds of special forces from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department had been stationed, fully armed and alert, prepared for any potential developments. To ensure security, not only did they deploy hundreds of elite personnel, but they also brought in over 30 wheeled armored vehicles. Normally utilized for counterterrorism operations, these vehicles now served as mobile prisons for the suspects. Zian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She was aware that her father, Zane, had made plans for her to be replaced with a substitute upon their arrival in Tokyo. Once the swap was successful, her father's associates would immediately arrange for her escape from Japan back to China. Confident in her father Zane's capabilities, Zian held on to the belief that she would return to China unharmed. Yet, deep down, she grappled with guilt for the companions surrounding her. In her mind, she contemplated, even though I might escape this time, my brothers won't have the same chance. In essence, I am contemplating betraying everything, my comrades, their lives, all for my own escape. If they were to find out, they would surely despise me. As these thoughts consumed her, Zian felt a deep sense of shame. Outside the aircraft, the special forces of the Metropolitan Police Department stood ready. Each time a suspect descended, 3 officers were dispatched to escort them, maintaining a 3-on-1 ratio. Handcuffs and restraints were mandatory, and the suspects' heads were covered with black cloth bags to obscure their view of the surroundings. As the first suspect, Zian was escorted directly into the first wheeled armored vehicle. The remaining suspects followed suit, each being placed into their own armored vehicle as the entire convoy departed the airport, en route to the highly secure special prison operated by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Meanwhile, at the edge of a crossroads along the highway outside the airport, a group of individuals dressed in black observed the approaching convoy through binoculars. Chapter 21-28. One of the individuals was gripping a remote control, keeping a watchful eye on the team's leader while timing the operation. As the convoy approached the intersection, just under 50 meters away, he pressed the remote. The green light that had been glowing began to flash before swiftly changing to red. Given that the airport operates around the clock, traffic at this intersection tends to be quite busy. Even the fleet of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department must adhere to traffic regulations. As a result, the first wheeled armored vehicle came to a stop right at the forefront of the through lane. The vehicles behind it followed suit, coming to a gradual halt. The logic behind the red light transition involves alternating the flow in 4 directions, with each direction getting 1 minute of green light. Consequently, the wait for the next green signal stretches to a lengthy 180 seconds. The special forces stationed in the armored vehicles remained alert, vigilant against any potential breaches during the escort. Fortunately, the vehicles navigating around them appeared normal, and no one drew near their convoy. However, in a surprising turn, the special forces inside the first-wheeled armored vehicle suddenly opened the emergency escape hatch located beneath the vehicle. This armored vehicle, specially designed for the special forces, boasted excellent safety features. To ensure the operatives could escape danger, especially in the event of a severe impact or explosion, an emergency exit had been installed on the bottom of the vehicle, allowing access from the inside out. This emergency exit resembled a tank door flipped upside down on the vehicle's underside. At this moment, as the hatch swung open, it revealed a black sewer manhole directly beneath. Having been pre-arranged, the manhole cover was positioned almost vertically in line with the hatch. As soon as the hatch was opened by the special forces, the manhole cover was simultaneously removed. Next, a woman, identical in appearance and attire to Xian and also wearing handcuffs and a black hood, was pushed upwards. The moment she emerged, several members of the special forces swiftly pulled her into the vehicle, seating her next to Xian, who was then quickly lifted and sent down through the emergency exit into the sewer. As the operatives in the wheeled armored vehicle prepared for the next move, one of them gestured with an "OK" sign, whispering, "Red light, 30 seconds, close the door fast." The SCS members nodded in agreement, and one said, "You should also quickly replace the manhole cover. We'll leave a kilometer after Miss Banks is out." Another responded, "Rest assured, I know what to do." He promptly replaced the sewer manhole cover. Simultaneously, the armored vehicle's emergency exit was sealed shut, and everything functioned in perfect unison, seamlessly. A few seconds later, the red light shifted to green, and the leading armored car rolled out, followed closely by the others. Unbeknownst to anyone, the crucial suspect inside that vehicle had already been discreetly extracted. After the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's convoy had traveled about a kilometer, a black truck appeared in the distance. As it reached the intersection, the traffic light turned red. Once the truck came to a halt, someone inside the truck's cargo area opened a hidden entrance at the bottom and tapped the manhole cover directly beneath with a stick. Shortly after, the manhole cover was lifted, and Xian, still covering her head, was pulled back into the truck. Once inside, the manhole cover was securely closed again, and the truck sped away, as if nothing had transpired at the scene. Inside the truck, a Japanese woman unfastened Xian's black hood and said, "Miss Banks, Mr. Banks has sent me to rescue you from Japan. We're heading to Tokyo Port, where a ship is already waiting for you." Chapter 21-29. Ito House in downtown Tokyo. Charlie and Jasmine were all set to embark on their journey. Tonight presented a prime opportunity for smuggling, as the Coast Guard patrol unit would be busy overhauling their equipment. This meant there would be several hours of reduced activity at sea. The Japanese Coast Guard is known for its stringent regulations regarding entry and exit. Their primary focus is on cracking down on illegal immigration and the smuggling of illicit goods into Japan. Charlie thought to himself, "I have little interest in smuggling people or items out of Japan, which makes leaving Tokyo that much easier." Ito Uehiko had arranged for a convoy and planned to personally escort Charlie and Jasmine to the dock. Nanako Ito shared this sentiment. While she felt a deep reluctance to part with Charlie, she understood that she would never be able to leave him behind. Thus, she took comfort in the fact that she could accompany him to the dock. Once everyone was prepared, Charlie and Jasmine boarded a bus with Ito Uehiko and Nanako Ito, heading toward the pier. During the ride, Ito Uehiko informed Charlie, "Mr. Wade, Nippon Steel's Hashimoto, Jinxian, has already been taken to the dock by the ninja I sent." Charlie nodded, pleased. "Thank you, Mr. Ito." Ito Uehiko quickly replied, "There's no need for such formality, Mr. Wade. It's my duty." After a 40-minute drive, they arrived at the expansive port of Tokyo, which spans several kilometers along the coastline. Most berths at the port cater to large oil tankers and container ships. These areas are bustling with workers and are notorious for smuggling, resulting in strict customs inspections. The berth Ito arranged for Charlie and Jasmine was a smaller, simpler wharf that could only accommodate ships under a few thousand tons, allowing for more lenient monitoring. In reality, smuggling doesn't begin at the docks, as the port of Tokyo lies within Japan's territorial waters. Departing from here is not illegal, provided one doesn't leave the country without permission or venture into international waters unlawfully. As they approached the pier, several small to medium-sized yachts were docked, the largest being a luxury cruise ship that Ito Takehiko had prepared for Charlie. The convoy drove directly to the pier, stopping at the yacht's boarding gate. Despite losing his legs, Ito Yuihiko was supported in a wheelchair as he sent them off. Once Charlie and Jasmine disembarked, Ito Yuihiko reassured them, "Mr. Wade, the crew and captain are my trusted associates. You can rest assured." Charlie nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Mr. Ito." Ito Yuihiko insisted, "There's no need for such politeness." Glancing at the time, Charlie addressed the Ito family, "It's getting late, we should hurry. We'll have more time to talk later." Yuihiko Ito clasped his hands together respectfully. "Mr. Wade, we will meet again soon." Nanako Ito, with a touch of sadness, added, "Charlie, there will be a period later." Charlie turned to her with a smile. "Nanako, please take care of yourself." Chapter 21:30. With red eyes, Nanako Ito nodded and turned to Jasmine, who was cradling the puppy. Her voice trembled as she said, "Sister Jasmine, I wish you a safe journey. If you get the chance, please come to Tokyo to visit me." Jasmine quickly responded, "Don't worry, I definitely will. And if you have time, you should come to Oris Hill to see me and Charlie." Feeling a spark of joy, Nanako Ito replied without hesitation, "Sister, I promise to visit you once I finish this trip." Just then, a middle-aged man stepped off the boat and addressed Takehiko Ito with respect, saying, "Sir, we are ready to set sail at any moment." Yuhiko Ito inquired, "Where is Hashimoto?" The man responded, "Hashimoto has been secured in the cabin, restrained. I have assigned someone to keep an eye on him, so there won't be any issues." Ito nodded in satisfaction and turned to Charlie, saying, "Mr. Wade, you and Miss Moore can board the ship now." Charlie replied, "You all should head back too, we're leaving." Yuihiko Ito shook hands with Charlie, while Nanako Ito shared a gentle hug with Jasmine. Later, Jasmine approached Ito Takehiko once more, expressing sincerely, "Mr. Ito, thank you for your kindness during my time in Japan." Yuihiko Ito chuckled and shook Jasmine's hand, saying earnestly, "Miss Moore, please don't hesitate with the Ito family. You and Mr. Wade will always be esteemed guests of ours." At that moment, Nanako Ito approached Charlie, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As she gazed at Charlie, she cautiously opened her arms, hoping to gauge his reaction. Longing to hug Charlie in farewell but anxious about his response, she opted for this subtle gesture as a trial. Seeing Charlie smile and extend his hand towards her, Nanako Ito quickly moved in, embracing him tightly without uttering a word. Deep down, Nanako had so much she wanted to share with Charlie, but in front of her father and Jasmine, those thoughts remained unspoken. They held the embrace for a moment until Ito Yuhiko cleared his throat, prompting Nanako to reluctantly step back. "Charlie, take care," she said, a hint of sadness in her voice. Charlie nodded and bade farewell to the father and daughter before stepping onto the boat with Jasmine. The cruise ship was impressively large, featuring 3 upper decks and 3 lower decks. The top deck even boasted a freshwater swimming pool, far more luxurious than the vessel Lord Moore had gifted to Charlie. Once aboard, Charlie and Jasmine headed straight to the top deck, where they leaned against the guardrail, waving to Ito Takehiko and Nanako Ito on the dock below. Charlie called out, "It's getting late, and the sea breeze is getting colder. Let's hurry back." Nanako Ito nodded and instructed her servant to help her father into the car. She settled into the vehicle but chose to wait, wanting to see the boat leave and watch Charlie depart. At that moment, a sleek business car with tinted windows pulled up from the dock's entrance, passing by the Ito family's convoy as it continued on its way. Inside the 3-row business car, a beautiful woman sat in the middle row, her expression a mix of struggle and pain. This woman was Zian. She was still grappling with the shame of her escape. The thought of the more than 50 followers she had brought with her facing severe penalties under Japanese law filled her with both shame and bitterness. Zian harbored hatred for the man who had deceived her and her followers at Osaka airport that day. She vividly remembered his face and vowed that if given the chance, she would take her revenge for her brothers. As she clenched her teeth in determination, the driver announced, "Miss Banks, our ship is just ahead, and we're ready to set sail." Xian turned to glimpse the ship that would take her out of Japan. Suddenly, she caught sight of a man standing on the deck of the nearby cruise ship. In an instant, Xian's pupils dilated, her expression turning fiercely vengeful. Through gritted teeth, she murmured, "So it's him. What a twist of fate." Chapter 21:31. Xian had initially believed that once she managed to escape Japan and endure the tumultuous events surrounding her, she would finally have the chance to get back at that vile man who had wronged her. However, she never anticipated that just as she was about to leave Japan, she would spot the very man she despised at the dock. In that instant, Xian felt her blood boil with rage. Her stunningly beautiful eyes, now filled with fury, glowed a deep crimson. All that raced through her mind was a singular thought: I must kill him. I will kill him. Meanwhile, Charlie was preoccupied, his gaze fixated on Nanako Ito, who was seated in the car, oblivious to the commercial vehicle gliding past the dock. Moreover, the commercial vehicle was cruising on a one-way street. Xian could see him inside the car, but he remained unaware that an old acquaintance was passing by. Before long, the rear of Charlie's cruise ship began to churn as the propeller turned slowly. The yacht gradually pulled away from the dock, gaining speed with each rotation of the propeller until it became a mere speck in Nanako Ito's view, eventually vanishing from sight. No one noticed that another yacht at the adjacent berth was also picking up speed, heading away from the dock. At that moment, in the cockpit of this yacht, Xian commanded the captain, "Full speed ahead. We must catch that ship." The captain responded quickly, "Miss Banks, our immediate priority is to exit Japan's territorial waters and reach international waters. Only then can you be considered safe." With gritted teeth, Xian retorted, "You don't understand. There's an enemy aboard that ship, and I have to take care of him myself." The captain, looking a bit uncomfortable, replied, "Miss Banks, I have orders from Master Banks to ensure your swift passage to the high seas, so I must prioritize that." Xian shot back angrily, "Get me on the line with Master Banks." After a moment's hesitation, the captain picked up the satellite phone on board and said, "Miss Banks, I'll call Master Banks now. You can explain directly." He promptly dialed Lord Banks, the head of the Banks family. As soon as the call connected, Lord Banks inquired, "What's the situation?" The captain quickly explained, "Master, Miss Banks has suddenly expressed a desire to pursue and eliminate someone, so I'm calling for your guidance." Lord Banks's authoritative voice came through, "She hasn't yet left Japan and intends to chase someone. If she gets caught by the Japanese Metropolitan Police or the Self-Defense Forces, it could lead to significant trouble." Xian seized the phone, anxiously interjecting, "Master. It's Xian. I just encountered the man who betrayed us at the dock. Back in Osaka, he exposed our location to the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, leading to our arrest. If I don't avenge this wrong, I might as well be dead." After a brief pause, Lord Banks replied, "All right. If that's the case, we need to address this matter quickly. Leaving him unaccounted for could pose future threats to the Banks family." Chapter 21:32. At that moment, Zane, who was stationed beside Lord Banks, urgently exclaimed, "Dad, we can't afford to get sidetracked right now. The priority is to return quickly. We can figure out a solution for that person later, but if we don't escape this time, we might not have another chance." Lord Banks replied sternly, "If we abandon that individual, we have no idea who he truly is. What if he's an enemy of the Banks family? What if he's been plotting against us all along?" Zane insisted, "Dad, we can take our time to investigate this person later. There's no need to rush. If we have the chance to meet him today, we can definitely find him again in the future. Let's focus on bringing Xian back quickly." Lord Banks scolded him, "You're being foolish. Can't you see the bigger picture? This person has already taken down over 50 of my generals on his own. Do you have any idea how much that has cost us? We're talking billions. What if he has more tricks up his sleeve?" With a cold tone, Lord Banks continued, "This individual is intriguing, but his identity is uncertain. If we hadn't encountered him today, we might never get another chance. We absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. That would be a grave mistake. Realizing that his father was resolute, Zayn understood he couldn't change his mind. He then called Zian, saying, "Zian, if you're set on seeking revenge, I won't stand in your way. Just make sure to follow Grandpa's instructions and uncover his true identity." Zian, hearing Zayn refer to their father as Dad, was overwhelmed with emotions regarding her status as an illegitimate daughter. Finally acknowledged by her biological father, she responded excitedly, "Dad, don't worry. If you leave this to me, I'll give it my all." Lord Banks added, "Zian, capturing him alive and bringing him back to Eastcliff would be preferable. I want to interrogate him personally." Zian immediately replied with determination, "Understood, Grandpa. Once I catch him, I'll make sure he doesn't get away." Lord Banks nodded, saying, "All right, go ahead and proceed as you see fit." He then mentioned, "By the way, the individuals who picked you up are all my trusted confidants. They're highly skilled. When you take action, make sure they join you to increase your chances of success." Zian responded without hesitation, "Got it, Grandpa." Lord Banks instructed loudly, "Tell them that if they execute this plan well, they will all be rewarded." "I understand." After ending the call, Zian turned to the captain, saying, "Accelerate to full speed. We must catch up with the ship ahead." The captain, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded and replied, "Yes, Miss Banks." They maximized the engine thrust without delay. The team that had rescued Zian began preparing for action, encouraged by Lord Banks' words. One of them asked Zian, "Miss Banks, what's our plan once we catch up to them?" Zian's expression hardened as she replied, "When we get close, we'll ram our boat against theirs to force them to stop." Another team member inquired, "What if they refuse to stop?" Zian smirked and asserted, "If they don't stop, we'll leap onto their boat as we approach. Once aboard, we'll eliminate everyone except our target, sink the ship, and leave no survivors." With clenched fists and gritted teeth, Zian declared coldly, "No matter what, we must capture that guy." Chapter 2133. Once the boat departed from the dock, it headed straight toward the vast open sea. With Hashimoto confined in a cabin on the lower deck, Charlie decided it would be a good idea to bring Jasmine down to meet him for a bit. The sailor on board guided the two of them to the lower cabin and opened one of the doors. Inside, they found a man clad in a luxurious wool suit. He was firmly secured to a chair, his hands were bound to the chair's arms, and his legs were strapped to the front legs. A black bag covered his head entirely, obscuring his identity. Charlie deduced that this must be Hashimoto. As a precaution, Ito Yuhiko's men had used sturdy steel pipes to secure each of Hashimoto's fingers, fastening them to the armrests. This meant that Hashimoto Jinxian couldn't even bend his fingers, making any escape impossible. Additionally, a guard with a stun gun stood watch beside him, ensuring tight security. Noticing Charlie's entrance, the guard immediately straightened up and said, "Mr. Wade, you're here." Charlie nodded and inquired, "Is this Hashimoto Jinxian?" "Yes," the guard responded eagerly, tearing off the bag that covered Hashimoto's head. "Mr. Wade, this is Hashimoto. We've already put him through a thorough check." At that moment, Hashimoto Jinxian was still adjusting to the bright lights. With a towel stuffed in his mouth, he couldn't speak, only manage muffled sounds while struggling against his restraints. Watching him squirm, Charlie chuckled and remarked, "You're being overly cautious. Tying his hands and feet is enough, there was no need to secure every finger. It's clear Mr. Hashimoto is a bit anxious." The guard replied respectfully, "Mr. Wade, you might not realize this, but in films and shows, villains often overlook the protagonist's hands. Regardless of how well the protagonist is tied up, they can always find a way to escape. That's why we decided to secure all 10 of this guy's fingers with steel pipes, so even a master escape artist wouldn't be able to break free." Charlie laughed, gesturing toward Hashimoto Jinxian. "Well, if that's the case, he certainly doesn't measure up to a film protagonist." As Hashimoto gradually regained his sight, the first person he saw was Charlie, who was pointing at him. In that moment, Hashimoto was taken aback. "Who is this man? Did he orchestrate my kidnapping? Have I offended him? Charlie then reached over and removed the towel from Hashimoto's mouth, speaking coldly, Hashimoto, do you know why you're tied up like this? Hashimoto instinctively protested, who are you? I don't even know you. Why would you have someone kidnap me? Charlie was surprised by Hashimoto's defiance. He responded with a sharp slap and scolded, you think you're so clever? Don't you know the sordid and shameless acts you've committed? How dare you question me? Hashimoto stammered, I am a law-abiding citizen of Japan. I'm the vice president of Nippon Steel Group. I've never committed any crimes. Do you realize kidnapping is a serious offense? Charlie slapped him again, saying, is it a serious offense? Fine, then take a look at her and tell me which is worse, kidnapping or murder. With that, he pulled Jasmine close to him. The moment Hashimoto Jinxian laid eyes on Jasmine, he was visibly shocked and rendered speechless. Chapter 2134. Moore. Miss Moore. Jasmine shot a disgusted glance at Hashimoto Jinxian and asked, Mr. Hashimoto, you must have thought I was dead, right? Hashimoto felt a shiver run through him. He was well aware that murdering Jasmine would be a despicable act. Before this moment, her whereabouts had been a mystery, and her 2 assistants, along with the driver, had perished in a staged car accident. Just the act of taking 3 lives constituted a serious crime. The murder plot was horrific, and the methods used were brutal. Now that Jasmine stood before Hashimoto Jinxian, alive and seeking vengeance, he realized the gravity of his actions. He immediately began to whimper, pleading, Miss Moore, I wasn't the real mastermind behind what happened to you. The true mastermind is your brother Ruben. He was the one pulling the strings. Jasmine replied coldly, oh? So it's all Ruben's fault? Then tell me, who deceived me into believing that Mr. Watanabe was going to sign a contract with me? Who misled me into going to the mountains of Nishitama County? Who orchestrated the crash that sent the 4 of us plummeting off that cliff? Under Jasmine's relentless questioning, Hashimoto trembled in fear and begged, Miss Moore, this was all your brother's idea. If you want to blame someone, blame him, not me. Jasmine retorted, so according to your logic, if I were to throw you into the sea right now, you wouldn't hold me responsible, right? Hashimoto's face went pale at her words, and he quickly exclaimed, Miss Moore, that's not what I meant. I just want you to spare my life. If you let me live, I'll do anything you ask. Jasmine turned to Charlie and asked, Master Wade, what should we do with this man? Charlie smiled slightly and replied, let him live for now. When we return to Oris Hill, I will give him a chance to redeem himself. If he seizes that opportunity, he can keep his life, if not, we'll dispose of him. Hashimoto Jinxian quickly begged, just tell me what you want me to do. I'll do everything to save my life. Charlie stated coldly, when we arrive in Oris Hill, you will confront Ruben face to face. You better reveal everything about your dealings with him, and if you dare to leave out even one detail, I will end you. Hashimoto nodded vigorously, crying out, don't worry, I'll do exactly as you say and tell the truth. Charlie stuffed a towel back into Hashimoto's mouth and instructed the men from Ito Teikiko, keep an eye on him. One of the men quickly responded, understood, Mr. Wade. Charlie then addressed Jasmine again, for now, we'll keep Hashimoto here. Once we arrive in Oris Hill and he faces Ruben, I'll ensure you get a satisfying resolution. Jasmine replied respectfully, Master Wade, I trust your judgment. Charlie smiled and said, all right, you should go rest in your room. I'll stay on the deck for a bit. Jasmine eagerly asked, Master Wade, may I accompany you to the deck for a while before heading back? Charlie nodded and smiled, of course. Let's go up together. Chapter 2135. As Charlie stepped onto the deck, he let out a sigh, feeling the chill of the sea breeze against his face. He had successfully rescued Jasmine and was now on their way home. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. The most challenging part lay ahead. Theodore and Ruben, the ruthless father and son duo, still posed a significant threat. Meanwhile, Lord Moore was feigning dementia as a means of self-protection. Given his current state, it would be impossible for him to confront Reuben and his father alone. Once Theodore and Reuben discovered his ruse, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Therefore, Charlie's next step was to publicly unveil the true nature of Theodore and Reuben, rescue Lord Moore, and help Jasmine reclaim control of the entire Moore family. However, after that, they still had to tackle the issue of how to deal with Theodore and Reuben. In Charlie's eyes, the father and son were not only guilty of intentional homicide but had also directly attacked their loved ones. Their actions were not only rebellious but downright heinous. Even if brought to justice, they deserved the harshest punishment possible. In Charlie's view, people like them had no place in this world. However, considering that they were Jasmine's close relatives, how to handle them would ultimately depend on Jasmine's wishes and Lord Moore's perspective. At that moment, Jasmine stood on the deck, the sea breeze ruffling her hair as she gazed at the receding silhouette of Tokyo. She remarked with a hint of emotion, "Master Wade, if it weren't for you, wanting might not have made it out of Tokyo." Charlie smiled and responded, "Don't say such disheartening things. You auspicious people have guardians watching over you. Even without my help, you would have survived." Jasmine smiled back, filled with gratitude, and asked, "Master Wade, if I had truly died, would you have felt sad?" Charlie replied earnestly, "Of course. Remember, you are my friend." Jasmine's expression turned a mix of joy and disappointment. She thought to herself, is it possible that my relationship with Master Wade can only ever be defined by the word friend? Memories of their past together flooded her mind, and she reassured herself, Master Wade has treated me so well, I should be grateful. At that moment, Charlie turned to Jasmine, asking, "Have you thought about how to deal with your uncle and cousin following all of this?" Jasmine appeared taken aback. After a long pause, she shook her head and admitted, "Master Wade, I haven't considered that yet." Charlie nodded, letting out a soft sigh. "I hadn't thought about it either, but it's time we did." Curious, Jasmine inquired, "Do you have any suggestions, Master Wade?" Charlie replied, "My suggestion is quite straightforward, cut the grass and root." Jasmine's face showed a flicker of conflict. Clutching the railings, she responded hesitantly, "I understand your point, but they are still part of the Moore family, my closest relatives. I just can't bring myself to do it." Charlie maintained a calm demeanor. "You don't have to take action yourself, you just need to make a decision." Jasmine sighed deeply, "I get what you're saying, but making that choice is incredibly difficult. I must consider not just my own feelings, but also my grandfather's and the sentiments of the entire Moore family." "They are family," Charlie countered, "but when they tried to kill you, did they treat you like family?" Jasmine nodded slowly, "They did act terribly, but I am not like them." Then, she added, "Master Wade, you might not understand. Since the Moore family has come to my generation, we have never been known for our misdeeds. My grandfather has always been troubled by this. If my uncle and cousin were to die, it would surely devastate him." Chapter 2136. Charlie smiled with indifference, saying, "I understand your perspective. After all, blood is thicker than water, and it makes sense to spare their lives. However, there's something important you need to consider." Jasmine quickly replied, "Master Wade, please go on." Charlie continued, "You may choose to spare their lives, but remember this, while capital crimes can be avoided, living crimes are unavoidable. If you decide to forgive them, you must still impose sufficient punishment and ensure they are completely restrained in the future. This is the only way to minimize potential troubles down the line." Jasmine nodded in agreement. "I understand, Master Wade. I will definitely take this into account." As they spoke, Charlie suddenly heard a faint roar coming from behind them. He turned around to see a smaller ship rushing towards them at full speed, approximately 1 to 2 kilometers away. When a vessel is navigating the sea, the noise of the wind and the crashing waves can be quite loud, making it difficult to hear other ships nearby. At that distance, even with a siren blaring, it would be hard to hear anything. If it weren't for Charlie's keen sense of hearing, he would have missed it entirely. Noticing another ship following them in the open sea, Charlie immediately sensed something was amiss. He turned to Jasmine and instructed, "Jasmine, go back to the room now." Seeing the seriousness on Charlie's face, Jasmine felt a sense of urgency. "Master Wade, is something wrong?" she asked hastily. Charlie gazed at the approaching lights in the distance, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he remarked, "Looks like we have some new guests." Jasmine followed his gaze and saw a ship steadily closing in behind them. "Master Wade, do you think they're targeting us?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Charlie replied with a slight smile, "Their interest might be solely in me, not you." Jasmine immediately insisted, "Master Wade, I want to stay with you." Charlie chuckled gently, "No, you need to go back to the room and stay there. I can handle this alone." But Jasmine's worry deepened. If there was any danger, she couldn't bear the thought of Charlie facing it alone. Charlie reassured her, "Jasmine, staying here won't help me, it could even hinder me. It's best for you to return to your room so I can focus." He added, "You don't fully understand my situation. Ordinary people cannot harm me." After some hesitation, Jasmine nodded and urged, "Master Wade, please be careful." Charlie smiled back, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Just then, a sailor rushed up from the deck stairs, looking anxious. "Mr. Wade, there's a boat behind us that's been tailing us and is now speeding towards us. The captain is concerned the other party may have ill intentions and sent me to ask for your orders. What would you like to do?" Charlie replied coolly, "They're likely here for me. Everyone else should stay off the deck, leave this to me." The sailor protested, "That's not acceptable. Mr. Wade, Mr. Ito and the chairman instructed us to ensure your and Ms. Moore's safe passage back to China. If they are indeed hostile, we must defend ourselves. We'll also alert Mr. Ito for reinforcements." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "No, listen to me. Send Miss Moore back to her room, and everyone else should remain in the cabin. Without my permission, no one is to come on deck." Chapter 2137. As the yacht drew closer to Charlie's ship, a look of joyful anticipation for revenge spread across Xian's face. Xian hailed from one of China's most prestigious martial arts families and had received elite training since childhood. She was undeniably a master among masters. Her strength far surpassed that of the flashy, oversized competitors one might encounter. As a result, she completely dismissed Charlie's abilities. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a petty, deceitful man weighed down by debts. Even if he possessed some skills and a modest background, Xian was convinced he could never compete at the highest level. True masters, in her view, valued fair combat. What kind of real fighter called the police instead of settling things with his fists? At that moment, she was resolute. Today would be the day she avenged all her past grievances. Just then, the captain announced, "Miss Banks, we are less than 800 meters from the target vessel." Xian excitedly wiped her palms and called out, "Hand me the telescope." A sailor immediately passed her a high-powered navigation telescope. Xian raised it to her eyes and instantly spotted Charlie standing alone on the deck, his expression relaxed and self-satisfied. The telescope's exceptional clarity allowed her to observe every detail of his demeanor. At that moment, Charlie appeared calm and indifferent, and the faint smile at the corners of his mouth gave off an air of superiority that deeply irritated Xian. To her, he was the very definition of arrogance. Suddenly, Charlie's gaze seemed to shift in her direction, and his smile widened. A wave of inexplicable unease washed over her. Does that bastard sense my presence? Could he know I'm here for revenge? She shook her head and muttered to herself, impossible. He arrived at the pier first and boarded before I did. His car had tinted windows, there's no way he could have seen me. That means he doesn't know I'm here. I'm in the shadows, and he's in the light. I must be overthinking this. With that thought, a cold smile crept across her lips as she clenched her teeth and said, "Boy, you won't be smiling for long." Then, with firm resolve, she ordered, "Full speed ahead." "Yes," the crew answered in unison. Although Xian's boat was smaller than Charlie's, it was significantly faster, and the distance between them closed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were only 500 meters apart. Through the telescope, Xian could even make out the stubble on Charlie's face. Meanwhile, Charlie's smile grew even broader, his eyes fixed squarely in her direction. Xian felt her unease deepen. If his earlier glance was just a coincidence, then why is he still staring this way? Suppressing her doubts, she turned to her companions with a fierce expression and commanded, "Everyone, prepare for battle." "Yes," they responded loudly. The crew swiftly drew their weapons, mostly concealed martial arts tools, since Japan's strict gun laws made firearms difficult to obtain. The two ships continued to close in. Xian pulled her long hair into a tight, high ponytail and issued her orders sharply. "Captain, strike the opponent's side first, then maneuver to close the distance. Once we're close enough, we jump aboard and take down everyone on deck, kill them all." Her subordinates' expressions hardened as they replied in unison, "Understood." Xian had never hesitated when it came to killing. From the moment she was born, her mother had instilled in her a ruthless belief in strength and domination. Chapter 2138. Xian's sole purpose in life was to devote herself completely to her biological father, Zane, and to the entire Banks family. Over the years, this belief had hardened into an unshakable conviction. Since childhood, she had been subjected to relentless brainwashing by her mother, and for a full 21 years, it had shaped her worldview. To Xian, anything that benefited the Banks family was worth any sacrifice, even if it meant becoming an enemy of the entire world. Anyone who threatened the Banks family would instantly ignite her murderous rage. This unwavering loyalty was the driving force behind her determination to wipe out the entire Matsumoto family. Her hatred toward Charlie was not merely personal, it was deeply rooted in family vengeance. Charlie's actions had caused a devastating blow to the Banks family, as he had single-handedly orchestrated a trap that crippled over 50 of their elite members. Thus, Xian sought not only personal revenge but vengeance on behalf of the Banks family itself. At that moment, the distance between the two ships had narrowed to less than 200 meters. Without even using a telescope, Xian could clearly see Charlie's face, and the strange, confident smile on his lips. That smile triggered a powerful sense of déjà vu. It reminded her of the day she and other members of the Banks family were captured by the Japanese self-defense force at Osaka Airport. Back then, Charlie had stood inside the cockpit of a private jet, looking at her with that exact same smile. In that instant, Xian realized something terrifying. Charlie had been watching her all along, from the very beginning until now. She was shaken. Can he actually sense my gaze? How could that be possible? They were separated by the vast open sea, in the dead of night. How could he notice her from such a distance? What she didn't know was that Charlie had not only sensed her presence but had already figured out who she was. Just as Xian was struggling with this realization, the distance between the two ships shrank rapidly, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Xian's eyes burned with fury as she shouted at the captain, "Keep accelerating. Ram them." The captain yelled back, "Miss Banks, the engines are already at maximum output." Xian snarled, "We've got 20 meters left. Prepare to charge." Suddenly, her expression froze. She exclaimed in disbelief, "How can he hear me?" She was standing inside the cockpit. With the roar of the wind and waves outside, it should have been impossible to hear anything from another ship, especially with a 20-meter gap between them. The captain was equally stunned and blurted out, "Miss Banks, with all this noise and distance, how can we hear his voice so clearly?" Xian was completely shaken. "Yes, it's as if he spoke directly into my ear. How the hell is he doing this?" Seeing her fall silent, the captain asked nervously, "Miss Banks, what should we do now?" Xian hesitated as the distance between the two ships shrank to barely 10 meters. At that moment, Charlie's voice rang out again, calm and mocking, "I suggest you reconsider. If our ships collide and we're stranded in the open sea, won't you have to call the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force for help?" He paused briefly before adding coldly, "I'm not worried about that, but what about you? There's a serious fugitive on your ship. If she's caught by the Japanese Self-Defense Force, she might be shot on sight." Chapter 2139. Xian felt an immediate wave of anxiety wash over her as Charlie spoke. To the Japanese judiciary, she was the notorious super-felon responsible for the destruction of the Matsumoto family. If the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force truly became involved after the collision, there would be no escaping her fate. Moreover, if the authorities discovered that she had evaded capture, they would undoubtedly make sure she faced the consequences, leaving her no chance to slip away again. Determined not to let fear control her, Xian clenched her teeth and said coldly, "Slow down. Just get up, don't crash." Relieved, the captain quickly applied the emergency brakes. Xian's eyes burned with hatred and resolve as she shouted to those around her, "Follow me." She was the first to dash out of the cockpit and onto the side deck of the ship. At that moment, the two vessels were nearly touching. Xian stood at the railing, only 3 to 5 meters away from Charlie on the opposite deck. Facing Charlie once again, Xian was filled with resentment. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Boy, I let you escape last time, but this time your luck won't save you. If I don't take your life today, I won't be called Xian." Charlie chuckled lightly. "Girl, have you always been this hot-tempered? Or was your upbringing so miserable that it twisted your personality?" Fuming, Xian snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. If you tell me your name right now, I can make sure you leave here alive. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're nothing but a corpse." With a playful grin, Charlie replied, "You're young, beautiful, and charming. You really shouldn't talk about mutilating bodies. Wouldn't it be better to be gentle? Gentle girls are far more appealing to men. With a temper like yours, you'll probably die alone." "What did you say?" Xian pointed angrily at Charlie, her teeth clenched. "Boy, once you're dead, I'll sew your mouth shut so you can't talk shit in your next life." Charlie smirked. "Let's see if you actually have the ability to kill me. If you do, then go ahead and do whatever you want. But if you don't, you'll get a taste of my punishment." Xian glared at him, her voice icy as she spat, "Go to hell." With that, she gripped the railing and leaped forward, springing several meters through the air as she charged toward Charlie with all her strength. Charlie stood calmly by the railing, a look of disdain on his face. Although Xian was skilled, her strength was only enough to deal with ordinary opponents. To Charlie, she was no different from a helpless old woman on the street. It was like a level 100 boss facing off against level 10, or even level 1, players in an online game. The difference was insignificant. For such a boss, one strike was enough to wipe out both. Unbeknownst to Xian, she was completely outmatched. As soon as she landed on the deck of Charlie's ship, she lunged at him, aiming straight for his throat. However, Charlie calmly took a step back at the last second, narrowly dodging her attack. Though he could have subdued her instantly, he chose not to. To him, Xian was like a small, yappy dog on the street, loud, aggressive, and always acting tough, yet utterly lacking real strength. Annoying, yes, but amusing enough to toy with. Chapter 2140. Meanwhile, Charlie noticed that Xian had fallen slightly behind, with several subordinates trailing after her. They had already begun climbing over the railings and boarding his ship. If he dealt with Xian immediately, those people would witness it and likely flee in terror. After a brief consideration, Charlie decided it was better to let all of them come aboard first before making his move. With that in mind, he deliberately took a few steps back, allowing Xian to continue chasing him. Seeing this, Xian's subordinates rushed forward as well. Watching them all gather, Charlie smiled faintly. "Now that everyone's here, I won't waste any more time." In the next instant, his aura suddenly changed. A terrifying pressure erupted from his body. Xian, a seasoned martial artist with a strong foundation in inner strength, immediately sensed the overwhelming power radiating from Charlie and froze in shock. "If I'm not mistaken, this kid's inner strength is far stronger than mine. But he doesn't look like a master at all. Am I wrong?" Before she could process the thought, Charlie stopped retreating and charged straight toward her. In that instant, his speed and sharpness were terrifying. Even as he moved, his body sliced through the air, producing a sharp cracking sound. This was nothing like the foolish man he had seemed to be moments earlier. Startled, Xian abruptly halted and gathered all her strength, preparing to counterattack. But just as Charlie was about to reach her, he vanished from her sight. Before she could react, a series of agonized screams erupted from behind her. She spun around instinctively, and the scene before her made her scalp go numb. 3 of the 6 men who had followed her were already lying on the deck, writhing in pain. One of them was being held aloft by Charlie with a single hand, screaming as Charlie hurled him through the air like a javelin. The remaining 2 tried to escape, but one was knocked down by the flying body. Before the last man could run, Charlie grabbed him by the neck and lifted him effortlessly, as if he were no heavier than a chicken. Terrified, the man cried out, "Big brother, please spare me." Charlie smiled faintly. "You want mercy? Fine. I'll give you a chance. Whether you live or die depends on you." The man nodded frantically. "I'll do whatever you say." "Anything." Charlie said calmly, "I don't need anything from you. You boarded my ship without permission. All I want is for you to leave." Hearing this, the man's face lit up with relief. "I'll leave right now." He assumed Charlie meant for him to return to the ship he came from. What he didn't expect was for Charlie to suddenly fling him overboard with a casual motion. As the man flew through the air toward the dark sea below, Charlie's cold voice followed him. "Whether you survive or not depends entirely on your luck." Chapter 2141. As the man was flung into the air, his heart sank when he realized that Charlie had thrown him toward the left side of the cruise ship, while the vessel itself was positioned on the right. Charlie's strength was terrifying. With a single motion, he had hurled him more than 10 meters away. With a deafening splash, the man plunged straight into the freezing seawater. This area was already close to the open sea, where the water depth reached thousands of meters. It was winter, and the ocean was bitterly cold. The moment he hit the water, the impact felt like smashing into solid ice. In an instant, his clothes were soaked through, and the icy water wrapped around his body as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In this desperate situation, he could only struggle frantically, trying to swim back toward the cruise ship. However, the wind was strong, and he had been thrown downwind. No matter how hard he paddled, he could not close the distance. Just as despair began to take hold, several more splashes echoed across the surface of the sea. One after another, more people were thrown into the water like dumplings, exactly like him, all courtesy of Charlie. Their situation was even worse than his. At least he had been thrown directly into the sea without being beaten beforehand. The others had been beaten half to death first before being flung into the freezing water, leaving them with barely any strength at all. That remaining bit of strength was completely useless in such icy conditions. Several terrified voices screamed and thrashed wildly, afraid that they would sink into the dark depths and lose their lives. Meanwhile, aboard Xian's ship, the captain and several crew members were completely stunned. What the hell just happened? Xian had led 7 men to confront their enemy, yet 6 of them had been thrown into the sea. A sailor asked nervously, "Captain, should we try to rescue them?" The captain's expression remained indifferent as he replied coldly, "Rescue them? Don't forget our mission. Our only priority is Miss Banks. Their lives are worthless." Hearing this, the sailor fell silent, fully understanding the meaning behind those words. Meanwhile, on the deck of Charlie's ship, Xian felt a chill creep into her heart. She had never imagined that Charlie's strength would be so terrifying. Even more shocking was his method. He had actually thrown all her subordinates into the sea. Was this even something a human could do? There was a saying that if someone intended to kill, they should do it cleanly. If their strength was insufficient, it would be more merciful to kill outright rather than throwing someone into the sea. That thought made Xian's heart pound. If Charlie could treat them like this, how could she possibly stand against him? Would she end up being thrown into the sea as well? Xian had absolute confidence in her own abilities. She believed that even if she were thrown into the water, she could easily swim back to the ship. However, she had never suffered such humiliation in her life, and it left her mentally shaken. At that moment, Charlie had finished tossing all 6 men into the sea. He clapped his hands together casually and sneered, "Is this all the Banks family's dogs can do? If the Banks family is this weak, then it's time for them to give up their position as the #1 family." Chapter 2142. The instant she heard this, Xian exploded with rage. The one thing she could not tolerate was anyone insulting the Banks family. Even though she was still an unacknowledged illegitimate daughter, the blood of the Banks family flowed through her veins. She would never allow anyone to trample on her family's dignity. Furious, she shouted sharply, "Boy! If you dare disrespect the Banks family, you're courting death." Charlie laughed mockingly. "What? You call this disrespect? I'll tell you right now, one day, I'll make Lord Banks and Zane kneel in front of me like dogs and beg for my forgiveness." Zian was completely stunned. Lord Banks was her grandfather, and Zane was her biological father. Ever since she was young, her mother had instilled deep reverence and admiration for her father in her heart. Hearing Charlie insult him so viciously ignited uncontrollable rage within her. Without hesitation, Zian drew a sleek black dagger from her waist. Her voice was ice cold as she said, "Boy, today I'll make sure you die without even a grave." With that, she charged at Charlie. Her fury erased all rational thought. At that moment, she no longer cared about strength, danger, or consequences. All she wanted was to protect her father's honor and the dignity of the Banks family by killing Charlie with her own hands. But Charlie was not someone she could intimidate. He stood where he was, calm and unmoving, waiting for her to come. As Zian closed the distance, her speed increased sharply. She gathered all her internal energy into her right arm, gripping the titanium alloy dagger tightly. She knew this blade could slice through steel, let alone flesh. The more internal energy she condensed, the more terrifying the power of her strike became. Combined with her forward momentum, the force of this attack was enough to shatter metal. She was fully prepared to kill Charlie in a single blow. However, just as she lunged forward, something unbelievable happened. Charlie did not dodge. He did not retreat. Instead, he casually reached out and grabbed Zian's wrist. In that instant, Zian felt as if her wrist had been clamped in iron. She couldn't move it at all. Her mind went completely blank. Her entire understanding of reality collapsed. She had trained in the elite martial arts of the Elms family since childhood. By the age of 18, she had already become one of the strongest among her generation, second only to a few elders, including her grandfather. Even her mother, Kyrie, was no match for her, especially after losing an arm. This proved that Zian was anything but ordinary. Panicking, she thought, "I just unleashed my full strength. Even if my grandfather were here, he would need to use everything he had to block that attack. Yet this man treated it like a joke. He simply reached out and stopped my strike, freezing my entire attack in place. What kind of monster is he?" She realized that the power behind her strike was no different from a bullet fired from a gun. For Charlie to stop it was the same as catching a bullet with his bare hands. Completely shaken, Zian gasped inwardly, This is not human. What kind of power does this man possess?" For the first time in her life, fear surfaced in her eyes. She blurted out, Who the hell are you?" Charlie smiled calmly and said, "Me." Then his smile turned cold. "Let me make this clear, I'm someone you and your entire Banks family can't afford to offend." Chapter 2143. Charlie now felt completely fearless. Neither the Wade family nor the Banks family could instill fear in him anymore. With his strength, taking down Lord Banks and Zane in the middle of a crowd of 10,000 wouldn't pose much of a challenge. The reason Charlie hadn't confronted Zian about her guilt immediately was that he was biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. It wasn't enough to merely possess power that surpassed the Banks family, he needed to establish an overwhelming advantage over them in the industry. Only then would the Banks family truly submit. However, Zian had no idea about Charlie's true capabilities. To her, this man radiated a terrifying and unfathomable strength. Even so, she firmly believed that he couldn't possibly take on the entire Banks family alone. Despite her fear, Zian knew that dwelling on it was useless. The most urgent matter was finding a way to escape from this terrifying man. Zian was not afraid of death. However, when she thought about how much her father had sacrificed, his energy, money, and manpower, to rescue her, her survival instinct surged to its peak. She looked straight at Charlie and said firmly, "If you let me go, we can put all past grievances behind us. Otherwise, the Banks family will definitely come after you for revenge." Charlie laughed coldly. "The Banks family won't let me go. To be honest, even if they don't come looking for me, I'll go after them myself." Xian's eyes widened in shock as she blurted out, You have a vendetta against the Banks family?" Charlie nodded calmly. "That's right. And it's a deep, blood-soaked enmity." Despair washed over Xian. Once she realized that Charlie already had a conflict with the Banks family, she knew there was no chance he would let her go. It seemed that today would be her last day alive. Thinking of her parents waiting for her to return home, tears streamed down her face. She raised her head and stared at Charlie with unwavering resolve. "If I can't defeat you, then go ahead and kill me." Charlie replied indifferently, "Relax. I won't kill you." "What?" Xian stared at him in disbelief. "You won't kill me?" Charlie said calmly, "You've committed a serious crime in Japan and are now a fugitive. If I hand you over to the Japanese authorities, they'll definitely sentence you to death." At that moment, Charlie suddenly frowned and looked at Xian with an icy gaze. He examined her from head to toe and asked coldly, "The Japanese judicial system is so eager to punish you. The Banks family must be spending an enormous amount of money to protect you, right?" Chapter 2144. Xian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she avoided Charlie's gaze, too afraid to respond. Deep down, she feared that Charlie had discovered her secret. She was the illegitimate daughter of Zane. If he truly knew, he could use this information to threaten her father and the Banks family. Worse still, he might expose her identity to the world. Although Xian longed for her father to acknowledge her, she clearly understood the consequences. Zane was a core member of the Banks family, bound by responsibilities to his legitimate wife and children. If her identity were exposed, it would severely damage his reputation and destroy the family's stability. She had never wanted to bring him trouble. All she had ever wished for was to support her father silently for the rest of her life. Because of this, panic settled deep in her heart. Noticing her silence and evasive behavior, Charlie sensed that something was wrong. He sighed lightly and said, "You're currently Japan's most wanted prisoner. If they manage to catch you, the Banks family will have to spend at least $1 billion, if not more, to get you out." As he spoke, Charlie stared straight at Xian and continued coldly, "I've heard about how the Banks family operates. The current patriarch, Lord Banks, is notoriously stingy. He wouldn't spend that kind of money to save a mere servant, no matter how capable you are. You're definitely not worth that much." He deliberately dragged out his words and sneered. "Unless, you're not just a subordinate of the Banks family." Despite her strength, Xian's lack of social experience was completely exposed. Panic surged as she stammered, "No, that's not it. I really am just a servant of the Banks family." Charlie scoffed. "You really lack experience. Your eyes are already giving you away." Xian panicked. "Ah. What do you mean?" Charlie smirked. "They're telling me I guessed right." Then his expression hardened. "Who exactly are you in the Banks family?" "I've investigated you, Xian. You serve as Zane's bodyguard and share the surname Banks, but there's no clear record showing you're truly part of the family." Xian nodded desperately. "Yes. I really am just a subordinate." Charlie waved dismissively. "No. The Banks family wouldn't move heaven and earth for a mere subordinate. Your status isn't enough to justify this." Locking eyes with her frightened expression, he said coldly, "So you must have another identity." Xian shook her head frantically. "I don't. I really don't. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Just don't humiliate me anymore, please." Charlie laughed coldly. "The Banks family clearly values you far more than an ordinary servant. Your loyalty goes beyond duty. Could it be, you're related to them by blood? After all, you do carry the Banks surname." Xian shook her head desperately. "My surname is just a coincidence. I joined the Banks family at 18. I'm mainly Zane's bodyguard and sometimes carry out secret missions, like executing the order against Matsumoto Manchi. I swear, I have no other identity. Charlie smiled faintly. The more you explain, the more obvious it becomes that you're hiding something. If you were truly just a loyal servant prepared to die for your master, you wouldn't be trying so hard to justify yourself. He sneered. Let me guess, are you someone's illegitimate daughter? Is that why the Banks family is so determined to save you? Xian's face turned deathly pale. She burst into tears, shaking her head wildly. I'm really not. I'm not an illegitimate daughter of the Banks family. Please, you have to believe me. Charlie ignored her cries and shook his head thoughtfully. Whose illegitimate daughter could you be? Lord Banks? Impossible. He's old and half dead. And if you were his daughter, he wouldn't put you beside Zane. That would be far too dangerous. He studied her carefully, then smiled slowly. So, could it be that you're Zane's illegitimate daughter? Chapter 21:45. Charlie had only made a conjecture, and now it was time to observe Xian's reaction. To his surprise, the moment he spoke, Xian's body began to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, Charlie knew he was right. Xian was the illegitimate daughter of Zane. Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder the Banks family had gone to such extreme lengths to rescue her from the Japanese judicial system. This girl was Zane's own flesh and blood. Fascinating. At that moment, Xian was completely stunned. She had never imagined that the man standing before her could uncover her true identity so quickly. Within the entire Banks family, only two people knew her real background. One was her biological father, Zane. The other was her grandfather, Lord Banks. Even Fitz and Zara, who had been around her for so long, had no idea that the bodyguard protecting them was actually their sister. And Zane's original wife was completely in the dark. Xian felt a deep, chilling fear that the man before her might expose this secret. If he did, her father's reputation would be utterly ruined. As that thought crossed her mind, a desperate plan formed in her heart. Deep inside, she mournfully thought, as long as I live, I will always be Zane's daughter. No matter how much I deny it, his blood still flows through my veins. But if I die, no one can prove that I am Zane's daughter. Even if this man reveals my identity, my death would give my father the chance to deny it without hesitation. It seems that only death can keep this secret buried forever. With that terrifying realization, she looked at Charlie and pleaded desperately. Please, just kill me. Or let go of my hand so I can do it myself. Charlie smiled faintly and said, Not a chance. I won't kill you, and I definitely won't let you kill yourself. Xian gasped in horror. What are you trying to do? Charlie continued smiling. Little girl, don't be afraid. I'm taking you home. You've suffered long enough hiding your true identity. Don't worry, I'll help you reclaim your rightful status as Miss Banks and enjoy everything that was taken from you. No! Xian completely broke down, tears pouring down her face as she begged. I've committed countless sins and caused so much suffering. Just kill me and let me rest in peace. In desperation, she struggled violently, trying to break free from Charlie's grip. But Charlie's hand was like iron, she couldn't move at all. Watching her struggle so desperately for death, Charlie became even more interested. He teased her lightly. If someone as beautiful as you were to die, wouldn't that be a terrible waste? How could I bring myself to do something so violent? What's wrong? Xian stared at him, her voice trembling with fear. What do you want from me? Charlie replied calmly. It's very simple. I'll take you back to China, publicly expose your identity, and force your father to acknowledge you. Isn't that a good thing? I don't want that. Xian cried uncontrollably, her tears flowing like a river as she shook her head. Her eyes were filled with terror and pain. I'm fine the way I am. I don't want to be the eldest daughter of the Banks family. I don't want to bring trouble to him. Please, just kill me. Throw me into the sea. Charlie frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean? Your father brought you into this world. Isn't it only right that he acknowledges you? How could that be considered trouble?" Xian stubbornly replied through her tears, "I don't want to cause trouble for him, or for my mother." Charlie shook his head. "You're truly strange. You can kill people for the Banks family without hesitation, yet you refuse to cause them even the slightest inconvenience now. Is that really loyalty?" Chapter 2146. Xian was rendered completely speechless by Charlie's question. This unwavering loyalty was the result of years of indoctrination she had endured since childhood. She firmly believed that her life, and everything she possessed, belonged to the Banks family and her father, even if it meant sacrificing herself. But she could never explain that to Charlie. With tears streaming down her face, she continued begging. "Sir, my life may be short, but I have never begged anyone before. Today, I beg you just this once. Please show mercy and end my suffering, please." Charlie shook his head and replied coldly, "I'm sorry. You can't die right now." Meanwhile, aboard the other ship's cockpit, the captain and sailors were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why Xian seemed frozen in place, as if she were under a spell cast by that man, unable to move at all. She kept nodding and shaking her head, crying uncontrollably. To those watching from afar, the scene looked utterly surreal. The captain quickly pulled out his satellite phone and dialed a domestic number. After explaining the situation in detail, he listened carefully to the instructions on the other end. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Understood. I'll follow your orders." After hanging up, he turned to his crew with a grim expression. "Go inform Mr. Johnson. There's a new order for him." A sailor immediately turned and hurried down to the lower deck. At the bottom of the cruise ship, he stopped in front of a locked door and knocked hard while calling out, "Mr. Johnson. The captain asked me to inform you that there's a new order from the master." A low, sinister voice replied from inside. "All right. I'll be right there." The door swung open. A middle-aged man with triangular eyes and a hooked nose stepped out, holding a specially modified heavy composite crossbow. Heavy composite crossbows were among the most terrifying of all crossbow weapons. Their power far exceeded that of ordinary firearms. Professional hunters often used them to hunt large game like wild boars with thick hides. Ordinary pistols and light rifles often failed to penetrate a wild boar's skin, especially when it was coated with mud and pine oil, causing bullets to ricochet. But a single bolt from a heavy composite crossbow could pierce straight through, delivering destructive power comparable to a high-caliber sniper rifle. Not only was the weapon incredibly powerful, but it also had excellent range and accuracy. When fitted with a sniper scope, it could strike targets from a considerable distance. More importantly, it was almost completely silent, making it perfect for assassinations. In many countries with strict gun control laws, obtaining firearms, especially sniper rifles, was nearly impossible for civilians. However, composite crossbows faced far fewer restrictions. The one in this man's hands had been heavily modified from a professional sports model and was powerful enough to penetrate a bulletproof vest, an ideal weapon for covert kills. With the crossbow in hand, he quickly made his way to the upper cockpit. The captain immediately urged him. "Mr. Johnson, hurry. The master has been restrained. Kill the target on the other boat immediately." Mr. Johnson glanced at Charlie and Xian on the neighboring vessel. A cruel sneer spread across his face as he said, "Isn't that guy just standing there like an idiot, completely exposed?" As he spoke, he opened the window, raised the composite crossbow, and aligned the sniper scope. The crosshair locked precisely onto Charlie's left temple. Chapter 2147. The power of a heavy composite crossbow was more than enough to pierce a human skull at close range. Moreover, Mr. Johnson was a highly skilled assassin, infamous for his mastery of the crossbow. He was completely confident that he could kill Charlie with a single shot. With 15 years of experience in the assassination world, Mr. Johnson had never once failed to complete a kill using his crossbow. With lightning speed, he aimed at Charlie and pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. The bowstring emitted a sharp hum as a titanium alloy, carbon fiber arrow shot straight toward Charlie's temple. The velocity of this crossbow exceeded 100 meters per second, and after modification, it could nearly reach 200 meters per second. At such a close distance, Charlie would have less than half a second to react. In other words, he wouldn't even have time to turn his head. Mr. Johnson had already made up his mind. Charlie was a dead man. He was even prepared to witness Charlie's head explode right before his eyes. What's more, the arrow was coated with a deadly poison. Even a tiny scratch would be enough to take Charlie's life. However, to his utter disbelief, Charlie didn't even look in his direction. Instead, he casually reached out and caught the speeding crossbow bolt with his bare hand. How is that possible?" Mr. Johnson exclaimed. He was completely stunned. The captain was equally shocked and cried out, "Mr. Johnson! Am I dreaming? Is that crossbow bolt in his hand the one you just fired?" Cold sweat instantly broke out on Mr. Johnson's forehead as he said hoarsely, "Yes, this guy is a complete monster. I've never seen anyone this strong in my life." He hurriedly asked, "Who the hell is he?" The captain replied with fear written all over his face, "I don't know. I was only following the master's order to kill him." Grinding his teeth, Mr. Johnson said, "I'll fire another arrow. There's no way he can catch this one." This composite crossbow was equipped with 2 bowstrings, allowing it to fire 2 arrows in rapid succession. Once both arrows were released, the bowstring would need to be restrung, a difficult task due to the weight and power of the weapon. Even for Mr. Johnson, it would take at least 10 seconds. That meant this final arrow was essentially his last chance. At that moment, the captain stopped him and said urgently, "Mr. Johnson, the master is still alive. If you can't kill him, we must activate the emergency plan. Are you absolutely certain you can kill him with this last arrow?" Mr. Johnson hesitated briefly, then shook his head. "I'm not sure." With a grave expression, the captain said, "If you don't have full confidence, then we have no choice but to initiate the emergency plan." Mr. Johnson nodded slightly. "All right. Activate the emergency plan." Meanwhile, on the deck of the other ship, Zian stared in disbelief as Charlie effortlessly caught the crossbow bolt in midair with one hand. She thought to herself, "Is this man even human? That arrow was stronger than my previous attack and far faster. He caught it without even looking. Just how terrifying is his martial arts cultivation?" Noticing Zian's shocked expression, Charlie smiled faintly and asked, "What's wrong? Did this shatter your worldview?" Zian nodded subconsciously. Chapter 2148. Although she was unwilling to admit her own shortcomings, the strength of the man standing before her was undeniably terrifying, far beyond anything she understood about martial arts. Charlie sneered and shifted his gaze toward the other ship. The assassin holding the composite crossbow felt his heart skip a beat when he met Charlie's cold stare. After hesitating for a moment, he leaned close to the captain and whispered, "Whether this shot hits or not, you must immediately push the engine to full power and get us out of here. That man is terrifyingly strong. The farther we are from him, the better." The captain immediately placed his hand on the engine throttle and instructed the first officer beside him. "The moment Mr. Johnson fires the second bolt, turn the rudder hard to the left. I'll push the horsepower to the maximum." "Understood." The first officer replied at once. "Understood. Good." The captain nodded, his eyes fixed nervously on Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson took a deep breath and pulled the trigger, releasing the second bolt with deadly accuracy. He shouted immediately, "Retreat! Retreat!" The captain and first officer reacted instantly, forcefully turning the rudder to the left while pushing the ship into a full-speed escape. The moment the crossbow bolt was released, Charlie sensed its trajectory. He was about to catch it when he suddenly realized something was wrong. The bolt wasn't aimed at him at all. Instead, it was flying straight toward Zian. In the next instant, Zian felt a sharp, searing pain in her thigh. She cried out miserably and looked down, only to see the crossbow bolt completely embedded in her right leg. The intense pain made her clench her teeth, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Why did they shoot my leg? As the thought formed, she suddenly felt a powerful force surging from the wound, spreading rapidly through her body and into her veins. As a martial artist with internal energy, she instantly realized the truth. This was a deadly poison. Her face turned pale in an instant. Yet after a brief pause, a strange sense of relief appeared in her eyes. In front of this man, I can neither live nor die by my own will. No matter what, I will soon die from this poison. My identity will remain hidden, and my father will be spared all trouble. With that thought, she even looked relieved. Seeing this, Charlie frowned and said coldly, "You think you can die so easily? Don't worry, the more you want to die, the less I'll allow it." As he spoke, he grabbed her wrist and sent a surge of Reiki into her body, forcibly suppressing the poison while simultaneously sealing her meridians, leaving her completely unable to move. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the first crossbow bolt and hurled it toward the fleeing ship. Mr. Johnson had been staring at Xian, waiting for her to collapse from the poison, when a black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. In the next instant, a sharp pain exploded in his forehead. Before he could even react, the crossbow bolt pierced straight through his Tianling cap, killing him on the spot. Inside the cabin, the captain and crew were instantly terrified by the sight. The captain panicked and shoved the power lever forward, shouting, "Why is the ship still so slow?" The first officer clutched the rudder and yelled hoarsely, "Captain! The rudder is already fully turned left. It's hard to accelerate while making a sharp turn, we can only wait." Just as the ship struggled desperately to turn and flee, Charlie took several steps forward and leapt directly onto the enemy vessel. A crew member screamed in horror. "Captain, that man, he jumped onto our ship." Chapter 21:49. The crew on the ship was completely engulfed in fear, their screams echoing again and again. At this moment, not a single expert remained on board who could stand up to Charlie. Xian had been struck by a poisoned arrow, and her condition looked critical. The remaining members of the Banks clan had all been thrown into the sea by Charlie, some already sinking beneath the surface, too weak to keep themselves afloat. The only person who had remained hidden in the cabin was Mr. Johnson, a concealed assassin whose existence even Xian had been unaware of. However, he was now dead. Aside from the captain and the first officer, only a few ordinary sailors were left inside the cabin. These sailors had never trained in martial arts and were utterly incapable of resisting Charlie. Just as despair filled the air, Charlie suddenly kicked open the cockpit door and stepped inside. Several terrified sailors felt their legs give out and collapsed to their knees, crying out, "Big brother, please spare us. I'm just a civilian crewman, I haven't done anything wrong." Others followed suit, kneeling as well and begging, "Yes, big brother. We're just ordinary sailors. We don't know anything." Charlie ignored their pleas and asked coldly, "Who is the captain?" Everyone immediately pointed toward one man. The captain trembled violently as he raised his hand and said, "Big brother. I am the captain." Charlie nodded indifferently and ordered, "Turn the ship around and shut down the engine." "Yes, big brother," the captain replied without the slightest hesitation. He immediately instructed the first officer, "Hard right rudder." The first officer obeyed at once, and the ship slowly began turning back toward Charlie's vessel. Then Charlie said coldly, "All of you, put your hands on your heads and line up on the deck. Then board the other ship." Given the current situation and the number of deaths they had just witnessed, none of the crew dared to resist. They obediently raised their hands, filed out of the cockpit, and under the captain's lead, climbed over the railing and cautiously boarded the deck of the adjacent ship. Xian remained standing where she was, completely unable to move. Fortunately, Charlie's aura shielded her from immediate danger. Charlie then dragged the captain over in front of Xian and asked coldly, "Tell me, why did that bastard shoot the beautiful woman beside me with a crossbow?" The captain's face twisted with hesitation as he replied, I don't know. Maybe it was an accident, a lucky shot." Charlie sneered. "A lucky shot? The first arrow was aimed straight at my temple with almost no deviation. How could the second arrow possibly be a mistake? Although Xian remained silent, she was clearly eager to hear the truth. The captain hurriedly said, "Big brother, I really don't know. I was only following orders to set sail. I don't know anything else." Charlie nodded slowly. "So you don't know, huh? Fine. Then it's time for you to feed the sharks." As soon as he finished speaking, Charlie grabbed the captain by the collar and lifted him straight off the ground, leaving his legs dangling helplessly in the air. Chapter 2150. Terrified out of his wits, the captain pissed himself and screamed, "Big brother, forgive me. I'll confess. I'll tell you everything." Forcing himself to calm down, the captain continued, "I've been operating this cruise ship on the master's behalf. This time, he sent me to Japan. Originally, the master never truly intended to rescue Miss Banks tonight. The rescue would not only cost a huge amount of money but would also provoke long-term hostility from the Japanese government toward the Banks family. That's why he set up a trap." Charlie frowned and asked, "What kind of trap?" The captain explained hurriedly. "According to the plan, after setting sail tonight, I was supposed to head directly to the open sea. The Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force is already waiting there. Once we reach the designated area, they will surround us and arrest Miss Banks." Charlie was stunned. "Send her back. After going through all that trouble to rescue her, why would they turn her over again?" The captain shook his head bitterly. "I don't know. I only follow the master's orders." Charlie pressed further. "What about that crossbowman?" The captain answered immediately. "His name is Johnson, Kelly Johnson. He's a well-known expert in cold weapons in the assassination world. The master arranged him as a backup plan." Charlie's eyes turned cold. "What do you mean by a backup plan? Speak clearly, or I swear I'll kill you." The captain trembled violently and shouted, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything." The backup plan was that if the Japanese self-defense force failed to capture Miss Banks, Mr. Johnson would kill her with the crossbow and dispose of the body, then hand it over to the self-defense force. The moment those words fell, Xian's face turned deathly pale. She screamed, "What did you say?" "The master's emergency plan was to kill me." "Yes," the captain said solemnly. "The original plan was to head straight to the rendezvous point after boarding. But then you suddenly insisted on chasing this big brother. The master agreed and ordered me to kill him first, then take you to the meeting point with the Japanese self-defense force. He also made it clear that if anything went wrong, Mr. Johnson must carry out the emergency plan and kill you to eliminate all future trouble." Tears streamed down Xian's face as she shook her head frantically. "No, that's impossible. You're lying. How could the master want me dead? I am his." She suddenly stopped, realizing she had nearly exposed something she shouldn't have. In her heart, she thought, "I'm Lord Banks's granddaughter. How could he possibly want me dead? And even if he did, my father Zane would never allow it." Seeing the disbelief on her face, the captain said anxiously, "Miss Banks, I swear I'm telling the truth. The master personally ordered that you must not leave Japan alive. Even if you died, your body had to be handed over to the Japanese self-defense force." Xian murmured weakly, "That's impossible, it doesn't make any sense." Charlie sneered and said, "Why wouldn't it make sense? If you die, the Banks family avoids massive fallout. You need to understand, here in Japan, you're considered a major criminal. Anyone who rescues you is openly challenging the entire country. No matter how rich the Banks family is, they can't withstand that kind of pressure." Xian shouted angrily, "That's bullshit." "Bullshit?" Charlie scoffed. "I don't know every detail of the Banks family's internal plans, but I believe there's truth in what he said." Xian shook her head stubbornly. "I don't believe it. I won't trust a single word from them." Charlie replied calmly, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a way to prove it." He turned to the captain and asked, "How did you contact the Banks family?" The captain replied nervously, Through a satellite phone. Charlie asked again. Where is it? In the inner pocket of my jacket. Charlie said coldly. Call them now. Tell them I've already killed Zian. Let's see how they respond. Chapter 2151. The captain was desperate to survive, so he nervously asked Charlie. Brother, if I follow your instructions, will you spare my life? Charlie nodded and said calmly. As long as you cooperate fully, I guarantee you won't die. I can even help you create a new identity so you can start over. Hearing this, the captain was overjoyed and said gratefully. Brother, your words are everything to me. I'll do exactly as you say. Satisfied, Charlie instructed. Good. Then relay everything exactly the way I tell you. After thinking for a moment, Charlie continued. Since that old dog Lord Banks prepared an emergency plan, you should tell him that Zian became a casualty of that very plan. He leaned closer and whispered several key details into the captain's ear. Listening carefully, the captain nodded repeatedly, immediately took out his satellite phone, extended the long antenna, and dialed Lord Banks. At that moment, Lord Banks was at his residence in Eastcliff, anxiously waiting for news. As soon as the call connected, Lord Banks demanded coldly. What's the situation? Following Charlie's instructions to the letter, the captain replied nervously. Master, Miss Zian was struck in the heart by Mr. Johnson's crossbow bolt. She is already dead. Are you sure Zian is dead? Lord Banks pressed. The captain answered without hesitation. Yes. We all saw it with our own eyes. Miss Banks was hit by the crossbow and died within seconds. What about her body? Lord Banks asked urgently. Is it still in that man's hands? The captain replied. That man threw her body into the sea. We were afraid he would chase after us, so we retreated immediately. You retreated? Lord Banks roared in fury. Who the hell told you to leave before retrieving Zian's body? The Japanese are still waiting. How am I supposed to explain this to them? The captain stammered awkwardly. Master, that man is far too powerful. We stood no chance. If we hadn't fled immediately, he would have killed everyone. Lord Banks snarled angrily. I don't care about your excuses. Turn back immediately. Even if you have to dive to the bottom of the sea, retrieve Zian's body. If the Japanese don't receive her body, I will hold you fully responsible. The captain asked in confusion. Master, if Miss Banks is already dead, why would the Japanese still want her body? Lord Banks bellowed. I've already made arrangements with the Japanese Metropolitan Police. What happened tonight was never about saving Zian, it was all for show. Whether she's alive or dead, the Japanese need her body to give their citizens an explanation. He added viciously. You must recover Zian's body and deliver it to the designated location for the Japanese. If you fail, I'll make you pay the price. Hearing this, Zian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face turned deathly pale as tears streamed down her cheeks. She never imagined that her own grandfather would be willing to sacrifice her so mercilessly. If it weren't for the man standing in front of her, she would have already died from that poison crossbow bolt. Chapter 2152. Suppressing his fear, the captain hurriedly said. Master, I'll set off immediately and recover the body to deliver it to the Japanese self-defense forces. Lord Banks replied coldly. If you can't settle this matter, don't bother coming back. Yes, Master. After hanging up, the captain turned to Charlie, his face filled with fear and pleading. Sir, if Lord Banks finds out I lied to him, he'll definitely kill me. Charlie replied calmly. Relax. Since you followed my instructions, I'll keep my promise. Then Charlie said indifferently. You'll all follow me back to Oris Hill tonight. Once we arrive, I'll place you somewhere safe. After lying low for a while and settling your families properly, you'll be free to live normal lives. Hearing this, the captain knelt down in excitement, kowtowing as he said. Sir, from today onward, we brothers will follow you. The others also knelt one after another, filled with gratitude. They knew that sparing their lives meant absolute obedience. Charlie then turned to Zian and said lightly, "Well, little beauty, what do you think now? Wasn't I right? Lord Banks never intended to save you, this was nothing but a performance." Zian's eyes were red and swollen. All her former stubbornness had vanished, leaving only despair on her pale face. "But I still don't understand," she said weakly. "If he never planned to save me, why put on such a show? Whether I died at sea or was handed over to the Japanese self-defense forces, I wouldn't leave Japan alive anyway. Why go to such lengths?" Charlie shrugged with a faint smile. "In any performance, there has to be an audience. Besides you, there are others watching, such as your maternal family." He continued calmly. "I don't know exactly who your maternal family is, but since you're Zane's illegitimate daughter, they must have some influence. If the Banks family didn't even attempt a rescue, your maternal family would feel offended. But if they try their best and still fail, your maternal family will feel sorrowful, yet grateful for the Banks family's efforts. You've been with the Banks family long enough. You should understand this kind of acting and emotional manipulation very well." Zian instantly understood. Charlie's words struck her like a thunderbolt. She thought to herself, although the Banks family is the wealthiest family in the country, they've always relied on the Elms family for combat strength. The Elms family is one of China's 4 great martial arts families. Because I'm Zane's illegitimate daughter, that has a deep connection with the Banks family. In fact, nearly all the Elms family's experts serve the Banks family. Elms family. So Lord Banks staged this entire act to show the Elms family that he did everything possible to rescue me. In this way, he secures their loyalty and strengthens the Banks family's control over them." Just as she fully grasped the truth, Charlie smiled faintly and asked, "Little beauty, have you ever heard a particularly interesting story?" Zian looked up and asked, "What story?" Chapter 2153. Noticing the curious expression on Zian's face, Charlie offered a faint smile and began, "Let me tell you a story. It's about a wealthy young man from a prominent family who sets his sights on a stunning beauty. However, this young man is extremely calculating and unwilling to spend a large sum of money to win her over. Instead, he pretends to give her a Ferrari. In this story, he goes to a Ferrari dealership and colludes with a salesman to stage a performance. When he brings the beauty to the dealership to see the car, the salesman tells them that no cars are currently available and that only a reservation can be made. So, in front of her, the rich young man pretends to make a grand gesture. He pays a deposit of 10,000 and signs a so-called contract to reserve the car. Believing that she is about to receive a Ferrari from him, the beauty climbs into the rich young man's bed that very night and falls completely under his spell. After he gets what he wants, the young man immediately returns to the Ferrari salesman, retrieves his 1 million deposit, and generously gives the salesman a bonus of 20,000. What the beauty never realizes is that the contract she believed to be genuine was nothing more than a fake document created with the salesman. There was never a real contract with the dealership at all. The entire thing was a carefully orchestrated scam designed solely to sleep with her. A Ferrari costs at least 4 or 5 million. Yet this rich second-generation heir only spent 20,000 in total to achieve his goal. The difference between 20,000 and 5 million is astronomical, it's practically nothing." Zian interrupted, "What exactly are you trying to tell me with this story?" Charlie smiled faintly and sighed. "You really are beautiful, but sometimes your brain seems to be a little short-circuited." Zian felt a surge of anger, but in front of Charlie, she forcibly suppressed it. Maintaining a calm tone, she asked, "What do you mean by that?" Charlie nodded seriously and explained, "That rich young man pretending to buy a Ferrari is exactly what the Banks family is doing by pretending to rescue you." He continued, "If the Banks family truly intended to bribe the entire Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department and the Japanese self-defense forces to guarantee your safety, it wouldn't be impossible, but the cost would be astronomical. The impact of this incident is far-reaching, and everyone involved would have to carefully assess the risks. Unless the price was unimaginably high, no one would dare take such a gamble. I suspect that to genuinely ensure your survival, they would need at least $1 billion to grease the wheels of the Japanese judicial system, customs authorities, and the self-defense forces. Charlie smiled coldly and added, "But what if they're only putting on an act, pretending to rescue you while secretly ensuring you never leave Japan alive? That wouldn't cost much at all. I'd bet their real expenses are less than 1% of what it would take to actually save you." Xian was completely stunned. His words shattered her understanding of everything in an instant. Although she wanted to refute him, she wasn't foolish. During Lord Banks' phone call earlier, his intention to sacrifice her had already been laid bare. Charlie's story, and his analysis of the Banks family, fit the entire situation perfectly. At that moment, Xian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She had cried so much earlier that now, she couldn't shed another tear. Seeing her spirit crumble, Charlie said calmly, "We can't stay here any longer. We need to leave Japan as soon as possible, before the Japanese self-defense forces regroup." With that, he summoned the crew and pointed at the captain and the Banks family's men. "You all, take them down to the lower cabin and clean up the deck." Chapter 2154. Ito's men immediately moved into action, following Charlie's instructions without hesitation. At that moment, Jasmine walked onto the deck. Seeing the scene before her, she asked in surprise, "Master Wade, are these people here for me?" Charlie shook his head. "No. They're here for me." Jasmine's surprise deepened when she noticed Xian, who was immobilized with a crossbow bolt embedded in her leg. She turned to Charlie and asked, "Master Wade, who is this woman?" Charlie glanced at Xian and smiled faintly. "This beautiful woman was once my enemy, but she can no longer be considered one." He raised his eyebrows at Xian and teased, "Isn't that right, little beauty?" Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. Although she had already realized the true intentions of the Banks family and knew that Charlie had saved her life, her feelings toward him were still complicated. After all, he was the one who had tipped off the Japanese self-defense forces about her and her people. Many of those companions were members of the Elms family, her brothers and cousins among them. Despite her lingering resentment, her hatred toward Charlie had weakened significantly as events unfolded. Unsure how to answer him, she stubbornly turned her head away. Seeing her reaction, Charlie chuckled and said, "Little beauty, the Banks family has no idea you're still alive, let alone that you're with me. From now on, you'll follow my arrangements just like everyone else and return to Oris Hill with me." Xian blurted out instinctively, "I won't go back to Oris Hill with you." Charlie smiled. "You're on my ship, and you don't want to go with me? What, are you planning to jump into the sea?" Xian immediately felt humiliated. She thought to herself, "I have nowhere else to go. If I don't stick with this man, I'll just be waiting here for the Japanese to catch me. To them, I'm a criminal. If they capture me, there will be no escape. And I can't even return to China on my own. Even if I somehow made it back, I'd still be under the thumb of the Banks family." Earlier, the captain clearly told Lord Banks that I was dead. If I reappear alive and the Banks family finds out, they'll immediately realize they were deceived. They'll know their scheme has been completely exposed. At that point, they'll do everything possible to kill me. Right now, my only option is to return to Oris Hill with this man. He's unbelievably powerful, and he must have a way to take me back secretly, one that keeps me out of the Banks family's reach. Chapter 2155. At this moment, all Xian could think about was her own survival, followed by the urgent need to uncover the truth behind everything that had happened. Despite her overwhelming hatred for the Banks family, a small part of her still clung to a faint shred of hope. She considered that if her grandfather, Lord Banks, alone was responsible for everything, and her father, Zane, was truly unaware and uninvolved, then perhaps she could still find a sliver of comfort in that. However, if both Lord Banks and Zane were complicit in this scheme, it would mean a complete and irreversible break between her and the Banks family. With these heavy thoughts weighing on her heart, Xian turned to Charlie and pleaded softly, "I can go to Oris Hill with you, but can I please call my mother? I need her to know that I'm alive. Otherwise, she'll be worried sick." Without any hesitation, Charlie replied flatly, "No." Xian was stunned by his blunt refusal. She had spoken from the depths of her heart, asking only to reassure her mother, yet Charlie had rejected her without the slightest pause. Anger surged within her as she protested, "Why not? My mother would never participate in any plot to harm me, even if the Banks family wants me dead." Charlie said coldly, "You need to understand that a mother reacts very differently to the certainty of her daughter's death and to the possibility that her daughter is still alive. If your mother believes you're truly dead, her grief will be natural and convincing, and the Banks family will have no clues to chase," he continued. "But if she knows you're alive, she won't be able to conceal her emotions. That will immediately expose her and give the Banks family a trail to follow." Charlie's tone turned sharp and mocking. "The Banks family is exceptionally good at manipulation. You personally wiped out the Matsumoto family. If Lord Banks could order you to slaughter enemies, what makes you think he wouldn't target your mother to eliminate potential loose ends?" Xian felt as though she had been slapped across the face. She suddenly realized how deeply she had been brainwashed into believing that the Banks family's interests were above everything else, to the point that she had carried out ruthless acts without hesitation. The annihilation of the Matsumoto family had never been her own desire, it had been Zane's command, driven by his fury after they nearly harmed his children. Now, as she reflected on the cold-blooded nature of the Banks family, Xian felt not only rage but also profound regret. If she had truly understood what kind of people the Banks were, she would never have given up her own future for them. At this moment, she finally recognized how naive her understanding had been and how shallow her perception of the Banks family truly was. She scolded herself bitterly in her heart, "Xian, you've been such a fool. All these years, aside from killing people, you learned almost nothing, and you nearly dragged your own mother into this hell." He's right. If I contact my mother, she'll rush straight to the Banks family. Even if she restrains herself, once the Banks notice her, there's no way she won't become a target, putting her life in serious danger. With this realization, Xian turned to Charlie, nodded, and said through clenched teeth, "Then, fine. I'll listen to you." Charlie nodded calmly and said, "I'll take you to the cabin to rest. Your wound has stopped bleeding for now. Later, I'll help you remove the crossbow bolt and neutralize the poison in your body." Xian nodded lightly. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and whispered softly, "Thank you." Charlie replied simply, "You're welcome," then turned to the ship's captain and ordered, "Follow me to the next ship. Set a course in the opposite direction and sail at full speed to create a diversion." Chapter 2156. The captain nodded without hesitation. At this moment, all 6 people who had been thrown into the sea by Charlie had already drowned. Some of their bodies were slowly sinking toward the ocean floor. Charlie led the captain to the neighboring cruise ship. After the captain set the course, Charlie instructed him to return to their original ship first. Then, Charlie pushed the engine to its maximum output, and the vessel shot forward immediately. When Jasmine saw the ship speeding away from the adjacent deck, she called out anxiously, "Master Wade." Before she could finish speaking, a figure leaped from the ship and plunged cleanly into the sea. Moments later, Jasmine saw Charlie's head emerge from the water as he swam back to the boat without hesitation. Worried, Jasmine quickly grabbed a bath towel. As soon as Charlie climbed aboard, she handed it to him and said with concern, "Master Wade, dry yourself quickly and go rest in the cabin. You should take a hot shower so you don't catch a cold." Charlie smiled faintly. "It's fine. I'll just change into clean clothes later." As he spoke, he turned to the captain beside him and said, "Set sail now. Head straight into the open sea." "Yes, Mr. Wade," the captain replied immediately. "You should change first. We'll prepare to depart right away." Charlie returned to his cabin and changed into a fresh set of clothes. The crew placed his soaked clothes into a washing and drying machine, which would have them clean and dry within a few hours. Meanwhile, Xian was settled in a spacious bedroom on the first floor. Because Charlie had sealed her meridians earlier, she was temporarily unable to move and could only sit on the sofa. Charlie knocked on the door before entering. Looking at Xian, he asked, "How are you feeling?" Xian replied awkwardly, I'm fine." After a pause, she asked curiously, "Can you tell me how you did that?" Charlie frowned slightly. How did I do what? Xian explained, how did you remove the poison from my body so quickly and stop the bleeding? And why is it that my ability to move has been so severely restricted? Charlie replied calmly, as a martial artist, you should understand internal energy, right? Xian nodded seriously. I understand internal strength, but this feels completely different, doesn't it? Martial artists cultivate internal strength to enhance their bodies and combat power. That strength can only circulate within their own bodies. But your internal strength flowed through mine. It's unbelievable. Charlie snorted arrogantly. My internal strength is on a completely different level from yours. As the ancients said, how can the light of fireflies compare to the sun and the moon? If my internal strength is the sun and the moon, then yours is nothing more than the flicker of a firefly. Chapter 2157. Since ancient times, Chinese martial arts have focused on the cultivation, manipulation, and application of internal forces within the body. This concept forms the foundation of what are known as meridians. The fundamental principles of Reiki share similarities with internal force, but there is a significant distinction. Reiki not only allows for personal accumulation and utilization of energy but also possesses the unique ability to project energy outward. Despite the impressive strength of internal force, it is confined to one's own body. A skilled master of internal force might deliver a devastating blow capable of felling a heavy cow or even an elephant with a single strike. However, such a master would lack the capability to strike a mouse in midair. This limitation arises because internal force cannot be released externally. In essence, internal force can be considered a basic, entry-level form of Reiki. Reiki, on the other hand, exists on a completely different level, far superior to internal force. The distinction between the two is akin to that between primates and humans. While primates and humans share nearly 99% of their DNA, the gap between them is immense. No matter how intelligent a chimpanzee may be, it cannot evolve into a human. There exists an unbridgeable chasm between the two. Within Chinese martial arts, tens of thousands of practitioners can master internal qi. Yet, among them, very few have the ability to transform their internal qi into Reiki. If it weren't for the assistance of the apocalyptic book and an earlier piece of spiritual stone, Charlie would never have been able to develop Reiki in his body, no matter how many rejuvenating pills he consumed. This is a rare opportunity, one that most people wouldn't encounter even in several lifetimes. Charlie, however, couldn't reveal the full truth to Xian. Nevertheless, the contrast between the glow of a firefly and the brilliance of the sun and moon had already left a profound impression on her. She quietly thought to herself, so his internal strength has ascended to a higher level. No wonder his power is extraordinary and why he could save my life so easily. The martial arts I've learned seem insignificant in comparison. At that moment, Charlie spoke calmly, although I've eliminated the toxins from your body, your wound remains open. I'll help you remove the crossbow arrow and then clean the injury. Xian glanced at the wound on her leg, where the crossbow arrow had nearly pierced her thigh. A wave of embarrassment washed over her as she thought, I'm wearing black tights, but to treat this wound, he'll need to take off my pants or tear them. But, this feels too private. Noticing her discomfort, Charlie considered, perhaps I should let her handle it herself. She's a trained killer and must know how to manage minor injuries. Yet another thought emerged, this woman has a fierce spirit and is known for her ruthless methods. If I want her to submit and be honest with me starting tonight, I first need to break her self-esteem. With this in mind, Charlie spoke with a cold demeanor, come, let's get you settled on a recliner. Lie back, and I'll help you with your wound. Xian hesitated, saying, I can do it myself. Just give me some pliers, debridement solution, and gauze for bandaging, and it will be fine. Charlie replied flatly, while you could manage on your own, the legs contain a dense network of blood vessels. Removing the crossbow arrow could cause significant bleeding. If an artery is affected, pulling the arrow out could endanger your life. If a nerve is damaged, you might even suffer permanent disability. Chapter 2158. Xian was well aware that she could handle ordinary wounds on her own, but if her arteries were injured, it would be a completely different challenge. The possibility of nerve damage also crossed her mind, knowing it could cause lasting consequences. She understood that any lingering issues would undoubtedly impact her strength. With these worries swirling in her mind, Xian hesitated, unsure whether to accept Charlie's assistance. After all, Charlie's mastery far exceeded her own abilities. If he treated her injuries, she knew it would be far safer than attempting it herself. Noticing her conflicted expression, Charlie said firmly, "Don't take too long to decide. Your life is more important than anything else. I'm sure you don't want your legs disabled. Imagine a beautiful girl like you walking with a limp, that would be quite unattractive." With that, he extended his hand toward Xian. "Come, let me help you to the recliner." Xian felt a rush of embarrassment at his unwavering stance and replied softly, "I can manage on my own." However, when she tried to use her arms for support, they failed to cooperate. Frustrated, she looked at Charlie, who remained calm and said, "Don't strain yourself. I've temporarily sealed your meridians, so your body can't generate any strength." Surprised by this revelation, Xian reluctantly took Charlie's hand and murmured, "I'm sorry to trouble you." Charlie grasped her delicate, cold hand and effortlessly lifted her. This was the first time Xian had ever been held like this by a man, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Raised by her mother, she had dedicated herself to martial arts, leaving little room for romance or interaction with men. The sudden intimacy of being held by Charlie sent her into a flurry of panic. Once he helped her onto the recliner, he gently laid her down and engaged the swing function. Then he said, "I need to cut off the leg of your pants." Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. Is he really going to cut my pants? That means my entire thigh will be exposed to him. While she struggled to accept this, Charlie had already grabbed a pair of scissors and cut several centimeters from where the crossbow arrow had struck, slicing the trouser leg off entirely. Xian felt a sudden chill on her right leg. When she looked down, she was shocked to see her slender leg fully exposed. She immediately covered her face in shyness. Charlie, taken aback, didn't expect Xian's legs to be so stunning, surpassing any woman he had ever known. This was likely the result of her years of martial arts training. Her legs were not only slender but perfectly straight, with subtle muscle definition rivaling the finest supermodels. She truly possessed exceptional legs, a rare sight. As Charlie continued to observe her legs, Xian felt a wave of embarrassment. Despite his impressive strength, he seemed to lack the lecherous gaze typical of ordinary men. Feeling slightly annoyed, she asked, "What are you staring at?" Charlie looked up, smiled casually, and replied, "I'm just admiring your legs, they're beautiful." Chapter 2159 Xian and Charlie's unexpected moment. Xian was taken aback by Charlie's candid admission about noticing her legs. His openness and ease caught her off guard, causing her previous frustration to fade away. Her initial accusations now felt misplaced, leaving her at a loss for words. The flicker of anger she had felt gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of confusion. Feeling shy, she cast a quick glance at Charlie before looking away and whispered with a hint of embarrassment, "If you've seen enough, could you please help me with the treatment?" Charlie smiled and nodded. "Sure, let's start the treatment right away." Almost instinctively, Xian added, "Is it really enough to just look so soon?" Realizing her words might have sounded strange, she quickly clarified, No. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant, if you've seen enough, let's begin." As she spoke, a trace of disappointment crept into her voice. Charlie, with a light smile, replied without hesitation, "As your doctor, I must say your legs are indeed beautiful. However, I need to address the wound promptly." He gently grasped Xian's thigh with one hand while holding a pair of pliers in the other. "The crossbow arrow has barbs, so I'll need to cut it from the tail and pull it out carefully. It might hurt a bit, so brace yourself." Xian nodded softly. "I'm ready. I can handle it." Charlie replied with a reassuring hum and carefully began to cut the arrow. "All right, I'll count to 3 and then pull it out. Be mentally prepared," he instructed. Xian quickly responded, "Okay. Let's begin." 1, 2, Charlie started counting. Just as he finished saying 2, Xian experienced a sharp pain in her leg, causing her to cry out, "Oh! That hurts! Didn't you say you'd count to 3? Why did you pull it out on 2? Charlie chuckled softly. "I like to keep things surprising. If I counted to 3, what if you suddenly jerked your leg back?" With tears welling in her eyes from the pain, Zian replied, "You can't just spring surprises on me like that. It's so painful, and I wasn't prepared at all." "But you're a seasoned warrior," Charlie teased. "Why can't you handle this little pain?" Zian pouted. "That was really painful. Being injured by a cold weapon hurts much more than a bullet wound." Charlie smiled gently. "Pain is pain. It's all over now. I'll clean the wound, sterilize it, apply some anti-infection medicine, and bandage it. You'll be fine." Zian nodded, then asked cautiously, "You're not going to use alcohol to sterilize it, are you? That would hurt even more." Charlie shook his head. "Alcohol isn't suitable here. I'll use some iodine instead. Don't worry, it won't hurt as much as alcohol." Relieved, Zian watched as Charlie brought out a bottle of iodophor. Using metal tweezers, he took a clean cotton ball, dipped it in the iodophor, and applied it gently to her wound. Iodophor is an effective antiseptic for cleaning and sterilizing wounds, and indeed, it caused her far less pain than alcohol would have. Chapter 2160. As Charlie gently held the tweezers, carefully tending to her wound, Zian felt her feelings toward this enigmatic man begin to shift. Despite their previous conflicts, her heart softened just a little. Curiosity got the better of her. She turned to Charlie and asked, "Hey. I don't know your name yet." Charlie offered a faint smile. "Does my name really matter to you?" Zian feigned annoyance. "You cheated me last time. I haven't let that go yet. So yes, your name is quite significant to me." Charlie nodded understandingly. "I cheated you because your actions against the Matsumoto family were a bit excessive. Since you're Chinese, you must know about your ancestors. Don't you see how your actions could endanger your own family?" Zian's expression turned slightly guilty. "I did what I did, but I was following orders. The family had specifically commanded that the Matsumoto family suffer greatly, so I carried out his wishes and led the charge against them." Charlie probed further, "The family head you mentioned, was it Zane or Lord Banks?" Zian replied in a hushed tone, "It's Zane." Charlie scoffed, a mixture of disdain and self-mockery in his voice. "Zane, that old fool, has had such good fortune. I accidentally saved his son and daughter, Fitz and Zara. And today, I had to rescue his illegitimate daughter while I was completely drunk." Zian gasped. "Wait, what? You saved Fitz and Zara?" Charlie nodded, looking uncomfortable. "Yes, I did. I had no idea they were Zane's children. Had I known, I wouldn't have saved them." Intrigued, Zian asked, "Do you have a deep-seated grudge against him?" Charlie met her gaze seriously. "I definitely harbor antagonism toward him." He continued, "One day, I will make him kneel before me, begging for forgiveness. At that moment, I might just take his head. Whether he lives or dies will depend on his own luck." Unbeknownst to Charlie, the death of his parents was intricately linked to Zane. From the information he had collected, it was clear that Zane had been a relentless adversary of his father, even forming the infamous Anti-Leaf Alliance. However, the extent of Zane's involvement in his parents' deaths remained a mystery. Charlie speculated that 3 parties bore responsibility: the Wade family, the Banks family, and the European Rothschild family. Yet, he had not determined which of these parties held the greatest culpability. Zian, taken aback by Charlie's revelations, cautiously asked, "Could you share exactly what your issue with him is?" Charlie replied nonchalantly, "You don't need to pry into those details." Zian nodded, visibly disappointed, then asked, "So, can you tell me your name?" Charlie answered simply, "My last name is Wade, and my first name is Charlie." Zian murmured to herself, "Wade? Charlie? Could it be?" Suddenly, she looked intently at Charlie and exclaimed, "Are you part of the Wade family?" Chapter 2161. As Zian began to understand his origins, Charlie offered a slight smile and responded calmly, "Yes, you could say I belong to the Wade family, or at least I did in the past." Zian paused to think, murmuring, "If you were part of the Wade family before, does that mean you're no longer associated with them now?" With a look of shock, she continued, "The Wade family wasn't initially prosperous. I know every direct descendant well. If you're not currently part of the Wade family, then your likelihood is." Just as the thought was about to escape her lips, Zian froze in shock, unable to finish her sentence. Staring at Charlie in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Among the direct descendants of the Wade family, there was only Bruce, who passed away over 20 years ago. Could it be, are you his son?" Charlie's expression tightened as he replied earnestly, "Yes, I am Bruce's son, Charlie." Oh my gosh! At that moment, it felt as if Zian had been struck by lightning. Although Bruce had died before she was born, his name was still well known to her. She was also aware of the history between her father, Zane, and Bruce. It was clear that Bruce had been Zane's greatest rival throughout his life and that he had dealt Zane some of his most significant blows. In Eastcliff, whenever someone mentioned Bruce, it was always with admiration and praise. In contrast, discussions about Zane were often tinged with regret, with many lamenting that Zane simply lived in the shadow of Bruce's brilliance. The contrast between these two men could be aptly described by the concept of yin and yang. Zian recognized that her father had not only been overshadowed by Bruce but also suffered the additional pain of knowing that his own wife was one of Bruce's most devoted admirers. While her father struggled to win her affection, his wife was hopelessly in love with Bruce. An ancient poem perfectly encapsulates Zane's plight, "I turn my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch." This phrase illustrates how Zane's wife had desperately pursued Bruce, only to settle for Zane out of despair. Consequently, Zane lived perpetually in Bruce's shadow. It was clear that Bruce was the person Zane despised most throughout his life. Zian understood these past events perfectly, yet she never imagined she would one day meet the son of Bruce. Chapter 2162. Furthermore, what surprised her even more was the number of stories she shared with him. Even her right leg was now cradled in his hand. As she pondered this, Zian suddenly felt that the world was indeed filled with unexpected fortunes. She couldn't help but reflect inwardly, "I have dedicated myself wholeheartedly to the Banks family, even willing to sacrifice my life for them. Yet, I never imagined that the Banks family would bring me to this point, nearly ending my life." And Charlie, a descendant of the Wade family, was supposed to be the Banks family's greatest enemy. "He is the son of Bruce, and to my father Zane, he was a thorn in the flesh. Yet, against all odds, he saved my life in my darkest hour." The irony of it all is astounding. Noticing the myriad of emotions on Zian's face, Charlie couldn't resist teasing her, "What's this? Now that you know I belong to the Wade family, have you instantly switched your allegiance from the Banks family? Are you feeling the weight of the Wade family's enmity?" Zian quickly shook her head, flustered. "That's not how it is. If I had known you were part of the Wade family before today, I would have hated you even more." With a sigh, Zian expressed her realization, "Oh. I finally see it clearly. I am merely a tool for the Banks family, one that can be discarded at any moment. They don't truly value me as their own." As she spoke, a self-deprecating smile crossed her face. "My father has always been anxious about my mother discovering my background. In his mind, my death would be a blessing, erasing all evidence of my existence and allowing him to shield his beloved wife from the truth of his betrayal." Charlie observed Zian with sympathy and remarked, "You shouldn't dwell too much on this. If you look at it from a different perspective, it's actually a blessing in disguise. At least now you've seen their true colors, and you haven't suffered a severe blow. It's better to realize this now than to come to this understanding right before your demise, don't you think?" Zian nodded gently, her eyes meeting Charlie's as she choked out, "Master Wade, I am incredibly grateful for what you did today. Thank you for saving my life without regard for past conflicts. If the roles were reversed, and you were in danger, I might not have had the courage to save you." Charlie replied earnestly, "That's quite likely. Not only would you not save me, you'd probably want to eliminate me yourself." Zian felt a rush of embarrassment and lowered her head, murmuring, "I realize now how foolish I was. I've always focused on serving the Banks family and my biological father, never considering how others perceive me." Charlie inquired, "So what are your plans moving forward?" Zian looked surprised and asked, "Master Wade, didn't you mention wanting to take me to Oris Hill? Are you reconsidering?" "Yes," Charlie confirmed, "I genuinely plan to take you back to Oris Hill. However, I must be clear, I am still not entirely confident in you." He continued, "Once we arrive in Oris Hill, I won't grant you immediate freedom. I will impose restrictions until my affairs are settled or until I can fully trust you." Zian nodded thoughtfully, stating earnestly, "I completely understand. If I were in your position, I wouldn't trust me right away either." With a bittersweet smile, she added, "Young Master Wade, I promise not to be a burden to you from now on. Rest assured, I, Zian, have always kept my promises. From this moment on, I will harbor no rebellious thoughts against you, nor will I intend to harm you or anyone associated with you. Once we reach Oris Hill, I will faithfully follow your guidance. After all, you saved my life." Chapter 2163. Charlie decided to rescue Zian after realizing that the Banks family intended to harm her. He believed in the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, which motivated his choice to intervene. With Zian acting as a barrier against the Banks family, she could prove to be a valuable ally for Charlie in his quest to confront them in the future. If Charlie managed to control the situation and win Zian over as a subordinate, he could certainly envision a partnership with her. To effectively bring someone to his side, it was crucial for that person to feel indebted. In this world, there is no debt more significant than a life-saving favor. Charlie's immediate strategy was to return Zian to Oris Hill, ensure she was well hidden, and patiently observe developments regarding the Banks family. As for exacting revenge alongside Zian, Charlie was not in a rush. He preferred to strategize before taking action. His plan involved more than just dismantling the Banks family, he aimed to significantly weaken them first. Afterward, Charlie tended to Zian's wound with care. Once he finished bandaging her injury, he said to her, "The wound is treated for now. Our ship will be at sea for over 30 hours, so you should rest in your room. Just call the crew if you need anything." Zian nodded gently, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Wade." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You don't need to be so formal." He then carefully set down her slender right leg and added, "Go ahead and rest. I'll be on my way." Zian quickly replied, "Young Master Wade, I'll see you off." "No need for that," Charlie responded calmly. "Just focus on resting." Then he recalled that he had previously sealed Zian's meridians, so he said, "I'll help you unseal them now, but be cautious. Avoid moving your right leg too much and try to keep it dry. If you need to bathe, wrap the bandage in a plastic bag." Zian nodded obediently, saying, "I understand, young Master Wade. I appreciate your help, it's hard to regain strength otherwise." Charlie lightly tapped her ankle and released the energy that had been blocking her meridians. At that moment, Zian felt the blockage disappear and marveled at Charlie's abilities. "He can control the flow of my meridians with just a touch. This skill is remarkable. If he had wanted to, he could have easily taken my life." As Charlie stood up, he said, "You can rest now. I'm leaving." Zian quickly walked him to the door, saying respectfully, "Young Master Wade, take care." Zian held deep admiration for Charlie, not only because of his strength but also due to his remarkable status. From her perspective, Charlie was not only powerful but also the son of Bruce, the head of the Wade family, and truly deserved her respect as Master Wade. Meanwhile, Charlie's ship had exited Japan's territorial waters and was now in open seas. On the other side, the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force had finally arrived at the designated location, waiting for the Banks family's vessel. Chapter 2164. As the yacht materialized on the radar, the captain of the Maritime Self-Defense Force grinned and exclaimed, "Finally! After such a long wait, those bastards are here." His deputy chuckled, replying, "Captain, if we manage to capture Zian this time, it'll definitely be a significant achievement, right?" The captain nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Zian is the most wanted criminal in Japan. Whether we bring her back alive or dead, it will be a major accomplishment." With excitement building, he added, "I'm determined not to fire any shots this time. I must catch her." Before long, the cruise ship on the radar was less than a nautical mile away from their ambush position. The patrol boats of the Japanese self-defense forces had remained in complete silence for quite a while. They had turned off their engines, disabled the transponder, and switched off all lights, patiently waiting for the target to approach, hoping to catch them off guard. As the yacht drew nearer, the self-defense force captain promptly issued the order, "Initiate the capture." In unison, the 6 patrol boats switched on their spotlights, casting bright beams of light onto the unmanned yacht. Through a loudspeaker, the fleet captain announced, "Attention, vessel ahead. This is the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force. Please shut down your engine immediately for an inspection." According to their plan, the target ship was supposed to slow down, but to his surprise, it did not. Instead, it continued moving straight toward them. Quickly, he shouted again, "Listen, vessel ahead. You are surrounded. Surrender by raising your hands, it's your best option. If you resist, we will take necessary action." Yet, the yacht continued on its path, showing no signs of stopping. Frustrated, the captain yelled, "I warn you. If you don't turn off your engine immediately, we will be forced to open fire." Still, the yacht ignored him and pressed forward. Realizing it was about to break through their blockade, he thought, "What is going on? Why aren't they heeding our warnings?" The deputy beside him asked, "Captain, do you think they're trying to escape?" The captain replied, seething with anger, "Who knows? This crew is unreliable. Let's close in and force them to stop." The 6 self-defense force patrol boats accelerated, quickly surrounding the target cruise ship as they drew closer. As they neared, someone shouted, "Captain, it looks like there's no one on that yacht." "What? No one?" The crew member confirmed, "Yes, I can see clearly through the binoculars, there's no one in the cockpit, and no one on the deck." The captain was taken aback, exclaiming, "Damn it! Could it be that the Banks family set a trap for us to let the golden cicada escape?" Realizing the implications, he ordered urgently, "Stop the yacht. Get on board and investigate immediately." The speedboats of the self-defense forces, being significantly faster than the yacht, quickly surrounded it, effectively trapping it on both sides. As the vessels and the cruise ship remained relatively still, several self-defense force members, armed and ready, jumped onto the yacht to assess the situation under the captain's command. To their utter dismay, they found no one on board. Frustrated, the captain slapped his thigh and cursed, "Those Banks family bastards. It looks like their claim of wanting to collaborate was a lie. Their real intention was to divert our attention and rescue their people. Have they lost their minds to play games with us?" Chapter 2165. It's fair to say that the cunning Lord Banks has his share of tricks up his sleeve. This time, he put on a show of rescuing Zian, but in reality, he hardly spent a dime. The entire Japanese self-defense force was merely playing along for free. To understand why the Japanese self-defense force agreed to cooperate with Lord Banks without charge, we need to look back at the time when Zian and other members of the Banks clan were arrested. During that incident, Zian and his associates wreaked havoc on the Matsumoto family, leaving the entire Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department humiliated. They even planned a daring escape from Osaka. Just as their plane was about to take off, the Japanese self-defense forces swooped in and apprehended them all. This remarkable event catapulted the self-defense forces into the spotlight. While the public praised the self-defense forces for their decisive action, they also criticized the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, labeling them as ineffective and wasteful. Before this, the Japanese self-defense force didn't enjoy a particularly high reputation or social standing in Japan. Since Japan's defeat in World War II, public respect for soldiers had waned significantly. Recognizing that their capture of Zian had boosted their status, the Japanese self-defense forces were eager to ride this wave of public admiration and create further successes. The astute Lord Banks, aware of the self-defense forces' newfound popularity, decided to leverage it. He arranged to connect with high-ranking officials in the self-defense forces to orchestrate a collaborative spectacle. The plan was straightforward. The Japanese self-defense forces would assist Xian in her escape, allowing the Banks family to guide her seamlessly into the trap that the self-defense forces had prepared during her flight. This would enable the Japanese self-defense forces to successfully recapture Xian, further solidifying their reputation among the public. The original strategy was to have her escape from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department after being handed over, allowing the self-defense forces to dissociate from the Banks family while simultaneously implicating the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Once the prisoner was free, the Japanese self-defense force would intercept her at sea and carry out an extensive media campaign. This would create the impression that they had apprehended the fugitive at Osaka Airport, while the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department simply handed her over and then allowed the self-defense forces to take the credit for her capture. In this scenario, the Japanese self-defense forces would emerge as heroes, while the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department would find themselves in a compromising position. This clever maneuver is why the Japanese self-defense force willingly agreed to Lord Banks's scheme, aiming to recapture Xian and once again play the role of savior. Lord Banks truly excels in his strategic calculations. He not only accounted for the Japanese self-defense forces, turning them into valuable allies, but he also had a plan in mind for Xian and the entire Elms family. The Elms family has always been concerned about Xian's safety. Since Lord Banks assured them that he would rescue her, they have been deeply appreciative. Indeed, the Banks family did manage to bring Xian back from Tokyo, a gesture that alone would earn the gratitude of the Elms family. However, little did they know that Lord Banks was merely performing for their benefit. His true intention was to rescue Xian from the clutches of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department and hand her over to the Japanese self-defense forces. Chapter 2166. By simply adjusting the positioning of the left and right hands on the right hand, the Banks family could maximize their benefits while significantly cutting costs. It was a win-win situation for them. However, no one anticipated that their meticulous plans would take an unexpected turn. Even Lord Banks was eagerly awaiting news about Xian from Eastcliff. As he waited with growing anxiety, he received a call from a senior member of the Japanese self-defense force. Once the call connected, Mr. Banks cheerfully inquired, "Matsushima-san, have you apprehended Xian?" "What are you talking about?" the caller shouted furiously. "Why is there no one on the boat you arranged? Where is Xian right now?" Lord Banks was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean? No one on the boat?" The caller responded angrily, "Exactly. There's no one on the boat." Feeling a wave of nervousness, Lord Banks replied, "My subordinates assured me not long ago that everything was under control. How could they vanish so suddenly?" "Do you expect me to know?" the caller retorted furiously. "We've been waiting at the designated location and finally saw the target ship, but there wasn't even a trace of anyone on board." With a threatening tone, the caller continued, "Let me make this clear, Lord Banks, if you don't deliver Xian soon, don't blame us for taking drastic measures." In a state of panic, Lord Banks urged, "There must be more to this than meets the eye, Mr. Matsushima. I beg you to deploy the Maritime Self-Defense Force for an immediate search." The caller replied coldly, "We simply lack the manpower and resources for such a large-scale search. If you can retrieve Xian, everything will be fine. But if you can't, the Japanese government will hold the Banks family responsible for Xian's escape from custody." Desperation filled Lord Banks as he exclaimed, "Mr. Matsushima, please don't worry. We will do everything in our power to track down Xian and bring her back." The caller clenched his teeth and warned, "Lord Banks, remember, you only have a few hours. If you fail to capture Xian before dawn, you will face the consequences." Lord Banks nodded quickly, assuring, "Mr. Matsushima, rest assured, we will search tirelessly. We will provide you with a satisfactory answer as soon as possible." The caller responded coldly, "Time is not on your side." After the call ended, Lord Banks's expression turned furious. He immediately summoned his trusted confidant and demanded, "What's going on with Xian?" The confidant replied with a blank expression, "Master, I have no information on this matter. We are currently unable to contact anyone involved. It feels very strange. The situation doesn't seem promising." Grinding his teeth in frustration, Lord Banks ordered, "Get in touch with everyone involved in tonight's operation immediately. We must locate Xian's whereabouts at all costs." If she truly disappears, the Japanese government will undoubtedly suspect that the Banks family is behind this, and we could lose our standing in the entire Japanese market. The Banks family relies heavily on partnerships with Japanese companies in the ocean shipping sector, as well as in various other industries within Japan. If this situation is mishandled and offends the Japanese government, it could severely impact all of the Banks family's operations in Japan. Should that happen, the financial repercussions for the Banks family would be significant. Chapter 2167. The Banks family, along with the entire Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, initiated a search for Zeon in the waters surrounding Tokyo. However, the vastness of the ocean and the lack of any clues significantly hindered their efforts. While the Self-Defense Force frantically searched for Zeon, the ship that Charlie was aboard had already departed from Japan. The yacht continuously adjusted its course toward China, and after a night of sailing, it had covered roughly one-third of the distance. As dawn broke, a striking red sunrise illuminated the eastern horizon. Despite the frigid temperatures of the winter sea, Charlie stepped out onto the deck wearing only light clothing. The vessel was heading from east to west, so Charlie positioned himself at the stern, gazing at the sunrise in the east. At that moment, the brilliant red sun slowly ascended, casting a shimmering reflection on the sea's surface. The view was nothing short of breathtaking. While Charlie took in the beauty of the scene, he found himself deep in thought about his future. Although he had never considered leaving Oris Hill before, he increasingly felt that he would eventually depart from the place he had called home for over a decade, aiming for Eastcliff to pursue his life ambitions. Uncovering the truth behind his parents' deaths was merely the initial step. After his encounter and subsequent conflict with Cynthia, Charlie remained determined to reclaim what rightfully belonged to his father. His father was originally the heir to the Wade family, with 4 brothers of the same generation. Even with an equal division of the family estate, he should have inherited 25% of the Wade family's total assets. Moreover, it was his father who had, through his own efforts, elevated the Wade family's status to its current prominence, warranting a larger share of the family's wealth. The Wade family's total assets were estimated in the trillions. The Engrand Group and even $10 billion in cash would likely represent less than 5% of the entire Wade family fortune, with the rest seemingly ignored. This isn't about Charlie's greed, rather, it's about the injustice of his father's rightful inheritance ending up in the hands of someone like Cynthia. Additionally, seeking vengeance for his parents was paramount. It was clear that the Wade family bore responsibility for his parents' fate. However, the Banks family had previously established the so-called Anti-Leaf Alliance, openly opposing his father, a fact well known in Eastcliff. Thus, Charlie viewed the Banks family as his primary adversary. In his eyes, the Banks family's alliance against the Wades was utterly unforgivable, and he felt compelled to ensure they faced significant repercussions. Initially, he intended to build up his strength before confronting the Banks and Wade families to settle scores. Yet now, both families had re-entered his life, prompting him to realize he must prepare to confront them head-on. Serendipitously, Zeon had fallen into his grasp, and having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Banks family, she could potentially be a valuable asset in his quest to defeat them. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Jasmine walking toward him, bundled up in a thick down jacket. Upon noticing Charlie, Jasmine smiled and inquired, "Why is Master Wade up so early?" Charlie returned her smile and replied, "I'm just used to waking up early. I can't remember the last time I slept in." After saying that, he asked, "What about you? After everything that's happened in the last couple of days, you should have taken some time to rest. What brings you out so early?" Chapter 2168. Jasmine smiled as she gently caressed the blue silk resting between her ears. "I was really tired and wanted a good night's sleep, but the bumps from the waves kept me awake. So, I came up to get some fresh air," she explained. Concerned, Charlie asked, "Are you feeling sick?" Jasmine nodded, offering a reassuring smile. "Fortunately, it's nothing too serious." With that, she moved closer to Charlie, leaning against the railing. Gazing at the rising sun, she said with emotion, "The sunrise over the sea is truly breathtaking. This is the first time I've ever experienced a sunrise by the ocean." Noticing the worry still etched on her face, Charlie gently called her name, Jasmine. She quickly turned to him. Master Wade, what is it? Charlie inquired, is there something on your mind? After a moment's hesitation, Jasmine nodded slightly and replied earnestly, I'm concerned about Grandpa's condition, and I'm unsure how to handle everything once I return home. Charlie responded seriously, don't stress about what to do when you get back. I'll help you with the arrangements. As for Lord Moore's current state. He paused thoughtfully before continuing, let's head back to the cabin. I can use the satellite phone to call Don Albert and find out more. Jasmine nodded eagerly, all right, Master Wade. Once they returned to the cabin, they obtained the satellite phone from the captain, and Charlie placed a call to Don Albert. When Don Albert answered, he asked, hello, who is this? Charlie replied, Don Albert, it's me. Don Albert immediately responded with respect, Master Wade, how did you get a new phone number? Charlie explained, I'm using a satellite phone now. Then he asked, by the way, how is Grandpa Moore doing? Don Albert quickly replied, the doctor mentioned that Lord Moore may have experienced some brain irritation and is showing early signs of Alzheimer's. The situation isn't great, but it's not life-threatening. I've been keeping a close watch on Lord Moore in the hospital as you instructed, so you don't need to worry about his safety. Charlie acknowledged this with a hum and then asked, what about Theodore and Reuben? Have they been up to anything lately? Don Albert informed him, they seem to be gearing up to call a board of directors meeting. With Ms. Moore missing and Lord Moore's condition, the entire Moore group lacks leadership. They're planning an emergency board meeting. Theodore is stepping in as the interim chairman. Curious, Charlie asked, do you know when and where this board meeting is happening? Don Albert replied, it looks like it's set for 10 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow at the Moore Group's headquarters. They've also scheduled a press conference at 11 o'clock to announce the board's major resolutions and have invited numerous media representatives to witness it. Charlie realized that Theodore was strategically positioning himself to assume the role of patriarch of the Moore family and chairman of the Moore Group in a legitimate way. From Theodore's perspective, with Lord Moore's declining health, he posed little threat, and it was crucial for the Moore family to expedite their plans and liquidate assets. With this thought in mind, Charlie smiled calmly and said, Don Albert, please ask Theodore for a few press conference invitations. Let him know that Charlie will be attending personally. Chapter 2169. After a long day and night at sea, Charlie's cruise ship finally glided into the dock at Highland Falls. The ship arrived at 9 o'clock in the morning, Eastcliff time, which was an hour and a half before Theodore, Reuben, and his son were scheduled to meet with the board of directors. This hour and a half coincided perfectly with the helicopter flight time, meaning Charlie wouldn't be able to join the Moore Group's board meeting. Despite missing the board meeting, Charlie could still attend the upcoming press conference. As Charlie disembarked, he was accompanied by Jasmine, Zian, and several members of the bank's family crew. Notably, Hashimoto Kinsian, the vice president of Nippon Steel, was also present. Meanwhile, as the helicopter sped toward Oris Hill, Theodore entered the largest conference room at the Moore Group. Inside, more than a dozen shareholders and directors, including Reuben, had already gathered, all seated and ready. Upon Theodore's arrival, everyone stood to welcome him. Reuben was the first to speak, saying, "Hello, Chairman." For a moment, everyone else hesitated, but then they all echoed in unison, "Hello, Chairman." Theodore adjusted his glasses, a modest smile on his face, and raised his hand, saying, "We've all worked together for so many years, and I know I can be strict. However, Ms. Jasmine, the chairman of the Moore Group, is still unaccounted for. So, I'm merely acting as chairman until Ms. Jasmine returns safely. Once she does, she will resume her rightful place." This prompted laughter and nods from the group. Legally speaking, as long as Jasmine was not declared deceased or impeached, she remained the chairman of the Moore Group. Thus, Theodore was indeed just the acting chairman, and once Jasmine returned, he would step aside. With a sigh, Theodore continued, "I have persistently pressured the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, demanding they enhance their domestic security efforts and expedite the search for Chairman Moore. Yet, it seems they have made no progress." He paused for a moment before adding, "While we can afford to wait indefinitely, from a business perspective, the Moore Group can only function without a chairman for a few days. We cannot go months or even years without a decisive leader. Therefore, I have convened this meeting to discuss activating the Moore Group's emergency plan, which involves temporarily suspending Jasmine's chairmanship. The board of directors will then elect a new chairman to oversee the operations for the foreseeable future. This is the only way we can reassure our investors, right? Reuben was quick to respond, nodding in agreement. Given that Chairman Moore's whereabouts remain unknown and there are mounting suspicions from the public, some even suggesting that she has passed away, we cannot present any substantial evidence proving her survival. This has led to a significant loss of confidence in the Moore Group, and our stock price continues to plummet. If this trend continues, the Moore Group faces severe financial consequences. With rising urgency, Reuben declared, I fully support the acting chairman's decision to allow the board to elect a new chairman to lead us through these challenging times. This sparked a flurry of whispers among the attendees, as many shareholders expressed their concerns. These individuals, all invested in the Moore Group's future, had previously lauded Jasmine's capabilities and believed she could elevate the company to new heights. After all, their financial gains depended on her leadership. Thus, replacing Jasmine was not something they desired unless absolutely necessary. The current predicament, however, was unique. It wasn't about Jasmine's abilities but rather her uncertain status. Chapter 2170. If the waiting continues without an end in sight, not only will their own patience wear thin, but the investors' and stockholders' patience will also soon be depleted. In such a scenario, the Moore Group is bound to face significant losses. After some consideration, the group collectively agreed to support Theodore's proposal, concluding that the most effective solution at this moment is to promptly elect a formal chairman to restore stability within the company. With this in mind, someone spoke up, stating, I am in favor of the acting chairman's decision. Count me in. Seeing the support grow, Reuben felt a surge of joy and quickly added, let's make our opinions known right here and now. There are 17 members present today. If we have more than 8 votes in favor of electing a new chairman, we will officially endorse the acting chairman's proposal and initiate the voting process. With that, he stood up and declared, I am the first to support the election of a new chairman. Theodore, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, as the individual who initiated this discussion, I too support it. From the audience, one person rose and said, I agree as well. I'm on board too. Reuben nodded appreciatively and remarked, fantastic, that makes 4 of us. I support this. Me as well. As more voices joined in agreement, Reuben's excitement grew. Before long, the count of supporters reached 9. With 17 individuals present, the critical threshold for voting was 8. If the count remained at 8, it would not surpass half, and therefore, the proposal would not pass according to the regulations. However, with 9 votes, it would indeed surpass half, thereby securing approval from the board of directors. Ultimately, the number of those in favor soared to 14. Theodore cleared his throat and announced with gravity, given that 14 individuals have voted in favor of electing a new chairman, I hereby announce on behalf of the board that Ms. Jasmine's chairmanship is temporarily suspended. We will now proceed with the election process for the new director. As applause erupted in the room, Reuben couldn't help but remember the 3 individuals who had refrained from voting. He silently thought, these 3 individuals lack vision. Once my father takes the chair, they will see just what I am capable of. I'll show those 3 old dogs. At that moment, one of the dissenters finally spoke up, saying, everyone, considering that we are uncertain about Chairman Jasmine's fate, it's crucial that we establish a contingency plan as we temporarily set aside her chairmanship. Reuben glared at him, asking coldly, what do you mean by a contingency plan? The man, identified as Marcus Holt, replied, if Miss Jasmine were to pass away unexpectedly, the new chairman would naturally assume control as per our current consensus. He then shifted his stance, adding, however, if Miss Jasmine is still alive and we proceed with appointing a new chairman, should she return, would she be able to reclaim her position? In other words, if Miss Jasmine comes back, would the newly elected chairman willingly step aside for her? Chapter 2171. Theodore and Reuben, a father and son duo, were deeply troubled by the comments made by Marcus Holt. The main goal for Theodore and Reuben had always been to ensure that Jasmine was brought before the board of directors at the Moore Group. Regardless of whether Jasmine was alive or deceased, her connection to the board had faded significantly. Yet, how could they not recognize that Jasmine had been missing for quite some time, and there were still board members who cared about her whereabouts? Furthermore, Marcus Holt's remarks quickly struck a chord with the others present. One by one, the members expressed their agreement with Marcus Holt's perspective. Theodore and Reuben remained silent, their hearts heavy with concern. After all, the other board members were completely unaware of their involvement in Jasmine's disappearance. Their current demeanor, expressing regret, was necessary, as they now needed to elect a new chairman for the benefit of the Moore Group. Thus, even if Theodore and Reuben disagreed with Marcus Holt on many levels, they dared not voice their concerns. Any dissenting opinion could arouse suspicion about their intentions. Once doubt was cast upon their motives, it would lead others to suspect that they were somehow linked to Jasmine's troubling situation in Japan. In a moment of frustration, Theodore gritted his teeth and declared, "I believe Mr. Holt is absolutely correct. Since we've decided to nominate a new chairman to oversee the operations, we must also prepare to honor Jasmine, our former chairman." He then continued, "I propose that regardless of who is elected as the new chairman, they must adhere to a fundamental principle. If Ms. Jasmine returns safely, the new chairman must willingly step down and reinstate her as chairman. Are there any objections?" When the board members heard his proposal, they nodded in agreement without hesitation. During the voting process, all 17 members raised their hands in favor. This left Theodore feeling increasingly exasperated as he thought, "This is just setting me up with a ticking time bomb. Jasmine's fate is uncertain, and who knows if she's alive. If she returns, all my efforts will have been in vain." With a heavy heart, Theodore realized, the best course of action right now is to liquidate assets immediately after taking office, just to be safe. He then moved on to the next agenda item, stating, "Now, let's proceed to the next vote to nominate one of us as the new chairman. Each of us has the right to vote, and voting is limited to one vote per person. The candidate with the most votes will be our new chairman." He added, "Given the significance of the chairman's position to the Moore Group, we will conduct this vote using a real name system to ensure transparency and prevent any shady dealings." The board members exchanged glances, realizing the implications. While real name voting is fair, it also carries a significant risk, potential retribution. If someone votes for candidate A, but candidate B wins, the latter may hold a grudge and seek revenge in the future, making life difficult for the voter. For those who are particularly vengeful, this could lead to years of retaliation over a simple vote. In the face of such individuals, no one is truly safe. Chapter 2172. At this moment, Reuben emphatically stated, "I fully support real name voting. This approach aligns perfectly with the ideals of transparency and fairness." With that, he raised his hand and declared, "Since we are about to vote, I want to lead by example. I hereby nominate Lord Theodore Moore as the new chairman of the Moore Group. I vote for him." At this point, Theodore offered a slight smile and responded, "Since each member of our board has the right to vote and be elected, I will cast my vote for myself. I am confident that I can guide the Moore Group through challenges and achieve even greater successes." Immediately following, someone chimed in, "I also vote for Lord Theodore." Another voice added, "Count me in." Reuben remarked coolly, "In that case, Lord Theodore has already secured 4 votes. I encourage the rest of you present to hurry up and cast your votes." The others whispered among themselves for a moment. Realizing Theodore had gained the upper hand and considering the implications of a real name voting system, where there could be repercussions later, everyone decided to voice their support for Theodore. Before long, Theodore's vote tally climbed to 9, solidifying his path to becoming the new chairman. At this juncture, the few remaining individuals who had not yet voted recognized that the outcome was already determined. Their votes would not alter Theodore's inevitable election as chairman, but opting not to vote or abstaining could lead to future complications. Consequently, everyone turned around and cast their votes for Theodore. In the end, Theodore achieved a unanimous victory, receiving 17 votes from 17 members. Reuben then announced, "With that, Lord Theodore is officially the new chairman of the Moore Group. Let's all applaud and congratulate him." Reuben was the first to applaud, prompting everyone else to join in. Theodore humbly waved his hand and said earnestly, "I am fully aware of my capabilities. While I believe I am competent, I still have much to learn from our former chairwoman, Ms. Jasmine. However, you can rest assured that since I have been elected to this role, I will adhere to the core principles of staying true to my position and fulfilling my duties and will dedicate myself to the future growth of the Moore Group. I promise to act responsibly." The others quickly applauded in agreement. Theodore then smiled calmly and stated, "Now that we have elected a new chairman, let's move on to the release hall. I have already invited several media representatives and informed them about today's chairman election. Soon, we will hold a press conference to announce the decisions made by the board. This will help reassure our investors and shareholders. Does anyone have any objections?" Given that everyone had supported Theodore's election, there were naturally no objections to attending the press conference. Everyone readily agreed. Theodore expressed his excitement. "It's fantastic that we reached a consensus so quickly. This is excellent news for the Moore Group. I believe our stock price will soar after the press conference." He then added with a serious expression, "However, I urge everyone to be cautious. Please do not engage in any questionable activities in the stock market during the brief time before the press conference. If anyone is found to be involved in insider trading and it attracts the attention of the Securities Regulatory Commission, I will not hesitate to take action." Chapter 2173. Theodore's selfless approach left shareholders in a state of admiration. The stock market evolves at a breakneck pace. Those who can tap into insider information stand to gain significantly. This makes the eradication of insider trading particularly challenging. For instance, if a publicly traded company plans to enter into a significant partnership with a larger multinational corporation, the announcement of this collaboration would likely lead to a swift increase in the company's stock price. Unfortunately, the average investor lacks access to this critical inside information, making it difficult for them to capitalize on such opportunities. Conversely, executives within the listed company are privy to this insider knowledge during the negotiation phase of the partnership. If these executives were to purchase shares of their own company before the news is public and then sell them at a profit once the stock price surges, they could make a considerable gain. While this strategy might seem straightforward for generating income, it directly contravenes the regulations set forth by the China Securities Regulatory Commission and constitutes blatant insider trading. If caught, not only would the illicit profits be seized, but hefty fines could also be imposed. In severe cases, individuals may face legal repercussions, including imprisonment. Despite the risks, many individuals continue to take chances in pursuit of substantial profits. The ability of a listed company to curb this unhealthy practice is crucial for its long-term success. Upon taking charge, Theodore made it abundantly clear that insider trading would not be tolerated. He firmly stated that no one within the Moore Group should engage in any illegal activities, emphasizing the importance of adhering to ethical practices and allowing everyone to profit through legitimate means. His firm stance not only reinforced his authority but also garnered respect among his peers. Meanwhile, the press conference hall of the Moore Group buzzed with invited media representatives. There was heightened interest in the current situation regarding the Moore Group, especially after reports emerged about Jasmine, the group's chairman, going missing in Japan. The media was eager to learn about the ongoing search efforts and the company's plans moving forward. With their keen instincts, the media speculated that the purpose of the press conference was likely to announce a new chairman. After all, no organization, particularly a publicly traded one like the Moore Group, can function effectively without a leader for an extended period. Even before the event commenced, journalists began formulating their theories. A reporter from a local television station leaned in to share her thoughts with a colleague from a provincial station, saying, "I've heard that the patriarch of the Moore family is suffering from Alzheimer's, which means Theodore might be the only viable candidate to step up as the leader. I believe he will be the one announced as the new chairman today." Her colleague replied, "But what about Reuben? He's the eldest grandson of Lord Moore. Given that Lord Moore has already handed over his responsibilities to Jasmine, it's plausible that the group would look to appoint a younger leader." The local reporter countered, "If that's the case, Reuben, Theodore's son, could very well be the one chosen as the new chairman." At that moment, a representative from the Moore Group took the stage and addressed the media, "Dear friends, thank you for your patience. Our board of directors has come to a significant decision, and soon, our board members will join us to share the details of this decision. This announcement sparked excitement among the reporters, who eagerly anticipated the appearance of the board members. Chapter 2174. At this moment, the helicopter carrying Charlie, Jasmine, and others had just landed in Oris Hill City. Since Zian and several members of the Banks family were aboard, Charlie instructed the helicopter to take them to Shangri-La. Isaac Cameron had arranged several private top-floor rooms specifically for Zian and the Banks family crew. However, Charlie remained cautious regarding their presence, so he requested Isaac Cameron place these individuals under house arrest and surveillance. This meant that, while Zian and her companions could enjoy the luxurious amenities of Shangri-La, including meals and accommodations, all telephone calls and external communication would be restricted. Charlie did not permit them to contact the outside world for the time being. Zian understood Charlie's wariness toward her and accepted the situation without any objections. After ensuring Zian and her group were settled, Charlie took Jasmine and Hashimoto by helicopter to the Moore Group. At the Moore Group, Theodore had just wrapped up a board meeting. As the meeting concluded, he addressed everyone, saying, "Please return to your offices and take a 10-minute break. We'll gather again for the press conference afterward." With that, everyone rose and departed, while Theodore retreated to his vice chairman's office. Reuben followed closely behind him. As they passed by Jasmine's chairman's office, both father and son paused. Theodore gazed at the chairman's office sign on the door, a spark of eager anticipation in his eyes. He thought to himself, once the photo is taken, I'll be moving into this office. Jasmine's office is not only spacious but also overlooks the Yangtze River. The view through those large French windows is stunning, far better than what I have. With these thoughts in mind, Theodore turned to Reuben and said, "Reuben, come into my office." Reuben replied, "Sure, Dad." Once inside Theodore's vice chairman's office, Theodore remarked, "Isaac Cameron mentioned earlier that Charlie will be attending our press conference." "Charlie?" Reuben exclaimed in surprise. "Dad, is he back?" Theodore replied, "I believe that's what he meant, he's back." Reuben smiled and said, "Looks like he went to Japan but couldn't track down Jasmine." Theodore scoffed, "It's not that simple to find her. The dense forests of Nishitama County are close to untouched wilderness. There's a chance Jasmine could have fallen prey to wild animals." Reuben nodded but voiced his concern, "Dad, Charlie is very close to Jasmine. I worry that he might not give up. What if he keeps searching?" Theodore dismissed the concern with a sneer, "Let him search. He can look as much as he wants. In Oris Hill, Charlie might have some abilities, but in Japan? He won't amount to anything. If he uncovers anything significant, I'll chop off my own head for him." Chapter 2175. The longer Jasmine remained missing, the more Theodore felt a strange sense of calm settle in his heart. As time went on, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jasmine's chances of survival were dwindling rapidly. In contrast, Reuben wasn't as easygoing as his father. He stood to the side, his voice low and anxious. "Dad, we need to be cautious. Charlie still has a few tricks up his sleeve. We must ensure he doesn't catch on to any clues." Theodore nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. We just need to play our parts convincingly." Reuben continued, "By the way, Dad, I've been feeling uneasy lately. Where could Jasmine have gone? How is it possible that she's still unaccounted for?" Theodore scoffed. "I suspect Jasmine is likely dead, though her body hasn't been found yet." Reuben quickly questioned, "What makes you so certain?" Theodore replied calmly, "In situations like this, survival statistics matter. When a person goes missing, the best chance of finding them is within the first 12 hours of their disappearance. If they aren't found within those 12 hours, the likelihood of recovery decreases significantly over time. After 24 hours, the chances drop by at least half," he explained. "And after 48 hours, they fall below 25%. As time passes, not only does the chance of finding someone diminish, but their chances of survival also shrink." Continuing, Theodore added, "You've probably seen some trending stories about missing persons on TikTok. Some people go for a jog and vanish, others get into a car and never arrive. Ruben nodded. Yes, those stories pop up frequently, almost like clockwork. Theodore went on, typically, if a person isn't found quickly, it often leads to grim outcomes. There are many well-meaning individuals online trying to help locate these missing people, but eventually, the news tends to turn tragic with reports of bodies being discovered. So, given how long Jasmine has been missing, it's highly probable she has already died. Moreover, death can occur without any evidence to prove it, he added. And since we're not the ones who harmed her, Hashimoto Jin was the one who orchestrated the attack, it will be even harder for anyone to trace this back to us. If trouble arises, isn't it Hashimoto Kenshin who will protect us? If nothing happens on his end, we can breathe easy. If something does happen, we can simply make our escape. Ruben felt reassured and responded with a smile. In that case, we should keep in touch with Hashimoto to stay informed about his activities. Theodore agreed. Exactly. For us, Hashimoto Kenshin serves as our guiding light. If we see him in distress, we know we're in trouble too. But if all seems well, we can relax. With that, Theodore took out his cell phone and dialed Hashimoto Kenshin. The call connected swiftly. Hashimoto Kenshin frequently conducts business around the globe, so his phone operates on a GSM-like service, allowing him to communicate no matter what country he finds himself in. Chapter 2176. Even though he is currently in Oris Hill, Hashimoto can still receive calls from Theodore. At that moment, the plane had just landed close to the Moore group. Charlie noticed the phone ringing in Hashimoto's pocket. He reached out, took a look, and saw the name Theodore Moore flashing on the screen. Realizing it was a call from Theodore, Charlie immediately warned Hashimoto Kenshin, "If you want to live, you better be compliant. Otherwise, I'll send you straight to the kennel and have you chopped up for the dogs. Do you understand?" Hashimoto Kenshin nodded, desperation etched on his face. "As long as you spare my life, I'll do whatever you ask without question." Charlie replied coldly, "Connect the call to Theodore. He wants to know about your recent situation. Tell him everything is fine and that you're still in Japan." Hashimoto nodded promptly. Seeing his demeanor, Charlie realized that Hashimoto lacked the courage to deceive him, so he handed over the phone and said sternly, "Take it now." Hashimoto, eager to comply, immediately pressed the answer button. Once the call connected, Theodore, who could clearly hear the other end, let out a sigh of relief. He remarked, "Oh, Mr. Hashimoto, what have you been up to? Why didn't you answer the call sooner?" Hashimoto quickly followed Charlie's instructions and replied, "I was in a meeting. I just stepped out of the conference room to take your call. What can I do for you?" Theodore smiled. "I just wanted to check in on the situation in Japan. Any updates on Jasmine? Is the Japanese Metropolitan Police still searching for her?" Hashimoto responded, "We still have no news about Jasmine, but given the effort we put into eliminating her, I believe she is dead. The Japanese Metropolitan Police are gradually winding down their search efforts, so you shouldn't worry too much about it." Hearing this, Theodore felt a wave of relief and commented, "Oh, Mr. Hashimoto, you're truly dependable. As long as Jasmine is gone, we have nothing to fear." He added quickly, "By the way, I'll be holding a press conference soon to officially announce my takeover as chairman of the Moore Group. Once I'm officially in charge, we can accelerate our cooperation." Hashimoto replied, "That sounds fantastic. I've already spoken to our board of directors. When you officially take over, we'll meet to discuss our future collaboration." Theodore responded enthusiastically, "Great, Mr. Hashimoto." Before ending the call, Theodore said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hashimoto, but the press conference is about to start. I'll have to cut this short. Let's save the rest of our conversation for the contract signing." Hashimoto quickly replied, "No need for such formality, Lord Moore. You go ahead with your plans, and we can discuss everything else later." "Understood." After hanging up, Theodore turned to Ruben with excitement and said, "Hashimoto mentioned that the Japanese police department has pulled back their forces. It seems they haven't found any leads." Ruben responded eagerly, "That's fantastic. If they stop searching, this whole issue will be resolved. Theodore laughed, stood up, waved his hand with enthusiasm, and said, "Let's head downstairs for the conference. Once the press conference starts, I'll officially be the chairman of the Moore Group." Chapter 2177. At 10:55 a.m., trading in the shares of the Moore Group was abruptly suspended. When stock trading is halted, it means the shares are effectively locked in place, unable to rise or fall until trading resumes. To request a trading suspension from the Securities Regulatory Commission, there must be substantial reasons. The Moore Group cited significant issues set to be announced shortly as the reason for their suspension. Typically, publicly traded companies halt trading of their stocks prior to revealing important news. This practice helps curb insider trading and speculative practices based on privileged information. For instance, consider the well-known internet company Life360. When they aimed to go public in the country, they opted for a backdoor listing through a domestic A-share market. This method is often referred to as a backdoor listing. In simple terms, if a company does not meet the Securities Regulatory Commission's listing requirements or if the conventional listing process takes too long, they may expedite their goal by acquiring another publicly listed company. Life360 is recognized as a notable internet firm in China. Their choice to pursue a backdoor listing was primarily to save time. A traditional public offering could take 1 or 2 years to complete, risking the loss of favorable market conditions. Initially, when Life360 announced its intention to pursue a backdoor listing, shareholders were eager to speculate on which listed company they would target. If investors could identify the target company beforehand, they could purchase shares early and potentially profit significantly once Life360 successfully completed its backdoor listing. However, such information is typically closely guarded within the company, known only to the highest-ranking officials, and is never shared publicly. As a result, when Eastcliff Markets suddenly declared that it had a significant business matter and needed to suspend trading, it became apparent that Life360 would be using it as a shell for their listing. Unfortunately, by this time, it was already too late. Trading in Life360's shares had been halted, leaving no opportunity for investors to buy in at lower prices. The current scenario for the Moore Group mirrors this situation. The company is transitioning from a leadership void to appointing a new chairman. This is undoubtedly positive news for the organization, which is why they opted for a trading suspension before making the announcement. At 10:55 a.m., the Moore Group officially announced the press conference. Media reporters invited to the event were already present. Shareholders from across the nation were also tuned into the conference. Since the unfortunate incident involving Jasmine, the Moore Group's stock has struggled significantly. Concerns have arisen regarding the lack of leadership at the Moore Group, leading to chaos and a continuous decline in stock prices. Now, with the Moore Group preparing to hold a prominent press conference, many speculate that they are about to announce the new chairman. At this moment, Charlie arrived alone at the entrance of the release hall. When Reuben learned of Charlie's presence, he positioned himself at the gate to wait. Despite his numerous grievances with Charlie, he dared not antagonize him in Oris Hill. Chapter 2178. After all, Master Wade, revered as the true dragon of the world, commanded respect from Reuben, who dared not show any signs of neglect. As Charlie approached on his own, Reuben quickly stepped forward with a respectful greeting. "Master Wade, it's great to see you." Charlie gave a slight nod and, sounding a bit apologetic, replied, "Reuben, I did everything I could for Jasmine." Charlie intentionally focused on the phrase, "I did everything I could," leaving out any specifics about the outcome. Reuben, hearing this, immediately interpreted it as akin to a doctor informing a family after failing to save a patient. Consequently, Reuben filled in the gaps of Charlie's unsaid words, thinking, it seems Charlie couldn't find any trace of Jasmine. Now that he's back in China, he must have given up the search. This means my father and I can finally breathe easy. With a sense of relief in his heart, Reuben feigned deep sorrow and graciously said, "Master Wade, you traveled all the way to Japan for Jasmine and invested so much effort. The Moore family is truly grateful. If Jasmine is really gone, I believe her spirit will be touched by your sincerity." Charlie looked at Reuben with a serious expression. "Reuben, there are times when I still hold on to a glimmer of hope, praying for a miracle to occur. What if a miracle does happen and Jasmine suddenly reappears before us? Wouldn't that be a joyous occasion for everyone? Reuben felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. Internally, he cursed, "Pray for a miracle? I'd rather pray for your mother's miracle. Let's just hope that miracle doesn't involve Jasmine showing up in front of me. I wouldn't even want to see her body. If that happens, I'd have to arrange a funeral, which would not only drain money but also force me to feign grief in front of everyone." However, he maintained a pious facade and replied, "Master Wade, you're absolutely right. I too hope that one day, the miracle you mentioned will come to pass." He quickly added, "Master Wade, once today's press conference concludes, I'll head to the temple to light incense and pray for Jasmine. The temple is particularly effective for making wishes. I often visit and know the abbot well. I'll ask him to pray for Jasmine." Charlie smiled lightly and said calmly, "There's no need for that, you shouldn't go to the temple anymore." Reuben was taken aback. "Master Wade, what do you mean by that?" Charlie patted him on the shoulder. "It's nothing, just that the temple isn't working for you." Reuben, bewildered, asked, "Why would I have a problem with the temple, Master Wade? It has proven effective." Charlie answered calmly, "Trust me, you'll soon realize the temple isn't effective at all." Reuben, still unclear, thought Charlie might be referring to feng shui. "Master Wade, are the monks at the temple all deceivers?" Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "Not necessarily deceivers, perhaps their methods simply fall short." He then added, "All right, let's change the subject. We should head inside, isn't your press conference about to start?" Reuben quickly replied, "Yes, the press conference is about to begin. Master Wade, please come in." With Reuben leading the way, Charlie entered the conference venue. Reuben seated him in the VIP section at the front row and, with an apologetic expression, said, "I'm really sorry, Master Wade, but I need to attend the presentation now. I won't be able to stay with you. If you need anything, just ask the staff." Charlie nodded. "All right, go ahead." Reuben graciously said, "Thank you, Master Wade. I'll take my leave now." With that, he turned and headed towards the backstage lounge. A few moments later, a female secretary took to the podium and announced, "We appreciate the presence of our esteemed guests and media friends. Today, the Moore Group has important news to share with the public. Please give a warm welcome to our board members." Chapter 2179. As the female secretary concluded her remarks, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. One by one, over a dozen members of the Moore Group's board of directors made their entrance through the side door. Charlie didn't recognize most of the individuals who walked in at first. It wasn't until the last two entered that he identified Reuben and his father, Theodore. Even though Theodore was the final person to step into the venue, a central spot on the rostrum had always been reserved for him. Upon taking the stage, he seated himself directly in that prime position. As he settled in, his gaze fell upon Charlie, who was seated in the front row among the VIPs. Seeing Charlie made Theodore's heart race, mirroring Reuben's own nervousness. This sense of unease stemmed from a guilty conscience. He feared that the consequences of his past actions might eventually catch up with him. Theodore harbored a particular apprehension toward Charlie, who loomed as a significant threat in his mind. In fact, he was less concerned about police involvement and more worried about a potential confrontation with Charlie if his misdeeds were ever uncovered. When their eyes met, Theodore felt a wave of relief and gave Charlie a nod. Charlie responded with a smile, easing some of the tension in Theodore's chest. He activated the desktop microphone in front of him and addressed the audience. "Esteemed guests, shareholders, investors, and members of the media, good day to you all. I am Theodore, formerly the vice chairman of the Moore Group. Following the unfortunate incident involving Ms. Jasmine in Japan, I have been temporarily appointed as acting chairman by the board of directors, stepping in for Ms. Jasmine during this challenging time." With a soft sigh, Theodore continued, "The accident involving Miss Jasmine has deeply saddened me and the entire board. We have been diligently coordinating with our counterparts in Japan to expedite the investigation into the incident and locate Miss Jasmine. We sincerely hope for a prompt and positive resolution." After a brief pause, his demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. However, for a publicly listed company valued at over 100 billion, we cannot be left without leadership for an extended period. Until Miss Jasmine's safe return, we must ensure the continued operation of the Moore Group. Therefore, our board convened a meeting earlier today. The audience listened intently, their anticipation building as they awaited his next announcement. This moment was the highlight everyone had been waiting for. Clearing his throat, Theodore made a significant declaration. After thorough discussion and voting by the board, it has been decided that Ms. Jasmine will be temporarily removed from her position as chairman of the Moore Group. Furthermore, following a real name vote in which I received 17 out of 17 votes, I will officially assume the role of chairman of the Moore Group from this moment onward. The crowd had been expecting this announcement. Although speculation about a new chairman had circulated, it was crucial that the Moore Group's board of directors formally confirmed it. Chapter 2180. Now that Theodore had personally confirmed this matter, it could be released as official news. However, at this moment, Charlie interjected with a calm demeanor. Lord Moore, Ms. Jasmine is currently missing, and her murder has not been verified. I would like to ask, if Miss Jasmine returns safely one day, will you relinquish the chairman's seat? Theodore had originally anticipated a straightforward transition of power today. He believed he had already won over the entire board of directors, so he thought the rest would merely be a formality. Under these circumstances, he didn't expect anyone to challenge him. But he was taken aback when Charlie launched a sudden challenge. Though anger bubbled beneath the surface, Theodore maintained his composure and responded politely. You can be assured that during our board meeting today, we established a fundamental principle. While I have been voted in as the director of the Moore Group, I must acknowledge that Ms. Moore is indeed a more fitting candidate for the chairmanship than I am. He continued, therefore, I solemnly announce to everyone present, once Miss Jasmine returns safely, I will gladly step down and return the chairmanship to her. After all, she is the most qualified person to lead the Moore Group. At this moment, a round of applause erupted, with everyone feeling that Theodore's words showcased his remarkable vision, character, and integrity. As Theodore basked in the crowd's applause, Charlie chimed in. Since Lord Moore has stated that, then you should return the chairmanship to Ms. Jasmine. Seeing Charlie's assertive stance, Theodore felt a surge of annoyance and thought to himself. What's gotten into Charlie today? Why is he so intent on provoking me? He wants me to return the position to Jasmine immediately. Sure, I can step down, but what about Jasmine and the others? Isn't Charlie supposed to be the legendary figure? If he really has that power, why hasn't he brought Jasmine back safely? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Theodore felt a wave of irritation but replied earnestly. As I mentioned earlier, my capabilities pale in comparison to Miss Jasmine's. I genuinely look forward to working under her leadership. If Miss Jasmine can return to China safely, I will voluntarily step down and take on the role of vice chairman of the Moore Group. Charlie smiled coolly, well, since you've made that declaration in front of everyone, be sure to keep your word. Theodore responded, his displeasure barely contained, don't worry, Theodore, never go back on my word. Just as he finished speaking, the conference room door swung open forcefully, revealing several men in black suits. More than a dozen identically dressed men split into two groups and entered the venue, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Theodore shouted angrily, who are you? What is the meaning of this? I want you to know this is the Moore Group's private venue, and you're entering illegally. Where's security? Get them out of here. At that moment, a striking woman in a fitted black suit and high heels strode in confidently. As she entered, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and everyone froze in shock. This woman approached the meeting with purpose, her gaze locked on Theodore as she proclaimed loudly. They are all my people. Who has the right to drive them away? Theodore felt as if the ground had fallen out from under him. The woman speaking was none other than his niece, Jasmine. Chapter 2181. When Jasmine made her unexpected appearance, everyone was taken aback, everyone except Charlie. No one could have anticipated that Jasmine, who had been missing and whose fate remained uncertain, would suddenly show up at the press conference. Just moments before, the Moore Group had been unable to confirm Jasmine's status, prompting them to hold an emergency board meeting where Theodore was announced as the new chairman. Yet, in a shocking twist, Jasmine returned immediately after that announcement. This abrupt turn of events left nearly everyone in disbelief. It was a plot twist so dramatic that even a movie might hesitate to portray it. Among those struggling to process this reality was Theodore, who had recently assumed the helm of the Moore Group. As he stared at Jasmine, Theodore was visibly distraught. His eyes were wide and bloodshot from disbelief, almost as if his eyeballs might pop from their sockets as he grappled with the fact that Jasmine had somehow returned from Japan alive. Deep down, he wondered, if she's alive, why were the Japanese police unaware of her whereabouts? Although the Japanese authorities have begun to scale back their search efforts for Jasmine, they haven't completely abandoned hope. How could she have slipped past them and returned home so quietly? What could her motives be? More importantly, if she's alive, why hasn't she reached out to me or our grandfather? She shares a strong bond with her grandparents. Even if she had doubts about herself, she wouldn't doubt them. Could it be? Did she uncover something? This thought sent Theodore into a panic. Beside him, Reuben was equally shocked and confused. He couldn't fathom how Jasmine had survived, let alone how she had made it back to China. The rumors surrounding her in both China and Japan were rampant, and everyone was aware of her situation. Given her current notoriety, returning home unnoticed seemed impossible, unless someone with extraordinary abilities had helped her. At that moment, Reuben's gaze shifted to Charlie, who was smiling in the front row of VIP seats. A realization struck him, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind: could it be Charlie? Yes. It has to be him. That explains how he returned from Japan so effortlessly. If he hadn't confirmed Jasmine's safety, why would he have stopped searching? Besides, only he could have managed to bring Jasmine back from Japan without anyone knowing. No wonder he had to attend the press conference for the Moore Group. It seems he was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. The idea terrified Reuben. He feared that Charlie might already be aware of the plans he had made with his father. If that were the case, Charlie would certainly not let them off the hook. Meanwhile, all media attention was fixated on Jasmine. Throughout the event, no reporter noticed Charlie, who sat quietly in the front row, his face turned away from them. The sound of camera shutters clicked away like celebratory firecrackers. Chapter 2182. Jasmine confidently approached the rostrum, fully aware of the intense scrutiny from the crowd. A sea of reporters extended their microphones toward her, eager for answers. One reporter hurriedly spoke up. "Miss Moore, I'm from Eastcliff Finance and Economics. Can you tell us how you managed to escape the crash in Japan?" Jasmine paused, offering a slight smile as she replied. "When the incident occurred, I wasn't in the car." Another journalist chimed in. "If you weren't in the vehicle, why have you been elusive while the Japanese police have been searching for you?" Jasmine responded. "I chose to stay hidden because I suspected that the accident might have been orchestrated intentionally. For my own safety, I felt it was best not to make my whereabouts public." The moment she finished speaking, a collective gasp swept through the audience. The implication that Jasmine believed the accident was intentional raised chilling questions. Could someone have intended to harm her? The gravity of the situation escalated from a simple traffic incident to the potential for murder, with dire ramifications. Theodore and Reuben were left in shock. If Jasmine possessed evidence of their wrongdoing, their futures would be irrevocably altered. Even though this incident took place in Japan, it involved a Chinese national who lost their life, and the mastermind behind it was also Chinese. Therefore, this would fall under the jurisdiction of Chinese law. In China, ordering a hit is considered one of the most heinous crimes. Even if they tried to disguise it as a traffic accident, without the use of weapons or direct violence against those in the vehicle, the severity of the crime was still profound. Consequently, while they might evade the death penalty, Theodore and Reuben would likely face life imprisonment. Wealthy individuals fear imprisonment more than anything. In contrast, those living in poverty may commit crimes in hopes of finding shelter and sustenance in prison. This is particularly true in Japan, where an aging population has led many elderly to resort to crime simply to survive. However, this is not the case for the affluent. They enjoy the finest luxury cars, private jets, yachts, and opulent mansions, living lives filled with unparalleled comfort and service. For such individuals, being incarcerated would be a fate worse than death. After all, prison conditions treat everyone the same, whether a homeless person with nowhere to sleep or a wealthy individual from a foreign land. Once inside, they share the same space and meals. It's no wonder Theodore and Reuben felt a rising panic within them. Jasmine, however, did not respond to any more questions from the reporters. Instead, she made her way to the front of the podium, standing before Uncle Theodore. Theodore felt a wave of fear wash over him, his mind racing as he experienced a sensation akin to severe tinnitus. He braced himself for Jasmine to confront him, but to his surprise, she simply smiled and said politely, "Uncle, I've been worried about you and your brother lately." Instantly, Theodore felt a wave of relief wash over him. Internally, he exhaled as if given a second chance at life. Thank goodness. It seems Jasmine is unaware of my involvement in all this. Please let this continue. Reuben, standing beside him, also felt the tension ease. Just moments ago, he had been on edge, but now it seemed Jasmine was not targeting them. Once Theodore regained his composure, he expressed, "Oh, Jasmine, it's such a relief to see you back. Your absence had me anxious and worried. Even your grandpa was concerned about your sudden condition." With a sigh, he lamented, "Well, it's just good to have you back." As he spoke, tears unexpectedly welled up in his eyes, spilling down his cheeks. Charlie, observing from the audience, watched Theodore's dramatic performance with a discerning eye, thinking to himself, "Theodore, do you believe you've escaped unscathed? In reality, your nightmare is only just beginning." Chapter 2183. At that moment, Theodore was still under the impression that his actions had gone completely unnoticed. At the same time, he was harboring a secret thought: it doesn't matter if that troublesome Jasmine has returned. With the old fool already demented, she has no real backing within the Moore group. If I want to deal with her later, I'll have plenty of opportunities. Meanwhile, Jasmine turned to Theodore and asked loudly, "Uncle, I heard that the board of directors recommended you as the new chairman because I was absent." Theodore rubbed his hands awkwardly and chuckled. "Ho ho, well, you see, everyone felt the group needed a leader, so they suggested that I temporarily step in for you." Jasmine nodded and said politely, "Thank you, Uncle, for taking over my responsibilities while I was away." She then changed the topic and asked calmly, "You mentioned earlier that if I returned, I would automatically resume the chairman's position. Does that still apply?" Theodore glanced around nervously, feeling immense pressure. Damn it, with so many reporters present and Charlie lurking around, I can't take back my words now. If the media catches this, I'll become infamous overnight. And worse still, Charlie is no ordinary opponent. In Oris Hill, he's revered as Master Wade, worshipped by countless people. Jasmine owes her life to him. If I try to cling to the chairman's seat now, Charlie definitely won't let me off lightly. Looks like I have no choice but to give it up. With frustration boiling inside him, Theodore cursed inwardly, "This is complete bullshit. I schemed so hard to manipulate the board, and everything collapses minutes after I officially take office. I haven't even sat in the chairman's office yet." Despite the storm raging inside him, he knew he couldn't afford to make a scene. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Jasmine, don't worry. The position of chairman of the Moore Group has always been yours. I was merely assisting with urgent matters while you were away. Now that you've returned, the position naturally belongs to you again." He then picked up the microphone and announced solemnly, "I hereby declare that Ms. Jasmine Moore will continue to serve as chairman of the Moore Group. This is the most beneficial decision for our shareholders and investors. Please give her a round of applause." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Jasmine then took the microphone and addressed everyone present. "Thank you all for attending today's event. This concludes the press conference. Next, I will convene a board meeting to discuss several matters that arose during my absence. Since these involve sensitive internal affairs, I kindly request the media to leave." Eager to break the explosive news of Jasmine's return, the reporters quickly packed up their equipment and exited the venue in an orderly manner. Once the media had completely left, Theodore and Reuben exchanged uneasy glances. Neither of them knew what Jasmine intended to do in the board meeting. If it was merely a routine briefing, that would be manageable. But if Jasmine had uncovered more information, it could spell disaster for both of them. Unable to hold back, Theodore cautiously asked, "Jasmine, do you have any special arrangements for today's board meeting?" Jasmine smiled faintly. "Uncle, don't worry. I'll clarify everything with everyone once the meeting begins." Theodore nodded, though his nerves remained tightly strung. Soon, the venue emptied completely, except for Charlie, who remained seated quietly in the audience. Chapter 2184. A wave of anxiety washed over Theodore as he forced an awkward smile. "Well, Master Wade, Jasmine is about to hold a board meeting. It may involve sensitive trade secrets of the Moore Group, so I hope you can avoid getting involved for now." Charlie remained composed and smiled calmly. "There's no need to worry, Lord Moore. Today's board meeting won't involve any commercial secrets." This, Theodore's heart pounded violently. What does he mean by that? How can he sound as if he already knows everything? At that moment, the doors to the conference hall suddenly swung open. Nearly 40 men dressed in black suits marched in an orderly formation. The directors of the Moore Group were instantly stunned by the unexpected sight. Theodore panicked and shouted, "Who are you people? Who authorized you to enter? Where are the security guards? Get them out immediately." Reuben also lost his composure and barked, "Leave at once, or we'll call the police." Charlie finally spoke, his voice calm but commanding. "Theodore, these people are here on my instructions. Do you have any objections?" Theodore froze, then exclaimed in shock, "Wade, Master Wade. You brought all these people here. What exactly are you trying to do?" Charlie replied indifferently, "I brought them to support Jasmine. She has just returned to the Moore Group. Without adequate backing, she might face unnecessary pressure." Theodore immediately turned to Jasmine, his face dark. "Jasmine, this is the Moore Group. Why would you allow Master Wade to bring so many men in black here? If word gets out, it'll seriously damage the company's reputation. You need to make them leave immediately." Jasmine ignored him completely. Her expression turned cold as she said firmly, "I am still the chairman of the Moore Group. I have the final authority here." Theodore was startled by her sudden firmness and snapped angrily, "Even as chairman, you were elected by the board. If you overstep your authority, they can remove you at any time." Jasmine sneered. "Remove me? When Grandpa appointed me chairman, he transferred all voting rights to me. As long as I sit on the board, you people don't even have voting power. You want to remove me? I can remove any of you whenever I want." You, Theodore trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently. "Jasmine, don't get carried away. You think I don't know how you manipulated the old man? When your grandfather handed you the chairmanship, he was already showing signs of Alzheimer's. Otherwise, why would he hand the Moore Group to someone so young? Alzheimer's doesn't appear overnight. He had been sick for a long time, there must have been early symptoms. Since he was ill for so long, he was clearly not capable of making rational decisions when he authorized you. All his decisions should be invalid. Don't worry, I'll take this to court and have every one of his decisions overturned. The board will reclaim all voting rights." Jasmine smiled coldly. "You want to go to court? That's perfect. Because I also have something to report to the authorities. But before that, let me introduce you to an old acquaintance." She turned toward Charlie and said respectfully, "Master Wade, please give the order." Charlie nodded and said calmly, "Bring him in." "Yes," the men in black answered in unison. They exited swiftly and returned moments later, escorting a man in handcuffs. The moment Theodore and Reuben saw him, their faces drained of all color, terror flooding their eyes. That man was none other than Hashimoto Kinsien, vice president of Japan's Nippon Steel Group. Chapter 2185. The moment Theodore and Reuben saw Hashimoto approaching, both father and son felt their legs go weak with fear. At that instant, they fully understood how dire their situation had become. Charlie's silence itself was terrifying. It meant something big had already happened. While bringing Jasmine back, he had also dragged Hashimoto Kinsien out of Japan. The attempted murder of Jasmine in Japan had been a filthy, underhanded scheme jointly orchestrated by Theodore, Ruben, and Hashimoto Kinsien, all carried out in secret. Theodore and Ruben had plotted to eliminate Jasmine so they could seize the entire Moore family estate. As for Hashimoto Kinsien, he had sought massive personal gains through colluding with the father and son pair. The rewards were staggering, hundreds of millions of dollars and no less than 10% of the company's shares, more than enough to tempt Hashimoto into taking extreme risks. Before Hashimoto was brought here, Theodore and Ruben had regarded him as their ultimate shield. They believed that as long as Hashimoto Kinsien remained safely in Japan, they would never face consequences. They never imagined that Charlie would rip this so-called shield out of Japan and place it directly in his own hands. At this moment, the Moore family was struck dumb. Several directors, recognizing Hashimoto, couldn't help but cry out in shock, Isn't this Mr. Hashimoto, Vice President of Nippon Steel? Jasmine, how could you have kidnapped Mr. Hashimoto and brought him to Oris Hill? Charlie stood up calmly and said coldly, I was the one who brought Hashimoto here. Does anyone have a problem with that? Seeing Charlie's icy expression, none of the directors dared to speak another word. As mere minor shareholders, they had no qualifications to challenge him. Cold sweat drenched Theodore's back as he wiped his forehead repeatedly, yet his hands wouldn't stop trembling. Ruben was equally petrified, his mind blank, completely unsure what kind of punishment awaited him. Charlie walked up to Hashimoto Kinsien and said indifferently, Mr. Hashimoto, explain everything to everyone. With shaking hands and a hoarse voice, Hashimoto Kinsien confessed, Master Wade, this entire plan was masterminded by Theodore and Ruben. These two bastards tempted me with enormous benefits and asked me to help them kill Miss Jasmine in Japan. I was responsible for arranging the traffic accident. Two of Miss Moore's assistants and her driver died on the spot. The real masterminds were this father and son. The revelation exploded like a thunderclap. None of the shareholders had ever imagined that Jasmine's disappearance was tied to an attempted murder plot. Theodore was terrified out of his mind. He pointed at Hashimoto and shouted frantically, Hashimoto! You bastard, watch what you say! When did I ever tell you to kill Jasmine? She's my niece. How could I possibly harm her? You're clearly trying to frame me at this critical moment. What the hell are you really after? Ruben also roared angrily, though his voice trembled, that's right. Hashimoto Kinsien, you dare come to Oris Hill and spew this bullshit? Believe me, I'll make you regret this. Chapter 2186. Hashimoto Kinsien exploded in rage. I've already been ruined by you two dogs, and you still want to bite back now. With that, he pulled out his phone, flipped through his recordings, and sneered coldly. Everyone, listen carefully to how these two dogs plotted to murder Miss Moore. He pressed play without hesitation. Ruben's voice immediately rang out from the speaker. Mr. Hashimoto, my sister will be heading to Japan tomorrow. My father asked me to confirm whether everything has been arranged. You must make sure she doesn't come back alive, I can't afford any mistakes. Hashimoto Kinsien replied with a chuckle, don't worry, Lord Moore. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions. I'll make it look like an accident. No one will suspect you. Ruben said eagerly, good. After Jasmine is dead, we'll definitely give your company more concessions. All the personal benefits promised to you will be honored. I'm looking forward to our long-term cooperation. Hashimoto laughed and said, rest assured. Please tell your father, Lord Theodore, that I, Hashimoto Kinsien, guarantee Jasmine will go to Japan and never return alive. Ruben replied excitedly, excellent. I'll be waiting for your good news. The moment the recording ended, Theodore completely lost control. He pointed at Hashimoto and roared, you fucking Japanese rat. You really didn't trust your own work. Even after failing, you still wanted insurance. You secretly recorded this. You're a goddamn idiot. Hashimoto Kinsien screamed back furiously, "Damn you, Theodore. I was a respected vice president of Nippon Steel, a goddamn elite in Japan. You two bastards dragged me straight into hell. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this fucking situation." Suddenly, Ruben turned toward Charlie, dropped to his knees, and cried out, "Master Wade. This was all my father's idea. I only carried out his orders. Please, for the sake of my youth and ignorance, spare me just this once." Ruben's sudden betrayal stunned both Theodore and Hashimoto Kinsien. Theodore never imagined his own son would abandon him at such a critical moment, cutting ties without hesitation. Fury surged through him, but he forcibly suppressed it. Despite the heartbreak, he consoled himself inwardly. It's understandable. With Charlie and dozens of black-clad men here, there's no way out. If one of us must fall, it might as well be me. At least the family won't be completely destroyed. He let out a long sigh and said heavily, "Master Wade, I planned everything myself. Ruben only acted as my messenger. If someone must be punished, punish me alone." He dropped to his knees and bowed repeatedly. "This is all on me, Theodore. Don't involve my son." Tears streamed down his face as he cried bitterly. Charlie watched the scene coldly and said flatly, "Save your breath. All three of you, none will escape responsibility." He cleared his throat and continued, "I'm not deeply involved in more family affairs, so I've invited someone who is qualified to testify." Charlie snapped his fingers and announced loudly, "Now, let's welcome Lord Moore." Chapter 2187. At that moment Theodore and Ruben, father and son, were both teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. The moment they heard that Charlie intended to invite Lord Moore, their hearts nearly stopped, as if they had been struck by lightning. At the same time, the same thought flashed through both their minds. Isn't the old man already demented? He can't even control his bodily functions. Why the hell would Charlie bring him here now? Theodore's heart pounded violently as panic surged through him. Could it be, the old man has regained his sanity? If that's true, we're completely finished. Just as these terrifying thoughts consumed him, Oscar, the chief steward of the Moore family, walked in escorting Lord Moore. To their utter shock, Lord Moore looked robust, sharp-eyed, and cold, with not the slightest sign of Alzheimer's or confusion. Theodore and Ruben were struck dumb with fear and disbelief. How could the man who had been lying helplessly in the hospital that very morning, barely able to care for himself, now be standing here so full of vigor? The moment Lord Moore stepped into the hall, his furious gaze locked onto Theodore and Ruben. His voice thundered with rage. "You two fucking fools. Do you think you can escape justice? Poisoning me and trying to murder your own flesh and blood, have you completely lost your humanity?" Terrified, Theodore collapsed to his knees and wailed, "Dad. I was wrong. I completely lost my mind. Please forgive me just this once, I truly know my mistakes now." Lord Moore roared, "Forgive you? You still have the nerve to ask for forgiveness? According to the ancestral laws of the Moore family, your crimes are punishable by death. Do you know that?" Through his tears, Theodore cried desperately, "Dad, I made a huge mistake, but I was forced into it. How dare you?" Lord Moore roared furiously, raising his hand and slapping Theodore across the face. Clutching his face, Theodore screamed, "Dad! Don't forget, I'm your eldest son. The eldest son. According to our ancestral rules, I should have inherited the Moore family. Why should that yellow-haired girl, Jasmine, be the head of the Moore family? If you had made me the patriarch, none of this would have happened." Enraged, Lord Moore slapped him again and shouted, "You ungrateful bastard! Even now, you're still trying to justify yourself? If it weren't for Master Wade, Jasmine would already be dead because of you too. And yes, you poisoned me and reduced me to that state. How do you dare open your filthy mouth and talk about justification?" Panicking, Ruben turned toward Lord Moore and cried, "Grandpa! I only followed my father's orders. He planned everything. Please, consider that I'm your eldest grandson and spare me just this once." Lord Moore pointed at Ruben, shaking with rage. Spineless, shameless, and betraying even your own father. How did the Moore family ever give birth to such trash? He then looked coldly at both father and son and said in a chilling tone, "You two are the disgrace of the Moore family. Crimes this serious must be dealt with according to family law. No one is allowed to interfere." Turning to Oscar, he asked sternly, "Oscar, you have served the Moore family for decades. According to family law, how should these two be punished?" Oscar replied solemnly, "According to the first article of the Moore family law, those who attempt to kill their own kin and poison their father shall be executed." Reuben nearly fainted on the spot. He screamed, "Grandpa! This is a society ruled by law, not some fucking feudal dynasty. You can't kill us. If you do, you'll be punished too." Theodore added hurriedly, trembling, "Dad. If you refuse to forgive us, then hand us over to the judicial authorities. Let the law judge us fairly. Whatever sentence they give, we'll accept it." Deep down, Theodore knew very well that even if they were prosecuted, the death penalty was unlikely. After all, neither he nor Reuben had personally carried out the murders. The actual killers were the assassins arranged by Hashimoto Kinsien in Japan. Chapter 2188. As long as I compensate the families of the 3 victims and obtain their forgiveness, the court will definitely reduce the sentence. 20 to 30 million for each family should be enough. There's no fucking way we can pay 50 million to one family. Once they take the money, they'll happily sign letters of understanding, which will greatly help us reduce our punishment. Lord Moore knew perfectly well that this was no longer a feudal society and that ancient family laws no longer carried legal authority. He also understood that he could not allow Theodore and Reuben to be harmed in front of so many people. More importantly, even setting legal issues aside, he simply couldn't bring himself to personally execute his own blood. No matter how deeply he hated them, they were still members of the Moore family. The Moore family had already suffered greatly, and if he truly wiped them out, he would carry unbearable guilt, and be unable to face his ancestors after death. This was the unavoidable weakness of all parents. Even when they know their child has grown into a vicious wolf, the instinct to protect their own flesh and blood still overwhelms everything else. How could a parent truly bring themselves to kill their own child? Old Lord Moore fell into painful hesitation. At one point, he even considered handing the 2 of them over to the judicial system, hoping they would receive 10 to 20 years, or even life imprisonment, as punishment. But then, he thought of Charlie. Master Wade intervened for Jasmine's sake. If I fail to handle this matter in a way that satisfies Master Wade, wouldn't that mean I've offended him? With that realization, Lord Moore turned toward Charlie and said respectfully, "Master Wade, the Moore family has already suffered enough because of these 2 criminals. If it weren't for your intervention, both Jasmine and I would already be dead. Now that these 2 are standing here, if you wish to punish them, I will follow your decision entirely. Whatever you decide, Lord Moore will not object." Hearing this, Theodore immediately crawled toward Charlie and knelt, crying, "Master Wade, please show mercy. Let us be handed over to the judicial authorities." Reuben followed suit, sobbing miserably. "Master Wade, our lives aren't worth dirtying your hands. Please let the law deal with us." Reuben had already resigned himself to his fate. No matter how painful prison would be, it was still better than death. With enough money and connections, prison life could at least be made tolerable. Charlie smiled faintly, then turned to Jasmine and asked calmly, "Jasmine, what do you think?" Chapter 2189. At this moment, Jasmine's heart was tangled in a web of emotions. She felt a deep animosity toward Theodore and Reuben. Yet despite these feelings, she struggled with the thought of deciding their fate. The idea of killing them was something she truly wanted to avoid. On one hand, they were still her blood relatives. On the other, she feared that taking such drastic action would deeply disappoint Grandpa Moore. Jasmine understood her grandfather well. She knew he had a strict temperament and shared her current disgust toward her uncle and cousin. However, deep down, she also knew that in Grandpa Moore's eyes, family bonds still carried great weight, and he would never truly wish for their deaths. With these thoughts in mind, she turned to Charlie and spoke earnestly, "Master Wade, despite all the wrongs they've committed, They are still members of the Moore family and my blood relatives. I sincerely hope you can spare their lives." As soon as she finished speaking, a collective sigh of relief filled the room. Aside from Theodore and Reuben, Lord Moore, the patriarch of the Moore family, was also present. Jasmine's plea effectively meant a reprieve for Theodore and Reuben. At the same time, Lord Moore felt a wave of lingering fear fade away, worried that Jasmine might lose control and harm the father and son. However, with Charlie present, he had not dared to openly plead for their lives, leaving their fate entirely in Jasmine's hands. Hearing her words now, he finally felt at ease. Overcome with gratitude, Theodore bowed deeply toward Jasmine, his voice trembling as he said, "Jasmine, I will never forget your mercy." Reuben, tears streaming down his face, echoed him, "Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you for your kindness." Charlie had already anticipated this outcome. He looked at the visibly relieved father and son and said calmly, "Since Jasmine has asked that your lives be spared, I will naturally honor her request." Then his tone suddenly turned cold. "However, as the saying goes, some sins can be forgiven, while others cannot be ignored. Although you've escaped death, you still must pay an appropriate price." Theodore hurriedly spoke up, "Master Wade. Reuben and I are willing to turn ourselves in and let the law judge us." Reuben nodded frantically. "Yes, Master Wade. We'll surrender immediately." Charlie sneered. "Your thinking is far too naive. Do you really believe surrendering will earn you leniency? Things aren't that simple." Theodore panicked and pleaded, "Master Wade, you're a reasonable man. Even if we plead guilty, we could still face at least 10 years in prison." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about surrendering. There's no need to involve the legal system at all." Hearing this, Grandpa Moore couldn't help asking, "Master Wade, what do you mean by that?" Charlie replied indifferently, "I can't trust this father and son. Even if they go to prison, they could still pose a threat to Jasmine in the future. So I've come up with another solution, one that allows them to live while completely eliminating any risk to her." Chapter 2190. Theodore asked nervously, "Master Wade, what solution are you referring to?" Charlie said coldly, "Theodore, my plan is to send both of you far away, to a place you'll never be allowed to return from." Hearing this, Theodore and Reuben immediately thought of the Weaver family's father and son, who were still stranded at the foot of Gollum Mountain after offending Charlie. This winter had been exceptionally harsh. Temperatures at Gollum Mountain had dropped to -20 or even 30 degrees Celsius. Just imagining surviving in such conditions was terrifying. Thinking of the cruel environment there, Reuben collapsed into tears and begged, "Master Wade, please show mercy. Let us go to prison instead. We really don't want to freeze to death at Gollum Mountain." Charlie snorted. "Relax. I'm not sending you to Gollum Mountain. I have other arrangements." He then called out, "Isaac, come in." Isaac Cameron entered immediately and asked respectfully, "Master Wade, how may I assist you?" Charlie asked, "Isaac, didn't you invest in a diamond mine in Africa?" "Yes," Isaac nodded. "I invested in a diamond mine at Lion Rock in Africa." Charlie asked curiously, "What's that place like?" Isaac laughed and said, "It's in West Africa, in one of the least developed countries in the world. It's been ranked among the poorest regions for years, far worse than you can imagine. On top of that, the climate is brutal. It's a tropical monsoon zone. Temperatures can exceed 40 degrees Celsius and rarely drop below 15. It's hot, humid, and swarming with mosquitoes. 8 out of 10 men there suffer from eczema, and infectious diseases are everywhere. If it weren't for the diamond mines, no one would willingly stay there." Theodore and Reuben were shaking uncontrollably as they listened. Charlie smiled faintly. "Lion Rock sounds like a perfect destination." He pointed at the father and son and continued, "Isaac, arrange for these two to be sent to Lion Rock tonight. They'll work in your diamond mine, sifting gravel in the river alongside the local laborers. They won't be paid a single cent. Their food, housing, and treatment will be exactly the same as the local workers, and they'll be under strict supervision. For the next 20 years, they are forbidden to return. Whether they'll ever be allowed back after that depends entirely on their behavior. At these words, Theodore and Reuben nearly collapsed. Theodore screamed, "Master Wade, please spare us. The conditions at Lion Rock will kill us. We'll die of dysentery or some disease within months. It would be more merciful to just shoot us." Isaac smiled calmly and said, "Lord Moore, there's no need to worry. Although Africa's conditions are harsh, we Chinese investors are quite humane. Every work site has professional doctors and adequate medical supplies. Your health will be taken care of." Reuben cried hysterically, "I don't want to go to Africa. I don't want to go to Lion Rock. I refuse to dig diamonds in that hellhole. Please, just send me to prison. I deserve it." Theodore also began begging desperately. "Master Wade, please reconsider. Let us surrender." Charlie sneered coldly. "Do you really think you have any choice? Keep dreaming." He then turned to Isaac and ordered, "Take them away immediately. Arrange a flight to Lion Rock as soon as possible. If possible, have them leave this afternoon." Chapter 2191. Upon hearing the order, Isaac Cameron responded instantly, without the slightest hesitation. "Understood, Master Wade. I will arrange a plane to send the two of them to Lion Rock. Once they arrive, they will be under round-the-clock surveillance, with absolutely no chance of escape." Charlie nodded in satisfaction and then gestured toward Hashimoto Kinsien, who was standing nearby. "By the way, send this Japanese associate along with them." Hearing this, Hashimoto was immediately terrified. He burst into tears and begged, "Mr. Wade, please understand, this was entirely orchestrated by the Moore father and son. They were the real masterminds. I was just following orders. You can't send me to Lion Rock. Please, have mercy." Charlie sneered coldly. "Hashimoto Jinxian, just because you weren't the mastermind doesn't mean you're innocent. Your character is just as despicable as theirs." Then Charlie turned to Isaac Cameron again and said, "Isaac, when Hashimoto arrives at Lion Rock, make sure he receives exactly the same treatment as Theodore and Reuben. No favoritism. Understood?" Isaac Cameron nodded firmly. "Yes, Master Wade. Rest assured, everything will be handled properly." Charlie then looked at Lord Moore and asked indifferently, "Master Moore, are you satisfied with how I've handled this?" Lord Moore, a veteran of the business world, had always been decisive. When he discovered Theodore and Reuben's intention to betray him, he had once sworn that he would show no mercy if they turned against him. But when the moment truly arrived, he found it impossible to be completely heartless. After all, they were his own son and grandson. Allowing them to be killed would mean a white-haired man sending a black-haired one to the grave, a tragedy no father could easily accept. As the saying goes, a tiger's poison does not eat its cubs. While sons betraying their fathers is not uncommon, fathers killing their sons is extremely rare. Lord Moore felt the crushing weight of this truth. No matter how cruel reality was, blood ties still bound his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to entrust their fate entirely to Charlie. Now that Charlie had decided to send them to Lion Rock, although the conditions there would be unimaginably harsh, at least their lives would be spared. That alone was enough to give Lord Moore some relief. He immediately said respectfully, "Master Wade, I have no objections to any decision you make." Charlie nodded and then turned to Jasmine. "Jasmine, do you have anything to say? If you have concerns, speak now." Jasmine replied without hesitation, "Master Wade, I have no objections at all. I trust your judgment completely." Charlie concluded calmly, "Since no one objects, then it's settled. Isaac, have the three of them taken away. I don't want them causing trouble here." Isaac Cameron immediately instructed the men dressed in black, "Take the three of them away under strict supervision. No mistakes. Do you understand?" Chapter 2192. Everyone responded in unison, "Understood." Isaac then led the three of them outside. Theodore and Reuben were already crying uncontrollably, desperately begging for mercy. Theodore turned toward Lord Moore and shouted through his tears, "Dad! For the sake of our father-son bond, please help me plead with Master Wade. Master, I beg you, spare me. If I'm sent to Lion Rock, I might not survive, Dad. A sharp pain stabbed into Old Man Moore's heart. Charlie had decreed that they would remain at Lion Rock for 20 years. Theodore was already over 50 years old. Surviving for 2 decades in that severely underdeveloped, disease-ridden, and impoverished region was almost impossible. There was a very real chance that Theodore would not live to see the end of that sentence. In fact, this might very well be the last time father and son ever saw each other. At that moment, Reuben's legs gave out completely, and he was dragged away by the men in black. He screamed in despair, "Grandpa! I'm only in my 20s. I don't want to waste the prime of my life rotting away at Lion Rock. Please help me, Grandpa." Lord Moore's face twisted with agony and inner conflict. Just then, Charlie shouted coldly, "Gag them." Immediately, the men in black stuffed cloths into their mouths, silencing all 3. Their desperate cries vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. The 3 were then forcibly dragged away. Watching this scene, Lord Moore let out a long, heavy sigh. There was no room left for negotiation. In that instant, it felt as though he had aged more than 10 years. Charlie observed him quietly, shook his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Master Moore, you understand better than anyone the danger of raising tigers. You must think not only about yourself, but also about Jasmine. If those 2 aren't dealt with properly, they will become the greatest threat to her once you're gone." A faint smile appeared on Charlie's lips as he continued, "As long as I, Charlie Wade, am alive, I can keep them from truly threatening Jasmine. But if unresolved dangers are left behind, they will eventually strike again. Sending them to Lion Rock isn't just about protecting Jasmine, it's also about preserving their lives. Otherwise, once they're driven to desperation, they'll be reduced to ashes." Lord Moore was stunned. He immediately turned toward Jasmine and then said firmly to Charlie, "Master Wade, you're absolutely right. Let them live and die at Lion Rock." After a brief pause, Lord Moore looked at Jasmine and added, "Now that you're back, the chairmanship of the Moore Group naturally belongs to you. From this moment on, you will take full charge of the Moore Group's affairs." Jasmine nodded respectfully. "Yes, Grandpa. I understand." Lord Moore then instructed seriously, "Jasmine, I don't expect you to engage in fierce power struggles within the Moore family. As long as you can maintain stability and prevent decline, I'll be satisfied. Also, do not pursue overseas cooperation again. I want the Moore Group to avoid foreign markets and international partnerships. I don't want you placing yourself in danger again. Do you understand?" Jasmine nodded gently and replied, "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely prioritize my safety in the future. However, I believe overseas cooperation doesn't need to be abandoned entirely. There's no need to let fear dictate all our decisions." She paused briefly before continuing, "This time, with Master Wade's help, I successfully negotiated with Nippon Steel. Their chairman, Shinwa Watanabe, has already signed a cooperation agreement with me in Japan. We will establish a joint venture factory, with both sides investing equally. However, Nippon Steel has agreed to give our Moore Group 60% of the shares." "What?" The moment Jasmine revealed this, everyone present was completely stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Nippon Steel was infamous for being extremely tough in foreign cooperation. They rarely gave up control, often refusing to relinquish even a 51% controlling stake. Even if the Moore Group offered them 60% of the profits, they would still hesitate to hand over control. Because of this, Nippon Steel had always been regarded as an almost impossible partner. Yet now, Jasmine was saying that Nippon Steel was not only willing to surrender control, but was even giving an extra 10% of the shares to the Moore Group. To everyone present, it sounded nothing short of a fantasy. Chapter 2193. Initially, Lord Moore believed that Jasmine's trip to Japan was solely for cooperation discussions. He had been worried that such an endeavor might expose her to potential dangers, both from within the Moore family and from external forces. To protect her, he had even considered persuading Jasmine to abandon her plans for overseas expansion and collaboration. However, He was completely stunned when he learned that Jasmine had secured such an astonishing contract with Nippon Steel. Nippon Steel was a giant in the global steel industry, wielding immense influence. For a company like the Moore Group, collaborating with such a titan usually meant actively seeking favor and approval. The situation was much like cleaning one's own bedroom before nervously inviting someone else to stay over. The power imbalance was obvious, making it extremely difficult to hold any real negotiating leverage. In most cases, partnerships of this nature resulted in highly unequal agreements. One party injected large sums of capital but received very little in return, while the dominant party harvested the majority of the benefits. Yet no one could have imagined that Jasmine would completely reverse this dynamic, forcing Nippon Steel to invest heavily while accepting only a minority stake. This unprecedented outcome left everyone utterly shocked. During the board meeting, many directors initially believed the situation was nothing more than a fantasy. Although no one dared to openly challenge Jasmine, the chairman, quiet whispers still spread throughout the room. Finally, a seasoned director stood up and voiced his concern. "Chairman, based on my understanding, Nippon Steel has never been willing to give up controlling rights. Are we certain they will honor the contract you mentioned? Are there any hidden clauses or harsh conditions attached?" Indeed, contractual traps were extremely common in the business world. Many veteran investors were fond of laying hidden snares for their partners or competitors through carefully worded contracts. When entrepreneurs first launched their businesses, they often received generous funding from investors, fueled by ambition and optimism. If everything went smoothly, both sides benefited. But once things went wrong, the consequences could be devastating. Some investors inserted clauses imposing unlimited joint and several liability, which could completely destroy an entrepreneur's future. Though the phrase itself was short, its implications were terrifying. Once such a clause was signed, if the company failed and incurred losses, the investor could demand that the entrepreneur personally shoulder all debts and repay the entire investment. For example, John Ledger, a former mobile phone entrepreneur, was once saddled with more than $400 million in debt after his business collapsed due to such a clause. Countless founders had met similar ends, being forced out of the companies they had built with their own hands, or worse, ending up bankrupt or even imprisoned. Because of this, the directors grew increasingly anxious, worried that Jasmine's contract might contain similar hidden dangers. Without offering any further explanation, Jasmine calmly took a document from her backpack. "This is the original contract I signed with Shinwa Watanabe, chairman of Nippon Steel. What concerns do you have?" The experienced director reached out to take the contract, while several others crowded around him out of curiosity. Even Old Man Moore could not suppress his interest and stepped forward to examine the document more closely. Chapter 2194. As everyone read through the contract, their expressions grew more and more astonished. It was undeniably a formal and complete agreement, with clear and explicit terms. There were no vague statements, no traps, and no hidden risks whatsoever. At the bottom of the document were Nippon Steel's official seal and the unmistakable signature of Watanabe Shinka, proving beyond doubt that the contract was genuine and legally binding. In that instant, a wave of excitement swept through the room. The elderly director exclaimed, "I've never seen Nippon Steel make such massive concessions before. This is completely unprecedented. Chairman Moore's reputation has never been stronger. This deal is worth at least 2 or 3 billion, possibly even more." Others echoed his excitement. "That's right. Chairman Moore has secured an agreement with Nippon Steel that defies all precedent. If this news is released, our stock price will soar." Another director glanced at the time and exclaimed, "The media must have already reported Chairman Moore's safe return. That alone is huge news, and now we also have this Nippon Steel agreement. That's 2 major announcements back to back. Once trading resumes, our stock could hit the daily limit for 3 or even 4 consecutive days. The group's market value could rise by 30 to 40%. Chairman Moore, you've truly taken the Moore Group to a whole new level this time." At that moment, Jasmine spoke sincerely. "The successful negotiation with Nippon Steel, and the exceptional terms we obtained, are entirely thanks to Master Wade. Chairman Watanabe agreed to sign this contract solely because of Master Wade's influence. All the credit belongs to him." She then turned to Charlie, her voice filled with gratitude. "Master Wade, I truly don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have returned safely from Japan, and my grandfather could have suffered irreversible consequences. Not to mention, we never would have obtained such favorable terms from Nippon Steel. I'm truly grateful." Charlie smiled faintly. "There's no need to be so formal. Friends help each other, it was just a small effort." After speaking, Charlie stood up and said, "Jasmine, you've just returned, and there's still a lot you need to handle within the group. I won't take up any more of your time. I should head home as well." Jasmine looked disappointed and said softly, "Master Wade, would you like to have lunch together? You've done so much for us, and we haven't properly expressed our gratitude." Charlie smiled and replied, "Didn't you say we didn't need to be so polite? Focus on your work first. We can eat together another time." Lord Moore added, "Yes, Jasmine. Master Wade has already been away from home for several days because of you. It's best for him to return soon and reassure his family." Jasmine nodded. "Master Wade, then at least allow me to see you off." "There's no need," Charlie said. "You should stay and handle the matters at hand while everyone is present. Since you've returned and secured cooperation with Nippon Steel, it's appropriate to hold a press conference soon. Preparing early will maximize its impact, which will benefit both you and the Moore Group." Jasmine nodded gratefully. "All right, Master Wade, I understand. Please take care on your way home. I'll arrange a banquet another day and hope you can attend." Charlie smiled. "I definitely will." With that, he bid farewell to Lord Moore. "Lord Moore, I'll be leaving now." Lord Moore bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Master Wade, please take care." As Charlie exited the conference room, Isaac Cameron and Don Albert were already waiting outside. Seeing him, Isaac stepped forward and said quietly, "Master, the car is ready. Shall I take you home?" Charlie replied casually, "Yes. Let's go home." Don Albert then stepped forward and asked cautiously, "Master Wade, your aunt has been staying in the village for 9 days now. She's been crying non-stop and insisting on returning, causing quite a disturbance. Some neighbors have even reported it to the authorities. Should we allow her to come back?" Chapter 2195. Upon hearing this, Charlie was startled and asked, "Why haven't you released her after 9 days? Didn't you say it would only be 7? Don Albert replied somewhat awkwardly, "Master Wade, I think it's better for you to give the order personally. I'm not very good at handling this kind of thing." Isaac Cameron immediately frowned and said, "Don Albert, why did you delay it? That woman has a nasty temper. If you keep her any longer, she might retaliate." Don Albert chuckled dryly and scratched his head. "Well, I didn't consider that Master Wade had just rescued Miss Moore in Japan and then traveled back by sea. I thought you'd be extremely busy, so I didn't bother you about it. I planned to wait until you returned." Charlie nodded and said, "All right, then go ahead and release her." Don Albert immediately replied, "Understood, Master Wade. I'll take care of it right away." Isaac then advised Charlie seriously, "Master, I suggest you tell her that you decided to keep her for an extra 2 days. If she goes back to Eastcliff without knowing this, she'll definitely come after Don Albert for revenge." Don Albert snorted and said stubbornly, "Revenge? Let her try. I've been through worse. Don Albert isn't afraid of her." Isaac shook his head gravely. "You don't understand how the eldest lady operates. She holds grudges and has her own methods. She won't dare touch you directly, but if you offend her, she'll make life miserable for your family and friends." Don Albert felt a slight chill in his heart. However, unwilling to lose face in front of Charlie, he still forced a brave front. "It's fine. I'm not scared." Isaac let out a helpless sigh. He knew Cynthia's temperament all too well. Charlie had originally allowed her to stay for 7 days, but Don Albert had extended it to 9. She would definitely explode with rage. Charlie had the backing of the old man, so Cynthia wouldn't dare target him. Instead, all her resentment would naturally be poured onto Don Albert. After all, the anger she accumulated in Oris Hill had to be vented somewhere. To protect Don Albert, Isaac hoped that Charlie would take responsibility for the delay. Considering that Charlie and Cynthia were already on bad terms, and that she had even been beaten by Charlie's mother-in-law, Elaine, an extra 2 days would hardly matter. Charlie laughed and said, "Well, when you have too many lice, you stop itching. I'll go talk to my aunt myself." Don Albert immediately realized that Charlie was taking the blame for him. Deeply moved, he bowed and said, "I'm sorry, Master Wade, for causing you trouble." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. You're helping me too, so it's nothing." Then he turned to Isaac and said, "Isaac, prepare the car. We'll go together." "Yes, Master," Isaac replied at once. Meanwhile, Cynthia was inside the rental house, venting furiously. "Charlie! You jerk! 7 days are already up. Why the hell haven't you let me out yet?" Chapter 2196. "You dogs working for Charlie. Don't you dare keep me locked in here. Once I get out, I'll settle the score with every single one of you. Do you really think I'm stupid? Let me out right now." Cynthia screamed hysterically, her voice hoarse and cracking. "Cough, cough, cough. If you don't let me out, I swear I'll throw all of you into the Yangtze River to feed the fish. I'll take you down one by one, so none of you will live to see tomorrow." It was no wonder Cynthia was on the verge of madness. After being trapped for 9 days in a place filled with the lowest layers of society, she felt utterly humiliated and broken. In Oris Hill, south of the Yangtze River, winter was cold and damp. The rental house had neither heating nor air conditioning. Every night, she could only curl up on the bed, crying into her damp quilt. From the moment she moved in, she had been counting down the days, eagerly waiting for the 7-day confinement to end. But after 7 days passed, Don Albert still refused to release her. This didn't just make her furious, it filled her with overwhelming fear. She was terrified that Charlie might suddenly change his mind, cancel the 7-day agreement, and keep her locked up indefinitely, turning temporary confinement into endless house arrest. That was why she screamed every single day, hoping to attract the neighbors, summon the police, and force Charlie and his lackeys to let her go. What she didn't know was that Don Albert had already moved all the neighbors away the day before. The self-built building originally housed more than 30 residents, including the landlord. Now, except for Cynthia, everyone else was comfortably settled in a makeshift 5-star hotel. As a result, no one paid any attention to her screaming. Her throat was nearly destroyed from shouting, yet no one responded, not the neighbors, and not even the police who came to check the noise. Completely defeated, Cynthia finally took out her phone and sent a video call to her father, Lord Wade, who was far away in Eastcliff. As soon as the call connected, Cynthia burst into tears. "Dad! Please make that jerk Charlie let me go. I really can't take this anymore. If he doesn't release me, I might as well die here, you. Lord Wade appeared on the screen with a helpless sigh. He knew his daughter too well and understood she wouldn't actually kill herself. He said seriously, "Cynthia, calm down. Isn't it just 2 more days? Endure it a little longer. Charlie won't keep you locked up forever. He'll probably release you in the next couple of days." Still crying, Cynthia said miserably, "Dad, you don't understand what I've suffered these past 9 days. I've never been treated like this in my entire life. If you don't talk to that jerk Charlie, he won't let me go. What if he decides to keep me locked up forever?" Her voice trembled as she begged, "Dad, please, just call him and tell him to let me go back." Lord Wade replied solemnly, "Cynthia, I've already asked Oren to persuade Charlie. I've also promised to return for the ancestral worship ceremony during the spring festival. This is extremely important to the Wade family. We can't afford any trouble. If you force Charlie's hand and make him change his mind, the loss to our family would be enormous." Only then did Cynthia finally understand. Her father was unwilling to pressure Charlie, not for her sake, but to avoid offending him. Feeling utterly abandoned, Cynthia cried in despair, "Dad! What if Charlie refuses to let me go? What am I supposed to do then? Lord Wade hurriedly comforted her. Cynthia, if he still doesn't let you go by the spring festival, I will personally demand an explanation from him. But Cynthia felt nothing but hopelessness. Dad, the spring festival is still almost 2 months away. Chapter 2197. Cynthia was exhausted from enduring such miserable days. The thought of waiting until the spring festival before returning felt like slow, unbearable torture to her. Lord Wade tried to console her, saying, "All right, Cynthia. Just hold back your temper for a few more days. If Charlie still refuses to let you go, I'll personally call him." Cynthia was filled with frustration, but she didn't dare express it any further. In her heart, she thought bitterly, "I can see it clearly now. To my father, Charlie is the most important person in the Wade family. After all, if he marries Stephanie, Orrin's daughter, he would become one of the heirs to the Sun family's massive fortune. That alone would bring enormous benefits to the Wade family. Given that, how could my marriage possibly matter more than Charlie in my father's eyes? It seems I have no choice but to swallow my pride." Suppressing her anger, she said, "All right, Dad, I understand. I'll wait patiently for a few more days. But if Charlie still doesn't say I can leave within 3 to 5 days, you must call him and talk it out." As she spoke, her nose stung with soreness, and she began to sob. Lord Wade reassured her, "Don't worry. Give it 3 days. If Charlie hasn't let you go by then, I'll call him myself." Cynthia nodded, her voice choked as she said, "Dad, I'll hang up now." "All right. Take care of yourself." After the video call ended, tears streamed uncontrollably down Cynthia's face. At that moment, a knock suddenly echoed at the door. Cynthia jumped off the bed and rushed to the door, flinging it open. Before she could even see who was outside, she shouted angrily, "You bastards! When are you going to let me out?" Charlie stood there, looking at Cynthia's haggard appearance and swollen eyes. He frowned slightly and said, "Auntie, the weather in Oris Hill is damp and cold. You've already been here for 9 days. Shouldn't you have calmed down by now?" When Cynthia saw that it was Charlie, her anger instantly exploded. "Charlie! You said I could leave after 7 days. But your people locked me up for 9 days. Why haven't you let me go?" Her eyes immediately shifted to Don Albert beside Charlie, and she snapped furiously, "It's this jerk who kept me here for 2 extra days." Charlie said coldly, "I was the one who intended to keep you here for 2 more days." "You intended what?" Cynthia shouted angrily. "You said 7 days, but now it's turned into 9. Why?" Charlie shrugged and replied indifferently, "You're my aunt, aren't you? It's not easy for you to come all the way here. Leaving after just 7 days seems a bit rushed. What's wrong with extending your stay by 2 more days?" Cynthia's temper completely flared at his tone. She shouted, "Charlie! Don't play games with me. I know you too well. You'd better let me go back immediately." Charlie shook his head and sighed lightly. "It seems that even after 9 days, you still haven't calmed down. The air in Eastcliff is dry. If you go back in this state, it'll only make things worse. I think you should stay in Oris Hill a little longer and cool off properly before leaving." With that, he turned to Don Albert and said, "Don Albert." Chapter 2198. Don Albert immediately clasped his hands and said respectfully, "Master Wade, what are your instructions?" Charlie smiled and said, "My aunt needs to stay in Oris Hill for a few more days. During this time, you are to continue keeping a close watch on her. Everything should remain the same as before." Don Albert hesitated and asked, "Master Wade, how many days exactly? How many days are we talking about?" Charlie thought for a moment, then chuckled. "Let's make it 7 more days. A full week should be enough. If 7 days still isn't enough, then it means my aunt is still very angry, and we may need a more intensive treatment." Don Albert nodded with a smile. "Understood, Master Wade." Charlie thought to himself, Cynthia, relying on being the Wade family's eldest daughter, dares to come to Oris Hill and act like a queen. Even now, she shows no remorse at all. If she continues to be stubborn, she can't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. I believe I can settle this matter completely today." As soon as Cynthia heard Charlie's words, her face instantly turned pale. Her tone changed completely as she pleaded desperately, "Charlie, you can't do this. I've already suffered so much in these 9 days that I barely look human anymore. Do you have any idea what I've been through? Do you know how I've been living? Whether it's oil or water, I don't care anymore, but I haven't had facial cleanser, face masks, or even eye cream. My skin is completely ruined. It'll take at least a month to recover. If you keep me here for another 7 days, my skin will be finished." Charlie's smile faded, and he said seriously, "My dear aunt, do you still not understand why I'm keeping you in Oris Hill? I'm keeping you here so you can reflect and learn how to behave humbly. If you can do that, I'll let you go. If not, you'll stay until you learn. That's my bottom line. As for your skin, why should I give a damn?" Cynthia was filled with resentment, but she forced herself to soften her tone. "Charlie, I'm your aunt. We're family. How can you treat me like this?" Charlie sneered. "Oh? You only remember that we're family now? When you came from Eastcliff to confront me, did you think of me as family then? When you went to my mother-in-law to badmouth me, did you think of me as family?" Cynthia felt embarrassed and stammered, I was doing it for your own good." Charlie laughed lightly. "So everything you did was for my benefit?" "Of course," Cynthia said hurriedly. "I'm your aunt. If I'm not looking out for you, who will?" Charlie clapped his hands and smiled. "What a coincidence, aunt. I'm also doing this for your own good right now. You should appreciate my kindness." His expression turned serious. "Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. The first option is to stay here honestly for another 7 days. During these 7 days, you are not allowed to curse, make a scene, or act crazy. If you behave yourself, I'll let you leave after the week is over." Hearing this, Cynthia quickly asked, "What's the second option?" Charlie said coldly, "The second option is to stay here for a full month. For that entire month, curse all you want. Make as much noise as you like. Scream to your heart's content. After the month is over, I'll decide based on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, you can leave immediately. But if I'm in a bad mood, I might keep you even longer and continue playing the gracious host." Chapter 2199. Cynthia had truly reached her limit. Although her hatred toward Charlie still burned deep in her heart, she clearly understood that after his firm stance, there was no room left for negotiation. She finally realized that Charlie's resolute personality and unconventional methods were not something she could challenge head-on. Moreover, Oris Hill was Charlie's territory, and even the old man was unwilling to confront him directly. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to endure it. Sometimes, people simply have to accept what they cannot change. Suppressing her anger and frustration, she finally said, "All right. I'll choose the first option." Charlie nodded and turned to Don Albert, saying, "Don Albert, you've heard her choice. Over the next 7 days, make sure your people keep a close watch on her. If she causes any more trouble, notify me immediately." Don Albert straightened his posture and replied solemnly, "Master Wade, rest assured. I'll personally oversee everything." Charlie nodded slightly and added, "If she behaves properly, once the 7 days are up, she'll be sent directly to the airport without needing further instructions from me." "Understood, Master Wade." Turning back to Cynthia, Charlie said seriously, "Auntie, my goal isn't to detain you in Oris Hill. You need to learn how to respect others. I've said everything that needs to be said. What happens next depends entirely on you." With that, he didn't wait for her reply and turned around to leave. Cynthia was boiling with rage, yet she didn't dare vent it. She didn't even dare raise her voice, afraid that Charlie's subordinates might take it out on her. After leaving the urban village, Don Albert caught up to Charlie, his expression filled with gratitude and shame. "Master Wade, I really couldn't handle this on my own. I never wanted you to clean up my mess. I'm truly sorry for causing you so much trouble. Don Albert felt deeply ashamed. Although Charlie had said Cynthia could be released after 7 days, Don Albert didn't dare act on his own initiative. He wanted to wait for Charlie's return before reporting the situation. He hadn't fully considered how vicious Cynthia's retaliation might be. People like Cynthia wielded terrifying influence. If she decided to retaliate against him or his family, Don Albert knew he would be completely helpless. That was why he was so grateful that Charlie had stepped in personally. He was also extremely thankful to Isaac Cameron. Without Isaac's reminder, he might not have realized the seriousness of the situation until it was already too late. If Cynthia had turned against him, he might not even have known how he died. Charlie waved his hand dismissively and said, "You're working for me. There's no need to be so polite." Then he turned to Isaac Cameron and instructed, "Isaac, keep an eye on Zian, and closely monitor the movements of the Banks family." Isaac nodded immediately. "Master, don't worry. I'll arrange for our people in Eastcliff to keep tabs on the Banks family." "Good. Don Albert, you can head back. Isaac will drive me home," Charlie said. After getting into Isaac Cameron's Rolls-Royce, Charlie immediately called Nanako Ito, who was still in Japan. He wanted to reassure her of his safety and also ask about the situation over there. Chapter 2200. Given the seriousness of the matter, Zian's escape as a high-profile criminal was absolutely unacceptable to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, and even the entire nation. As soon as the call connected, Nanako Ito's voice came through. "Charlie, have you already arrived in Oris Hill?" Smiling, Charlie replied, "Yes." "How did you know?" Nanako Ito laughed softly. "I've been following the news from Oris Hill. I saw reports about Miss Moore's return. Once I saw that, I guessed you must have arrived as well." "That's right," Charlie said with a faint smile. "We got back this morning and went straight to the Moore group. I just wanted to let you know that we're safe." Nanako Ito smiled and said, "Charlie, you're too courteous. You don't need to update me about business matters. Just let me know when everything is settled." Charlie felt a warm feeling in his heart. Nanako Ito truly was gentle and considerate. Any man who married a woman like her would be blessed for life. Shaking his head to push those thoughts aside, he asked, "Nanako, is there any news from Tokyo?" "Yes," she replied. "A major incident happened the night before last. Zian, the criminal responsible for the Matsumoto family massacre, escaped from prison. The news broke yesterday afternoon, and now she's completely vanished. The Metropolitan Police and the Self-Defense Forces have gone crazy, launching nationwide searches." She continued, "The consequences are extremely serious. This morning, the head of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department resigned in disgrace. A close friend of my father, a senior official from the Tokyo Homeland Security Department, has been appointed as the new director." Charlie couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department really had terrible luck. From what he knew, the Banks family had secret connections with high-ranking officials in the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. According to the ship captain's confession, the Self-Defense Forces had originally handed Zian over to the Metropolitan Police, only to secretly swap her out with a Banks family agent later, planning to dump all the blame on the police. Their original plan was to let the Metropolitan Police take the fall, then recapture Zian later and claim the credit themselves. They never expected Charlie to suddenly intervene and bring Zian back. As a result, the Self-Defense Forces suffered minimal losses, while the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department paid the price. The blame landed squarely on them. If they failed to capture Zian again, their standing within Japan's law enforcement system would be completely destroyed. Charlie then said to Nanako Ito, "Your captain and crew are still on their way back. Once they arrive, they'll tell you that I've already captured Zian." Nanako Ito exclaimed in shock, "What? Charlie, why did you capture Zian? Do you know her?" Charlie smiled faintly. "You could say we have a bit of history. After our last encounter at sea, she tried to kill me. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't skilled enough, so I caught her instead." Nanako Ito asked anxiously, "Are you hurt, Charlie?" Charlie reassured her calmly. I'm fine. Zian is currently under my control. But I'd like you to keep this matter confidential for now. Of course. Nanako Ito replied without hesitation. I'll keep it a secret. Charlie then asked casually, by the way, you mentioned the new head of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department is a close friend of your father? Yes, Nanako Ito said. They were college classmates and have remained very close over the years. Charlie smiled slightly. Then, for your father's sake, you should prepare him a generous gift.